Hello and welcome to the first Spring Fling. I'm here with SodaKite. My name is DjTechLive. It's a pleasure having you guys here. We're excited to be here. We're big fans of Brawl and to see this tournament today. So Soda, what are you expecting today? We see this bracket. This bracket is absolutely insane. There's so many people in here. Are you guys excited? Because I am.
Oh yeah, there are so many people playing today. I'm excited to see some butt getting kicked. Excited to see some new people go up in the ranks. What do you think, DJ?
I think it's going to be a very interesting tournament. I'm very excited to see how so many people can fare through the brackets, how fast things go. I want to see some exciting moves. I'm very excited to see what kind of explosive gameplay that EU can bring to this table. If you guys don't know, this is early morning for us, so we are up hyped with lots of coffee and ready to see how many of these guys are actually going to be fighting it out for the title of the first Spring Fling.
Said it well, DJ.
So Soda, what are you looking for? What kind of character? I know you played with us in the Twitch tournament, so what character and what are you looking forward to in this tournament?
What am I looking forward to? I'm excited to see some new moves, obviously. My favorite character is Val. Who is your favorite character?
I'm bounced between a lot. So I spent a lot of time playing with a lot of different characters. I think Koji. That's it. Koji I started spending some time with, lately. I really love the bow. I love to be able to chain some skills together. So show us what you guys can do with all those chaining the combos together, because we're still trying to learn. And Brawlhalla has been a big part of our lives lately. So you're probably going to see our face a lot around here.
Most definitely.
So pool A1, as you can see, has a lot of people in it. Hopefully some crowd favorites in there. Chat, what is your favorite? And who are you guys gonna be cheering for today? And Soda, how have you been playing? You've been playing a lot of Brawlhalla. Are your hands still adjusted to it, or is it still?
Are my hands still adjusted to it? You know, I've been trying to switch back and forth between the controller and the keyboard. So still trying to get good. Not there yet. What about you?
Yeah, the hands are finally adjusted to it. It's bringing me back to my Smash days. So I see a lot of people screaming for Boomy. Yeah, Boomy and Slug, it looks like. So yeah, I do know those names pretty well. Boomy is definitely all around. I see him a lot, and I started watching a lot of Brawlhalla tournaments. So he's definitely a crowd favorite. So have you ever seen Boomy play, or any other EU players that they're cheering for?
I have never, no. We just got corrected.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, Boomy is not EU. Okay. Well, I asked everybody about the EU people. You guys are tricky out there. So I thought Boomy, he was like in a lot of NA stuff. But so what in the world are you looking for when it comes to the winners bracket? Are you looking for some exciting games, some shutouts?
I want to see some creative gameplay. You know what I mean? I want to see some interesting combos. I just want to see someone get wrecked.
Oh, well, there you go. I'm sure
that you know,
in a very nice way. So
yeah, in a very nice way. Yes.
I'm sure the crowd is ready for some extreme gameplay as well.
Oh yeah, you bet they are.
Well, guys, we are here
yeah.
this morning, really pulling and rooting for everyone out here. This is one of the biggest brackets I've ever seen in any kind of tournament. I'm extremely excited. I can't wait to see how fast and how crazy it gets. And I can't wait to see the chat go wild. So guys, if you're out there, no matter who's going up, let's give them a great, cheering. Let's make this exciting, because that's the best way to get people pumped up for the tournament. And I appreciate you guys being out here with us.
Yeah, can you please throw down some Pog Champs for everyone participating today? I'm sure they'd enjoy that.
Pog Champ it up. I understand that. So do you want to participate in any more tournaments, such as what if they bring the Spring Fling again next year, depending on how well it goes?
As long as it's not too competitive and it's all for fun, I am way more than down.
I understand that you're pretty competitive yourself in a very fun manner, and a lot of people can learn from that. Um,
Thank
remember,
you.
guys, yes, if the stakes are down. If you're down 2-0, if it's out of 3, you can come back pretty easily in these games. I've seen a lot of people do a lot of off-stage battles. That's what excites me, is when it's off-stage and it's intense. So hopefully, we have a lot of those great games having come out today.
Oh yeah. And how much have you been playing, DJ?
Oh God,
Valhalla, a
I'm
lot.
over 250 games now. I mean, seeing I just started playing once we did the tournament, but yeah, we're very close to platinum. Having a lot of fun with it. Can't get enough of it. I'm a little addicted. I stay up way too late playing it. I think I even played before this. So
Just a little addicted, right? Just a little bit.
just a little bit. Now that the hands are adjusted, definitely having some fun with that.
Hands are adjusted. Now, what do you mean by that? You're just used to the keys by now?
Well, a lot of you guys don't know, but I feel old.
Oh no.
Yeah, so like back when I played Smash, the hands would get like very, feel like I almost have arthritis in my knuckles or something, because it's
Oh my
really
goodness.
painful. But over time, it adjusts and you can play for hours and hours and hours. So
Right. Oh my god. Hours and hours and hours. So just a little addicted still.
it's a little addicted.
Yeah. Oh, I like those Pog Champs in the chat. There we go.
There you go. Well, we have our coffee here, folks. Hope you guys do. I know, depending on how active you guys are and how nice you are, we will be doing some giveaways from what I hear. So make sure you guys are hyping it up in the chat and cheering on everybody, keeping it nice and friendly, having some good vibes, and we'll throw some giveaways out there for you.
Oh yeah, we've got exciting things coming up, DJ.
Most definitely. Okay, so we're getting ready to get started in these matches today. So I hope you guys are ready. As Soda said, get your Pog Champs ready. Let's get some cheering going, and we'll turn it over to the casters. You guys have a nice time watching, and thank you for being here.
Good luck, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Turns out you had to unmute yourself to be heard out there. I'm Toast, joined today by Stevenator. How you doing, Steve?
Pretty good. I mean, it's relatively bright and early. 8:18 for me in Central Time Zone. But I'm excited to be waking up this early because I get to see some EU play. I don't think I see enough EU play in my life. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I know everything in the world about EU, but I like watching EU play, and I know there's a huge debate about who's more NA or EU, who's more hype right now. So I think I'll be the judge of that after seeing some of these matches, even though they're just pools matches.
But you're right. I think for those of us who are used to the NA scene, getting a sneak peek or even just a preview into the EU scene is kind of a special treat, because there are differences in how the two regions play. That's just something that's so cool to see, and you can see just in a competition, in a tournament that this big with this many people. I mean, who knows what kind of shenanigans we're gonna get out here and what we're gonna see.
Yeah, like some I know a long time ago people would say like, oh, EU likes to wait more, EU has longer games because they're less aggressive, but recently I've just been seeing, I'm excited to see a lot of Scythe play. We don't have a lot of that in NA. We don't have a lot of top level, like really read focused, know your strings Scythe play. And I'm excited to see that from maybe Dobrain, Effie. I'm trying to remember who else plays Scythe in EU. Does ERAM play Scythe? I think Addy switched to Scythe. There are a lot of like Scythe players and people who swap to Scythe in EU, and I'm excited to see how they're making Scythe work, especially considering that it's the newest weapon and it has a lot of cool mechanics.
Yeah, I really think, kind of just to build off of that, I think Scythe, well, people have some issues with it sometimes. I'm one of them. I think when you're watching Scythe, I think it can be one of the most hype weapons in the game. Just that string potential and what people are able to pull off, and what people are able to just, do with that Scythe kit. It consistently blows my mind on just a regular basis.
Yeah, I think that sort of falls in the same court as Gauntlets in that way, because gauntlets a lot of the time people like are freaking out when you see them played, and they're like freaking out after you do a gauntlet mafia combo, which is 100% true and deals like 70 damage, and they're like, yeah, I mean it's hype, and the ledge play on gauntlets is really good, but it looks hype, and I think that's one thing that Blue Mammoth has gotten a lot better at doing as the game has progressed, is making weapons just look so good. Like I think I first noticed it when Bow came out. I know I'm sort of acknowledging how old of a player I am here, but when
Kind
Bow
of
first
ancient.
came out, we were all freaking out because it looked so fluid and all the moves just flowed together. And then when Gauntlets came out, we were like, oh my god, they did it again, and it's even more fluid. And now with Scythe, it's getting to levels of ridiculousness where, like, if you line up some of the old weapons against the new weapons, you've definitely seen how much PMG's grown in
Oh yeah.
their game design.
In character design as well, and legend design as well. There's just a lot of variation in there, and just you see it in the last couple of legends. Like, look at the top of the legend screen. You have, like, you know, Hammerman, Bodvar. You have Cassidy, Orion. You have an alien, and then you have a dude wearing like a Nash, rocking his like
you have a
tiger face,
Tiger Man.
And you look at the bottom, and you got Rockman, like monk dude, second android. A dragon,
werewolf,
a werewolf.
an edgy person. Like, yeah, I mean, you can definitely see. Like, I always feel like when I look through the cast of characters, I'm like, okay, so this is what BMG was like at BMG headquarters. They were like, okay, so we got to get rid of all the obvious archetypes, so nobody asks us to do that in the future, and then we can start making some of the characters that we have great ideas for.
Yeah. So it does look like we have our first game ready to go, so we're going to switch over to that. We're looking at Nano Freak from Baumhala and Zagron from, I'm going to mispronounce this, I'm sorry, D-Umel.
Is that like Zagron Jur or Zagron Gur? I'm trying to figure out.
It's supposed to be like German. Germany.
Oh, maybe. This is EU after all.
It is EU.
Having never seen either of these players, I can make the quick observation that the Vrax is like almost double the level of the Orion. So as far as experience goes, the Vrax looks to have him beat. I'm not sure what stance a lot of the people generally use on Vrax, but this one doesn't appear to be using any stance. Orion, however, using the Force stance, which I think is a very commendable usage.
So at least with Vrax, what I've been seeing is I've seen people use the extra dex, surprisingly, and then also using the extra attack. I think using the neutral stance is kind of just a safe bet. We got a salutation from Zag over here. He's gonna come over and grab that lance.
Starting off with a lance ditto. Oh boy. I mean, we got the Vrax again showing a little bit of experience over the Orion, maybe with the Sky. Isn't that the Skyforge lance?
It is. I believe it is the Skyforge lance. Right now, though, it's very much an early game of just kind of sizing each other up, figuring out who is who and how each other plays. We did see a neutral grab cancel right there get punished by a side air. Again, early game. It's all about figuring out how each other plays. But we are seeing that Nano Freak here getting a little bit of extra damage, catching a lot of these side airs, a lot of these side sigs, and it's just a solid start all around for Nano Freak.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of like counterplay. Like when one person hits them, they go for some sort of follow-up, and the other one gets behind them and hits them. So this might be a sort of I hit you, you hit me, back and forth type of game from what I'm seeing.
Isn't that every game of Brawlhalla though?
I mean, unless you get a JV4.
All right, fair enough. But we are seeing that Zag is able to even this up quite a bit here. Nano Freak not quite in a kill zone yet, but I mean, if you look at this damage, very even. And Nano Freak does go for the dunk there, does miss, and Zag unable to catch a punish.
Yeah,
Zag
a big part of them, like a big part of them being at King's Pass is knowing. I want to see who knows that you can survive by just hugging that inside wall of King's Pass. If someone is going for horizontal kills, which so far it looks like these guys are, if you hug the inside wall of King's Pass, you'll just bounce off it, sort of like Twilight Grove. and you'll like bounce around in the middle. But
Ooh.
Nano Freak went for a very close Orion end sig. That's like the killer move in the center of King's Pass. I wouldn't be surprised if I saw him do that a few more times. And Zag lands a side sig and a down sig.
Beautifully done. Somehow, Nano Freak surviving here, and Zag just trying to catch another down sig there. Does not work. And opting to go again for that lance. Nano Freak not really choosing to engage here, but will get punished with that for chase dodging through with the side air right there. And this is going to put the league into Zag's favor. Zag throwing at the taunt, playing that advanced taunt mind game with the stock taunt that you get when you start the game. But you know, he's in the lead at the moment. It's
Whether
really
he
close.
intends to or not, like whether he intends to or not, that taunt can fluster somebody. If you're playing on stream in front of a bunch of people and then you
Oh.
get killed and taunted on, that's a tilter at any level of play. And you know, I'm beginning to rethink my previous statement that EU has been getting a little more aggressive because we're at 3 minutes in and only one stock has been taken from either side, but Zag.
Right there. Zag taking a definitive lead right now. Earlier, he did catch that down Zag with the taunts. Wow. Okay, so earlier he did catch that KO with the down heavy, but he did get a really nice little piece of edge play off on the left side right there to go ahead and take this KO. And now it's all up to Zag right now to go ahead and kind of capitalize on this. He doesn't follow up that down light with a air, and basically that true combo is free damage. You know, there's almost no reason, in my opinion, not to go for it if you have the setup, and he did have the setup there.
And now, Zag was losing at first, but now you wouldn't even be able to guess that he, at some point, it was like a red to yellow type lead, because he's just got a full stock lead. And what I'm seeing from Zag is he doesn't really have the technical. He just saved him. He doesn't really have the technical skill to back up some of the hits into combos. But he has a pretty strong neutral game and read for what Nano's doing, and it shows as he two-stocks him game one.
Good game. Lord Rax, his down sig with the lance, I think it's really, really quite a good one. You know, it catches them, it throws them back behind you. That's how he got that last kill right there. It's something that I like to see players use. It's kind of makes a cool edge guarding move a lot of the time. That's kind of what you saw right there, just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, if you don't know the other character's SIGs all that well, you'd probably just assume that each SIG is like, oh, he hits me, he sends me in the direction that he hit me. Like most SIGs are. But I really like the ones, I think Mordex has one of those, I'm trying to think of who else, but a lot of characters have SIGs that when you hit them, you can either choose to or it sends them behind you. And sometimes that can sort of mix them up. They're like, oh, I'm not in the threat of dying. I'm on the edge and he's trying to hit me to, or I'm on the right edge and he's trying to hit me to the left side. There's no way he can kill me. And then he just gets you.
Yeah. And just kind of on that kind of point of like a lot of these, you know, really like Scythe, you have a little bit of control over where you're sending your opponent. There are some weapons and there are some SIGs that go all the way back to kind of the inception of Brawlhalla as we know it today that could benefit from kind of a rehaul and give them a little bit of, you know, change that way, you know, give a little bit of control.
Yeah, I think it's been a topic of discussion that sort of power creep is becoming a very real thing when you look at someone like Mordex's SIGs versus like I don't know, Vodvar or Cassidy SIGs, and it's like, well, while BMG has learned more about how to make a game, they're able to implement cooler stuff and better stuff. So I'm interested to see if they have any interest in scaling up the old signatures to meet the new ones, or maybe even scaling up or scaling down the new ones to meet the old ones.
Yeah, and I think they're doing a really good job of that. You know, I like to think that, you know, no other community has kind of this active developers. Well, some of them do, but I think we're pretty lucky. But anyways, we're getting ready right into the game. No small great hall, no small blackguard keep, and no Twilight Grove. And keep in mind, Nano Freak choosing to switch from that Orion over to a Lucian. No stance here. Interesting choice. And it looks like we're going to be on, was that Thunder Guard that I saw?
I think so. And I mean, when you consider this kind of switch, there are no weapons shared in between Lucian and Rax. Like, this is just a straight up, okay, the Orion wasn't working for me, so I'm gonna try to gun ditto him and use Katars, which a lot of people brand as a dead weapon.
I disagree. I really disagree. I think guitars can still be very effective in the right hands, but Zag getting a very
Oh
very
my.
nice start there. Lance ground pound into unarmed ground pound does give him a little bit of forward momentum. And you keep in mind that Brawlhalla is much of a mind game as it is a physical game, and that if you can get that early damage, even if it's not that much in the early string, it can really kind of get into your opponent's head and really turn the game around for your favor.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Zag is looking not that great on stage, but as we've seen like twice in a row with those unarmed sort of off-stage strings that almost became gimps, I think Zag needs to spend a little more time off stage when he has the advantage or they're equal off stage, because he's been just getting good edge guards, good edge play, but on stage he's struggling a little bit right now against Nano's guns.
Nano gonna go ahead and opt to not even use guitars at all. He tried getting a little bit of some edge play right there with that guitar throw, but it's keeping him away from a weapon. And right now, I don't think unarmed is what you want against guns, against Zag's guns here, too. It's a little bit, it makes you a little vulnerable here. And
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's kind of a repeat of our first game where we're seeing a lot of high damage on the first stock, and then we'll see if it follows that same trajectory where someone comes into a strong lead after that first stock.
Yeah, they seem to struggle with finding kills. Maybe with Nano, it's a sort of character
Ooh.
unfamiliarity. He went for a gravity cancel signature, and Zag just said, "Don't try to do that on me, because I have a lance, and the ground pound is actually quite powerful, believe it or not."
Oh, and on top of that, Lance ground pound comes out really fast. It comes out real quick, and it can be kind of a huge challenge if you're not ready for it. Falling Sair, though, from Nano Freak right there to go ahead and catch the KO off the left side of the screen onto Zag. No damage was done to Nano Freak while Zag was on his first stock, which means that basically we're seeing a complete reset here.
Yeah, we're
It's like-
basically starting this game with 2 less minutes and 1 less stock, is what we're doing right here. Going full crew battle style with this one. But Nano is actually landing some really good strings on Zag, sort of reading his movement to try to escape. And Zag reading him back. These two players actually have a really good read on each other right now, and they're reading a lot of their dodge options.
We're seeing Zag gonna try and capitalize here. Does catch that ground pound, just throw the weapon, follow with an unarmed ground pound. Ground pound doesn't connect and gets punished a little bit with that recovery from Nano. Goes for a side sig, but Nano throws out that neutral sig, will get punished. Down sig from Nano, not going to connect. Oh, but he jumps into the ground pound, and Zag is gonna take this KO and taunt. And taunt.
The massive force of the ground pound just taking Nano out at orange in the center of Thunderguard. That's a really scary part about Thunderguard, is that if you're chilling in the middle, it can be a blessing for you if you want to attack from below, but also if you get ground pounded just once by one of these stronger ground pound weapons, Zag has
cancel.
both of which, you'll just be dead. And like I mentioned earlier, Zag off to a lead because he's been playing off the stage more than on stage.
Zag trying to capitalize a little bit more on this stock. You gotta watch out that down sig is, I think it's like the meme about Lucian is his down sig with guitars, but it's a pretty good signature move. It can be quite damaging, but Zag is in such a good position right now. Doesn't get caught by that grab cancel neutral right there, but the sig, but the side sig will get it.
And the taunt.
The taunt.
Zag taunting after pretty much every kill and going in with the double 2-stock 2-0, and Zag moves on over Nano Freak.
Good job, Zagron. And we're going to move on, get ready for our next set of matches here. Games are best of 3. And Zagron, I mean, playing a really nice game. He did catch that punish off the edge. No, I wouldn't really call it a punish, but he did get, he threw out that neutral. He threw out that neutral sig, it didn't connect, and then immediately followed it with a side sig, which was able to connect and get the damage. And that's pretty good.
I wanted to know, what are you really excited to see from the later brackets of this tournament? Because personally, I was thinking about, I know there was sort of, not controversy, but a little bit of salt involved between Multimum and Stimpy when Stimpy won a recent tournament and Multimum sort of said that Stimpy was lagging. And BMG instantly made a change to the way that lag works. So if we can see another Multimum Stimpy winners finals and maybe even grand finals, that would be a salty run back with changes. And I'd like to see if both players can sort of either Stimpy proof that it wasn't a fluke or Multimum prove that it was all because of the lag.
That would be a salty run back. I've never heard that before. I love it. That would be an incredible game, for sure. And I mean, maybe we'll get to see that. I'm gonna cross my fingers. Anytime you see like the top tier pro players play against each other is always a good time, no matter what happens, really.
In the same vein, though, I want to make sure that I'm carefully watching these brackets because last EU tournament, I wasn't actually like at home watching it, but when I came back, I saw that there were like four massive EU killers who had gone out in pools and gotten upset. I think it was like Dobrian, Daiku, Eram, and Effie all got upset in their pools and lost in pools before even the big bracket. And if that type of thing happens again, I don't know what's going on right now, but I think all of them sort of made similar tweets in the fact that they're inspired from losing in pools and they want to improve themselves to make sure it doesn't happen again.
That's an incredible way to think about not only the game, but how you play the game and how you approach tournaments. And it's the idea that, you can learn from anything you do. And if you lose, it's a learning experience. You take it, you move on, you grow from it. And I think that's a lesson that I can only speak for myself, but like as soon as I stopped being salty about ranked and started thinking like, how could I improve after every game, I started improving a ton.
Yeah, I always, sort of tagging along with that, I always try to encourage players of all skill levels. Like my friends, some of my real life friends are just starting to try to get back into the game and stuff, and I'm encouraging them to play in tournaments even if they don't think they have any chance of even winning a single match, because tournament play is like a seriously different experience that you need to expose yourself to as early as possible to make sure you know what you're doing, and it can also be some great footage to sort of look back on and see what you might be doing wrong, especially if you're against players much better than you.
I completely agree, but it does look like we have our next game ready to go. And we're looking at Fier from Z Reborn and Barcus from APH Ibradipus.
Oh boy, Effer. So Effer, before this match starts, I need
Check
to give
that avatar.
a huge shout out to Effer for producing some of my favorite content on YouTube for Brawlhalla right now, being the Effie stream montages or Effie stream highlights. 1 and 2 are out right now. If you haven't seen those, I majorly recommend viewing those. And I give him a ton of credit for putting all those clips and the editing together because it's amazing. Even though he may have included a few of my saltier gauntlet tweets in the editing of his videos.
We're looking at a Mirage from Effie, and we're looking at the Mordex from Barcus. Both legends have Scythe. Both legends are relatively new. We're looking at an extra force, extra attack on the Mirage, and extra dex on the Mordex. Both strong choices, I think, and Small Mammoth, kind of a comfortable, very classic map for these 1v1s. And we're gonna get right on into it.
Yeah, Effer makes it pretty difficult for me by maining Mirage and having the team of the tag of EPH. I think it might have actually. I'm not sure if he got inspired by Effie or something, but I know he plays with Effie a lot on Effie's stream, and Effie also plays Mirage and Scythe, of course, and both of them have the tag EPH, so sometimes it can get very confusing on who's who.
I wish you could see full names.
But gone right into
that aside, you can do it if you hold down select on controller. That aside, we're looking at a very kind of it's a very tempestuous early game right now. Sidestick does connect for Barcus here, but again, you're kind of figuring out, sounding each other out in this early game. Both of them are rocking those scythes. No one's quite caught one of those long scythe combos yet, but Barcus is quite close to it. Throws away his scythe, instead of on for the gauntlets, immediately follows it up into a side stick for a KO. Barcus only in the yellow, taking a commanding lead of the game right now.
Only in the yellow, and his skin is yellow, so maybe he's sort of saying, I don't want to get any color that's past what my skin is. But I'm actually extremely confused that this is how the game is swinging earlier on. Because Barcus, I've never heard of. And Effer, I've seen, like I said, training with Effie on Effie's stream. So I'd expect him to be sort of used to some of these scythe combos, but he seems to be struggling in the scythe on scythe matchup. He might want to switch that up.
He did. He did switch up over here to that spear. Meanwhile, though, Barcus does have these gauntlets here, and you know, not being as effective as he was with that scythe, but still getting in there, getting in some good damage on this first stock, and surviving. And that's really like, if you can survive and just dish out the damage, you're going to be in a really good position. Neutral light does connect. No follow up though. Effie just charge up a neutral sig, which is no good. Does get punished for it.
Yeah, Barcus is just controlling the match with his gauntlets right now. Just very simple strings that he's just landing one after another. He's playing sort of like the match that we had last game. He's just playing a really solid neutral game, not necessarily with these high-tech follow-ups, but Effort does respond with a side sig landed onto him.
For all of that though, Effort is still in a very dangerous zone. Even like a side heavy would do it. That side heavy would have done it. A down heavy would have done it. But he has a scythe now, and that's a little bit scary. The neutral sig doesn't hit quite that stack, but there's a down sig for the KO onto Effie. Opting to switch out back to the gauntlets. A really interesting choice. He's been having a lot of success with the scythe, and it makes me wonder why, although that was a nice little string right there.
Well, he's been looking fantastic on both of Mordek's weapons. Certainly not a one-trick pony, and Effort, I think, is making the right choice using Scythe against these gauntlets. He probably wants to look for some big string because he's really behind right now, and he sort of might need a miracle to bring this one back.
He does slightly whiff on that side sig right there. There was no punish coming out through. He does catch a neutral light, tries following up with the Sair. Doesn't really work out for him. There's a recovery into the wall, gets ground pounded. We're going to see another ground pound. Ground pound doesn't connect from Barcus. Barcus on the wall recovers with an unarmed recovery right there. Able to catch the scythe, but will be connected by that side sig. Little bit of a challenge here. Gets caught in the recovery. That is KO right there. Down to 1-to-1 stocks. Effie could be bringing this back. You know, when it comes down to this final stock, really anything goes.
And I very much so like his decision to be picking up this scythe. I mean, scythe is a fantastic string weapon, and it can build up so much damage so fast. And he is in the KO range for any of Mordek's very powerful sigs. I was gonna say the Gauntlet side sig to close it out. Game 1 to Barcus.
Beautifully played, beautifully done. And I mean, that did come down to a final stock. So I'm excited. They're getting right on into the next match here. Let's see what we're going to see. Same legends, same stances, no Small King's Pass. I'd be willing to bet probably small. No. Twilight, maybe?
Shipwreck? I mean,
I'm
if I'm
putting my
thinking
money on
from
Twilight.
the perspective of a Mordex, wow,
Twilight.
good prediction. I was thinking Shipwreck from the perspective of a Mordex. Maybe some strings are pretty good, but I also respect going Twilight. Gauntlets, a lot of the time, I think, rely more on vertical kills with those recoveries rather than horizontal kills, so he might be able to save himself a little bit. As far as going Twilight rather than maybe Shipwreck or something, because Shipwreck has a much higher ceiling.
Yes. But, you know, we also have this wedge over here, and the wedge does kind of throw in any sorts of thing here. Effie right now not really connecting with a lot of these Sairs, and Barcus is just trying to get in there and punish, but you know what? Neutral Light catches a Sair, and Effie is all of a sudden taking a very small lead right now.
Yeah, I respect what Barcus went for right there. He hit in there and went for a gravity cancel down light. If he would have landed that, that would have been a good combo, but I think it might have been more beneficial to just go for a down air instead in that situation. Maybe showing a little bit of lack of experience on the gauntlets. I mean, I'm not sure. He's using a default skin with yellow colors, so really I haven't taken the time to look at his level, but he might be a new Mordex player.
I don't know about that, but he does get kind of destroyed right there with that side sig off the wedge. I want to take a moment and just say that Effie's spacing with the spear towards the end of that first stock was really on point, and there's the size things that we love to see. Almost follows it up with a grab cancel downlight, but will actually get caught right there in Barcus' sig. Gonna get KO'd. Effie right now down to 2 stocks on a fresh 2 stocks, catches that neutral light. We're gonna see a follow-up, see a ton of unarmed game. There's a dare into the unarmed heavy, which was charged, doesn't get the KO. Oh, but he does catch the neutral light, and then the down sig not gonna get there. But Barcus is unable to engage, gets hit by another side sig, and right now Effie is up a whole fresh clean stock.
Guess maybe Effort just took that first game to analyze, because right now it's looking like he has Barcus downloaded, but Barcus actually responds with a huge unarmed combo. Effort already in the orange now. Barcus can definitely make this comeback, and honestly might just want to stick with unarmed for the rest of this game.
But you know, we're seeing the Scythe v Scythe matchup now, and Barcus at the start of our last game kind of won out in that Scythe v Scythe matchup. Doesn't catch the recovery though, but does catch it down light. No follow-up though. And it's exactly what you're saying. Barcus right now is bringing this back. I mean, Effie is in the red right now, and Barcus is looking to catch this KO sometime soon.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he does
And
get the
there
down
it
sig,
is.
but Effie has been looking very powerful on the Scythe this match, and for finding kills, he's been preferring the spear. I'm interested to see if he keeps up that pattern in order to close out this game. And I mean, against Gauntlets and Scythe, the game is never over, and you definitely can't
No.
get too comfortable if you're Effie.
But you know what? I would love this to go to a best of 3 because these two players are strong. They're playing a good game. The ground pound from miles above does connect with the weapon throw. Smooth dodge from Barcus. I mean, Barcus really trying to survive, but there we go. Sidelight. We're going to see a follow-up here from Effie with a recovery for the KO, and Effie is going to take the second game. Looks like we're going to go to a best of 3 right now between Barcus and Effie. 1-1 either character. Looks like we might get a legend swap from Barcus. That would be an interesting choice.
Yeah, I mean, despite the fact that that match looked very close at the end of the game, Effie had a solid, like, 200 damage on Barcus during that game. And when you count that up, that's a lot of a damage lead. And it's definitely understandable how Barcus lost that game. I don't know what else he would switch to. I mean, the Scythe and Gauntlets have been working pretty well for him. So maybe he'll swap to another Scythe character.
Oh.
And he's going to be Mirage Dittoing. Effie.
Mirage.
Oh, no, never mind. He's
Val
on Val.
choice. Val is real popular right now. I mean, her kit is on point. Her
Yeah,
kit is really on point.
I don't like the fact that he's not using the force stance. I'm interested to see if he maybe has a few problems killing. Because on Val, if you're not using the force stance, sometimes it can be a little rough to kill. I was gonna say when he was looking towards the Mirage Ditto, don't do that. Effie plays with Effie all the time. Please, for the love of God, don't do that. And apparently he listened to my inner mind and made the swap to Val, and I'm interested to see how his sword will work.
And here we go. We are in our game. Effie does catch that first Scythe, but you know, Barcus not far behind with those gauntlets.
Effie landing some solid early strings, reading the jump movements from Barcus, but Barcus getting a sick read and responding right back. This is gonna be a crazy third game. They're already reading each other back and forth.
I mean, you know, by the time you get to a third game, you're comfortable with your opponent's playstyle usually, right? And it gives you a lot of variety. There's the down air into a side sig. It doesn't get the KO, but does so much damage. Effie goes for that recovery, but gets knocked out by the sword recovery just a little bit there. Neutral light.
Jeez, this is ridiculous. This is flip-flopped of a regular game where when they have each other on the edge, they don't quite know how to close it out, even when their opponent's at a disadvantage. But in the neutral game, they'll just randomly read each other. They've got the weirdest read on each other ever where they don't know what to do in the neutral game or on the edge, but they know what to do after a hit. They almost always can read the dodge.
And you know, I think that side sig though, gonna catch the KO right there. I mean, it was just the tip, it was just the edge of the side sig, the range on it, really long. On all of Val's side sigs, the range on them is much farther than I think a lot of people realize. Effie just needs to catch this KO right now to stay, you know, in this game. Don't let a lot of damage happen. Catch a recovery, catch some kind of sig, you'll be all set. But right now, Barcus is playing a really nice game. Does just fall into that side sig from Effie. Effie switching over to the, never mind, holding on to that scythe. Barcus is gonna grab that sword right there.
I mean, Barcus definitely proving me wrong on the 4-force Val pick. I did not think that side sig was gonna kill any chance. But right now it's back to an even game, and Effie has decent control of the grounded neutral game, while Barcus seems to be getting him in the air.
I mean, right now Barcus is holding his lead right there. He's catching a lot of these side sigs. A lot of them are connecting. He catches the tip of that recovery, goes for a grab cancel neutral, doesn't really connect right there. And again, that side sig a little too open. But right now, Effie is the one who needs to make up some ground damage-wise. Does catch a neutral light, does catch a nair right there. Oh, nair, Sair. And we're gonna see any kind of a follow-up here. There's the dare with the input out to the left. Barcus will be able to recover here. He does catch the dare on the tip on the platform, able to recover to the other side, but will get knocked by that Sair. And the weapon throw to secure the KO.
Effer has a lead, and he definitely needs to push this if he wants to start feeling a little more comfortable about the end of this match. He needs to find some sort of string and not get too greedy, or else he's just gonna get side-sigged by Barcus, and it's a completely even game going into the last stock of Game 3.
Oh man. And they're fresh stocks. Here we go, folks. Go ahead, get some hype for the character you want, for the player you want to win right now. As the stock goes, we don't know what's going to happen. We're about 3 minutes into the game right now. Effie rocking that spear, and we've seen him do really nice things with that spear before. There we got the classic downlight set air combo right there. Goes for it again, not going to connect. But Barcus here just knows to bide his time, knows to just catch that neutral light, knows to catch a downlight, catch the damage where he can, and you can look at Effie's damage and you can realize that that's exactly what's happening right now.
Yeah, Barcus hitting one side sig. If he gets just a few more hits, Effie will actually be in kill range for that side sig.
Did you get the wall touch?
Oh, barely gets the wall
my
touch.
God.
Barcus actually stopped his ground pound a little early, so Effie was able to make it back. I think Barcus had the kill if he just kept doing that, that ground pound. But now Effie is definitely in kill range. Off stage, gets sword stared. Barcus just keeping him on the back foot.
Catches that unarmed recovery. Gonna see what we can do with these gauntlets here. There's a side sig, not gonna connect. Weapon throw. Effie playing the side, knows, you know, if I can bait him out, I have the weapon with the advantage in the air right now. I have that scythe. It's a tense game for Effie right now, because if Effie gets knocked by one more thing, Effie might not survive. I mean, that even that side light near, or side air rather, is falling set, right? Nearly gets the KO.
Barcus just does not know how to close this out. He keeps landing these stray hits on Effie, but none of them are killing. Effie now has Barcus in the kill range, and at this point, one hit from either side can end the game. Barcus has Effie on the ledge. Effie successfully recovers back, and they're playing very carefully, knowing that this could potentially be either of their last stocks in the winner's bracket.
Yo, you gotta watch out. The side sig out from the down sig from Effie for the KO. Oh, it comes out so fast. And Effie will advance. I mean, that was a phenomenal set. Both Barcus and Effie are playing so well right there. Holy cow.
And I'm not sure what exactly that meant, but Effie definitely, after he got that last stock, hit the facepalm taunt, which I'm not sure if he's facepalming maybe himself for letting that be such a close match. I mean, going into that, I definitely didn't expect Barcus to do as well as he did. He brought it to such a close match, despite the fact that I had never heard of him. And honestly, despite the fact that he went into the losers bracket, I'm really impressed with Barcus' play, and I'm looking to see him maybe make a run back through losers bracket.
Yeah, my favorite thing to always see is the players you see go down early. I love seeing them burn through the losers bracket and bring it all the way back. That kind of turnaround story, it gets my blood pumping, it gets my heart going. It's what makes me kind of happy on the inside. I think we're ready, though, to kind of get into our next game. It does look like we're going to be seeing Apricot from Noctum Via Torres and M for Mini from Bop. So we'll be.
I feel like I've heard of both of these people before.
Yes, they've
but
been
very,
around.
very faintly. Very faintly. Like, M for Mini, I know I've talked to on Steam before. Apricot, the name in general just sounds familiar. And I'm interested to see if we can get maybe some more Scythe picks, because from what I've been seeing so far, my prediction was correct, and a lot of EU players are using Scythe.
I mean, we've seen 3 games now? Like 3 players? I guess was there a Scythe in every game? At least one Scythe?
No, because the first game was Orion versus...
Oh.
Maybe I'm just thinking of the last game, but the last game was definitely a double Scythe, and
It was.
I know there are a lot of Scythe players in the bracket, but we got actually another Vrax coming out from Apricot, and the old Grim coming out from them.
No stances from either, but you know, we'll see what happens here with these choices.
Keeping that 3 dexterity.
You know, if you can make it work for you, you can make it work for you. Here we go. Looks like M for Mini gonna catch that first weapon. Not only gonna follow up, you know, open with that neutral air.
Yeah, M for Mini landing a Lance and neutral light, knocking him away. Right now he's actually dodging pretty aggressively. this is what you want to do against guns. He's just going very aggressively and not letting guns have the space that they need in order to space you out. And so Apricot wisely realizing that he should probably switch to the Lance. Now we got ourselves a Lance Ditto.
But for all of that, Apricot still has been taking a lot of hits right here and does get knocked out by that side sig right there. Beautifully timed from M for Mini. Catches that side sig as Apricot falls into it. Gonna opt out to switch to the axe. We haven't seen him play with the axe yet in this game, so it should be interesting to see. He's going for the dare approach. Can't fault him. Dares are a good way, you know, to use that hitbox of the axe. There's a downlight, side light, downlight. Man, I can't talk.
We got just about every single weapon. I was just thinking about it, and I'm like, which of these weapons counter each other? And I don't really know anything about these weapons versus each other, but just about every weapon that's being used in this game has some form of counter to gauntlets. I mean, Lance is commonly known as a counterpick to gauntlets. I think Boomy recently has been saying that Axe is very good against gauntlets, and guns overall are just solid right now. But M for Mini has a very solid lead, about to try to extend it to 2 full stocks.
See if you can do it with this axe pick right here. There's the Sair. Sair's not going to connect, but the neutral sig to spike off the left side of the platform. Beautifully done. M for Mini right now just taking the lead. Solidly up 2 stocks. Apricot has some ground to make up with this Rax to go ahead and make this work for him. He does catch that dare. Tries to crack and get following it up into a recovery. Recovery doesn't hit, and he actually gets punished with a Sair right there. M for Mini.
M for Mini is just playing this gun matchup perfectly. He's getting in on guns when guns should not be given space, and when guns are in space to range them, he perfectly outspaces it and then goes in for a counterattack. I'm not sure what kind of gun practice M for Mini has, but he looks so comfortable against these guns from Apricot.
He will live there, and using Sairs instead of some of his other movement options there to recover, which is a nice choice, because especially with Lance, you have that horizontal mobility in the air, and it's a really nice move to just kind of swap things up and change things around with your recovery. I mean, right now it's really a game of like Apricot needs to be careful. One good hit off the edge here is all it's going to take. There's a side light into neutral air, not going to get the KO, but we're going to see a punish here. No punish. Apricot was able to get out.
The chainsaw.
Cancel ground sig, which gets punished by the chainsaw. Oh,
this is what Ulgrim truly is. Just going for all the stylish chainsaws when you're 3 stocks up. And M for Mini is making all the Ulgrim players out there very proud right now. But Apricot, somewhat surprisingly, is not changing his character. Despite the fact that he did get 3 stocked. Maybe opting for a different map, as he does ban out Shipwreck Falls and they're going to Twilight. Still no stances from either side, though.
no. I mean, it could be, right, that Rax is Apricot's most comfortable legend, and you just got to roll with what you know. But, you know, second game, you figured out a little bit about how your opponent plays. Maybe that can play into Apricot's favor. He does catch that ground pound, downlight, to go ahead and secure his weapon pick right there. And M for Mini seems to be being just a little bit less aggressive right now. I think this map lends itself a little bit less with those platforms to kind of hounding your opponent with that lance. But for all of that, I mean, it's still a pretty solid opening set.
Yeah, I think Apricot wants to be playing a little less grounded and a little more in the air with those guns, because every time that he's on the ground, he's getting hit by M for Mini. And sometimes when he's in the air, he's able to hit those gun downers. I think being in the air against M for Mini is his best chance right now, but when he's on the ground, M for Mini is just punishing him so hard with this axe.
And we're going to see, I mean,
Getting
Apricot
very
just
scary.
trying to recover up to the left side. They're going to choose to opt out there, but does get dared into a Sair for the KO. I mean, M for Mini right now, like, hardly even damaged on his first stock. Apricot on the third stock. Apricot looking to be in a pretty bad position at the moment.
M for Mini is just playing brilliantly around the wedge on the right side. He was just zoning off all of Apricot's options over there, and he's looking to make this a 3 stock with even less damage taken from last game, as he's sticking with the axe now, knowing that it's working out very well for him, and he's getting all the reads.
Apricot is throwing out a lot of SIGs right now, and there's the slide. down sig for the KO. And I was just going to say that, you know, those sigs are leaving him really open for all of Emperor Mini's plays. But you know what? Good game. Emperor Mini will advance on in the bracket. And Apricot will drop down to the losers pool.
Well, I've seen it all, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen a double Ulgrim 3-stock on EU servers. You know, I thought this day would never come, but Emperor Mini, I'm actually excited to see his Ulgrim maybe go against some more experienced players in the bracket.
So we're getting here, and we're looking at here, and I'm looking. It looks like our players have joined the lobby for the next game. We're looking at Ice Hall and Uboom Tabi Chin. I'm sorry, I'm gonna call you Uku, or maybe just Boom. Probably call you Uboom.
If anybody in the chat knows what this, so once we switch back to the game, if anybody in chat knows what this flag is, I need to know, because I have never seen this flag in my life, and maybe this is just me being an uncultured NA player, but I mean, with the name Uboom Tabi Chin, and with that flag, I'm extremely confused about the origins of this Orion player, but he is level 50.
But with that, I think, Steve, if you're ready to jump into this game, I think we can give them the go-ahead.
All right.
All right.
I mean, I retract my previous statement about all the sites, because I think we've had significantly more lances than we've had sites. This is going to be our 5th lance player in this tournament so far, compared to only 2 sites. And I'm really interested. You don't actually see all that much lance, especially in NA nowadays. So I'm excited to see so many lance players in EU.
We're seeing the Bolivar out from Ice Hall, and from Uboom Tabi Chin, we're looking at that Orion, like you said.
It's Portugal, apparently. The flag is Portugal.
Cultured. That's what we are over here on the caster side of the stream. Small Mammoth Fortress is going to be our pick for this game here. Both of them rocking those sweet diamond borders, and we're going to jump right on in. I like seeing the extra movement speed from that Bolivar. You know, typically when I see that, I feel like it means they're going to be more aggressive and just kind of chase their opponent across the map. We'll see what happens. Ice Hall manages to get that hammer first, using it to great effect here with 2 sidelights into a dare. And Uboom here gonna opt for this lance, and is again using that lance so well right now, just catching all of those sidelights.
The snare drop. I'm actually, Uboom's strings so far on lance have been pretty impressive. I think he landed an unarmed side airing to pick up lance neutral light, which I've almost never seen. And Ice is actually just controlling the ledge right now with his sword.
Uboom looking to grab this weapon, gonna be that spear. We'll see how his spear play goes. He does catch that side light, follows up with the down sig, which does connect both players right now, and a lot of damage. And the dunk coming from Uboom, not gonna connect though. I mean, right now, it is so tense between these 2 players. Sure, it's the first stock, but when you're this damaged, that Ser not quite gonna get the KO, but again, gives Uboom a little bit of time to swap over to the Lancier, a weapon that I feel like maybe we'll see that he could be more comfortable with, but again, too early to tell. Beautiful weapon throw to allow him to recover onto the stage, and there's the down sig for the KO onto Ice Hall. Uboom taking the lead.
Yeah, if it speaks anything to which weapon Uboom might be more comfortable with, rather than edge guarding Ice after he downlight set him off stage, he just went back on stage to grab the lance and then went for a gravity cancel neutral sig. But regardless of what I just said, landing a double side light on Ice and tacking on so much extra credit damage, having not even lost his first stock, but our commentators cursed him, so.
Yeah. But for all of that, I mean, this is ramping up very early, very quickly to be a good set. Ice trying to get in there with the sword, but Uboom gonna pick up that lance, and we'll see what Uboom is able to do with this lance. We saw on that first stock, so effective. Ice gets knocked into that Ser, but does catch a neutral light, tries throwing out a side light, doesn't connect. He wasn't quite spaced right for that, but the side light will connect, double side light. And there's the Ser. I mean, Ice playing a really nice kind of defensive edge game right there, and immediately Uboom denies what I just said and recovering, catches a slide into the neutral sig for the KO.
These follow-ups are amazing. He just has no fear. He keeps hitting Ice and just dodging in and doing crazy stuff because he knows Ice isn't gonna punish him for it. And Uboom should really, I like the lance versus the hammer, and I think he should be using spear versus Ice's sword, because Ice His sword does not know how to deal with Uboom's spear right now.
Have no fear, Uboom is here. I mean, holy cow! I mean, Ice can bring this back, right? Oh,
The
such a good
recovery into
setup.
the left throw. Uboom is definitely feeling good about himself right now. Yeah,
Juice.
I've seen him loosen up so much between the first stock and now. I think he's feeling extremely comfortable in this setting.
He
And
does-
right now, he's got ice and kill percent.
Yes, but he did kind of miss up a little bit on the bottom of the platform right there. It does allow him to get ground pounded, but he does catch that Sair right there onto Ice Hall, and the recovery just going to pick up the KO right there. Uboom looking really good as we move on into this next game of this set. I gotta say, I'm enjoying these two players. It's Ice Hall by no means is a bad player. I think Uboom right now just has a little bit more control in the game.
Yeah, that was a JV2 on that game, which for those of you who don't know, that's not taking any damage on your last stock. So when you have one stock in your white health, it may as well at that point pretty much be a 2 stock. And so Uboom, despite the fact that Ice Hall had some good moments with his sword on the ledge, Uboom is just kind of dominating in the neutral game with his lance and spear. And I'm not surprised at all to see him sticking with the Orion. Interestingly enough, though, he is going with an extra defense.
I mean, that's the stance he had before, is the extra defense. And we're seeing the same Bodvar pick from Ice Hall, which is pretty, you know, it's pretty standard. I think a second game is going to give Ice Hall a lot of momentum or a lot of opportunity to turn it around. You're probably no. Small King's Pass.
Okay, so King's Pass makes more sense. I was thinking Thunder Guard because of the spear neutral sig on Orion, being able to knock them through the middle and get some early games. But King's Pass makes much more sense for that purpose, and I would not be surprised if we saw a little bit of, I mean, not sig spam, but using a lot of the Orion spear neutral sig in this game.
Wouldn't be surprised. We saw Ice Hall again start the game by getting that weapon, catching a little bit of an on-arm play right off the bat. But right now we're seeing Ice Hall without the weapon, really running at that weapon, allows him to get punished by that weapon throw. Uboom here, again, taking a pretty solid lead, throws out that dare, or downlight, not going to connect, sidelight, the dare. This is a good opportunity for Ice Hall if you can capitalize on it. You get someone in that pit, you can dare them to you know, oblivion. But unfortunately, just this aerial control, that Nair, outspacing Ice so well.
Unfortunate hit on the downlight there for Ice. I think he was looking to downlight dare Uboom into the center of King's Pass and maybe follow it up, but he got the very, very inwardmost hit of downlight and couldn't find a conversion off of it. He basically hit it stacked, and the hitboxing was a little weird. But right now, both players are in the red, and I think they're both in kill damage. Uboom is going to have a little bit easier of a time surviving.
Man.
And although he didn't go to the middle, he's definitely starting to pull out the Orion Spear and Sigs.
Yup. But you know what? I gotta give props to Ice. Ice is playing much already changes the playstyle a little bit here to be in a way to engage Uboom here. He's being slightly more cautious in his engagements, and it's allowing him to survive much longer on the stock. He does catch that Nair. I mean, both players are in position to KO. And watch out for the exactly what's going to happen. That ground pound from the hammer, so powerful, outspaces, outprioritizes the recovery from the spear, and does put Ice Hall in a bit of a lead here. If Ice Hall can just get some damage off in the stock, he'll be in a really good position. Unfortunately, the neutral recovery gonna even up the game very quickly.
And all of the weapons they're using right here are very good for the center of King's Pass. Sword, obviously, you can gimp with dares and ground pounds. Hammer, the ground pound and recovery, just like going down and then pulling them down. Going down and then pulling them from below. And then with the lance
Flash
as well. With lance, you can, the ground pound is very strong, and with spear, you have downer. So all these weapons are great for the center of King's Pass, and both of them seem a little scared, but daring to go in there.
I mean, Ice Hall taking a lot of damage, but you're right. I mean, we've been seeing them in this pit of doom, more or less, a lot of this game, just playing on the edge there, kind of trying to bait one out. The dare comes out. The weapon throw doesn't connect to Ice Hall, and Ice Hall needs to be a little careful here, but if you can just catch a little bit more damage, catch that recovery, we're going to see follow up with a ground pound, doesn't connect, but catches another recovery right there.
And
He's
another
baiting
one?
it out, catches another one. No, he got the wall touch.
Another
He should be a
one,
recover.
another
There's ground pound.
Oh,
Uboom
this
recovers under the, no. The missed dodge under
His
the
recovery
platform.
went just under King's Pass.
Oh, that
That hurts
hurts.
so much. Uboom has to get this kill before he takes too much damage from Ice Hall if he wants to win this game.
And Ice Hall right now catching so many of those sidelights with the swords. Oh, and by sidelights, I mean neutral lights the whole time. But there is the unarmed sidelight for the KO on Ice Hall. I mean, this is a very close game, folks. We could get some hype for this in chat. I think that would be appropriate. Hype. I don't know. What do you think, Steve?
I can't stress enough how impressed I am with these EU players right now. I have never heard of either of these players, and they are putting on a fantastic show with honestly, like, some pretty top tier play. They're both looking really good, and they know what they're doing in the neutral game. And Ice Hall with an amazing Uboom.
Oh, runs out of jumps. That means we're going to go to a third game, which I don't know about you guys, but that's okay with me. I'm really about this.
If you're Uboom, that's gotta hurt. He had essentially 2 SDs. The first one when he dodged under King's Pass, and the second one right there when he got down like there. All he had to do was either go left or right to grab the wall or dodge towards the wall, and he did a neutral dodge and fell straight down the middle.
That's so
gotta be a heartbreaker for Uboom.
It's the worst because it's like, I don't know if he uses a keyboard or controller or whatever, but like sometimes you're just like, my thumb went that way, and the controller's like, no, you didn't. How about you neutral dodge?
Uboom getting rid of King's Pass, doesn't want to go back there, and we're left with Twilight, Mammoth, and Shipwreck, probably the 3 most common maps in this level
I'd love to see
play.
Shipwreck. We haven't seen Shipwreck yet.
Oh man!
Oh yes.
Speak of the devil, nice call.
Should go gambling later. Jokes.
I can't, but.
Oh man.
I'm trying to think of how this pick works out for both players, because as far as on the ledge, once again, if Uboom hits 1 spear and sig on the ledge on this map, Ice Hall is probably just dead right there if he's at any sort of notable percentage. And okay, Uboom almost died right there. He's got to be a little more careful on this ledge and his jump management.
What I love from both these players is just how they space with each other. And this is why the Lance recovery is both so good at recovering and then so bad. Because if you hit someone with a fully charged Lance recovery, it stops you where their body connects, and that can stop what needs to be a bigger distance recovery. And I think it's one of the only recovery that does that. All the other ones move through, but Lance is stopped.
Bo, I think gets a little stopped.
Oh, Bo does
by momentum. But Ice, like, that stuff was so good. I think Uboom might have actually been able to recover if a big part of knowing how to play Lance and how to recover with it is if they try to stuff out your recovery like that, the second that you hit them, you can instantly diagonal chase dodge, and Uboom did it a little bit late. And that's why he wasn't able to survive. But Ice is building a full stock lead on him right now.
Although Uboom trying to have a control over this game, and it does catch the dare, and that should KO, and it does KO Uboom, bringing it down to 2 stocks. Steve, you know what I just heard?
What?
Hashtag Uboom is tabby.
Oh, like Habby Legion?
Tabby.
Oh, wait.
You can see it's in the middle of his name.
Oh.
For the sake of consistency, though, I'm gonna keep calling you Uboom because I like it.
I really like
Nair. Yeah, it's a pretty great name, and he does outspace that ground pound with the Nair right there. Beautifully done, and I mean Uboom is surviving, which is beautiful. It's exactly what he needs to do. Trying to space out a little bit with these weapon throws. Tries for that side light, doesn't connect. Gets hit by the Sair from Ice Hall. Uboom down to his final stop.
He needs to stick with this spear, because from what I've been seeing, he's been doing significantly better with the spear than he has been with the lance, especially against the sword. And Ice is just weapon guarding him. He doesn't want Uboom back on that spear. He is significantly afraid, but apparently Uboom doesn't even need a weapon because he's landing a bunch of great unarmed combos, and a few more hits and Ice will be in kill damage from an Orion Spear Ensig or an Orion Spear Downsig, which Uboom is already looking for.
Can we appreciate the speed that Ice Hall back dodged when he saw the startup of the Downsig? That was perfectly timed. Yeah. And there's the dunk, gonna be punished by the side light. At least side lights basically like have never killed ever with a sword in history.
I've done it, I swear.
Oh.
Back when, not after the change for sure recently, but when it used to send more upwards rather than
Okay.
horizontal. Not anymore though. I'd be very surprised to see someone kill with a sword sideways.
Oh!
That
Down
thing
6
is
for the
so
KO.
good for killing. So here's the thing with Uboom and Orion Spear neutral signature. All he needs is one, and then another one, and Ice is dead. That is all you need on Orion Spear and Sig if you're on the ledge of Shipwreck Falls, and that's why I actually love this pick for Uboom.
We'll see if you can capitalize on that and make it work. That spear throw, save him from that nair just a little bit. Give him a little bit of space. Using the nair on the spear, again, to his advantage. If he does get caught by that Sair, we'll have to recover. Throws the weapon. He does have a dodge. The ground pound from Isol not going to connect. Isol speeding in here with those dodges.
Smart recovery from Uboom. He went low when, or he went high when Ice tried to cover the ledge option with hammer ground pound. I wonder if that kind of situation will happen again if Uboom can guess right. He'll probably have to, but Ice is just looking for the final finishing Sair. That should probably kill on this map, provided that it's not from one side to another.
But Uku really riding that momentum that the Lance has really effectively. There's a sidelight down Sig. He does get dared. He will live. There's the weapon down. You got to watch out. There's the stomp coming out from Isol. Isol knows he's a breath away from getting this stock. There's the stomp. No, misses the follow up with the Sair. I assume that at this damage that is no longer true. Beautiful dodge through from Ukuboom.
So
not gonna get KO.
Uboom, maybe, I mean, he can look for, I think, a Lance sidelight into Orion neutral Sig would kill at this damage. A down Sig, maybe even a spear recovery. Both players are on their last hits. And we again have a game 3 last stock red.
Nice weapon throw right there. Gives him a little time, throws the weapon, and he's been doing real good stuff with that arm, so I'm not too worried about him, but he hits.
Oh, the recovery drops. It doesn't have force. He gets the... It drops on the last hit. That definitely would have killed. And the Sair
does not kill.
Quite killing Uboom
and he has
yet.
recovery options. He might be able to do it with his dodge. No, he's too far out.
He's so far away.
All
he
his
couldn't
recovery
even
options
come
right
back from the blast zone. Was that...
Oh, man.
How did he not even get back into the magnifying glass? That's ridiculous. I think he's just about as far out as possible.
Oh, Tabby's saying sticky keys. So perhaps his first dodge triggered a little early. And I don't know. But either way, we did just see Isol come back 2 games in a row. Will advance.
I'm actually trying to figure out how it's possible that he was so far out that one dodge, a jump, and a fully charged Lance recovery, another dodge, and then falling while also holding to the side. Even all of that was not enough to get him even out of the magnifying glass.
I mean, that's pretty insane. And you got to say props to both players for what was really a phenomenal set right there. Keep an eye on Uboom as he's in that losers bracket, because we could see him make a comeback. I mean, players like that, you never know, and that would be a kind of a true love story, so to speak. But we are about ready to get into our next game here, our next start here. So why don't we switch over to the game? We got Spider Pig, or sorry. It's Spider Pig. I looked at it and I read Spiderp 1G, but it's Spider Pig. And Dark Knight Thresh out here from Annoying and Bop, respectively. And I think we're going to be seeing some good games here. I mean, we're looking at 2 legends who are both gun legends, right? We got the Ada pick and we got the Cassidy pick. No stances so far out from either of them. We're looking at
Spider Pig already playing the mental game of using the Brawl Halloween picture from like last year's Halloween, showing, you know, I've been around for a fair amount of time. I have a level 45 Ada to your level 18 Cassidy. Be scared of me, because I'm using Black Ada, I'm using Jade Blasters. So many cosmetics on the side of Spider Pig. And Dark Knight Thresh is just like, yeah, I'll use default Cassidy. Sunset colors that you can get from unlocking. I'm good.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and switch over to the game, and I'll give them the go ahead and we'll get going. I'm pretty hyped for this game.
I mean, it's another one of these games where I'm like, I feel like I've heard Spider Pig's name for sure. And Dark Knight Thresh, I don't know, but I couldn't put a finger on like who they play or how they play. This is, I mean, Spider Pig, just from all the cosmetics that he has, I'm gonna say that he has the edge in this match, despite the fact that he doesn't have a diamond border like Dark Knight Thresh has.
Hashtag it's all about the cosmetics. But you know, I know Spider Pig's name. I know Spider Pig to be a fairly strong player. So who knows what's gonna happen? And it's always fun to see these gun matchups because guns. It's so cool to see people who are good with guns outspace each other. But immediately right off the bat, Spider Pig saying, "I have that spear."
Oh.
Holy cow! And there's the KO. Spider Pig untouched, flawless, and that was
0 to death.
Can we clip that, please? Because that was beautiful. That was a 0 to death in about 10 seconds right there.
Dark Knight Thresh looking to answer back, but Spider Pig is still just going so aggressive, even on these guns, which are sometimes viewed as a more spacing-oriented weapon. He's just going in on Dark Knight and using these dares to pressure him, going for the ground pound. This, holy downlights there.
This so far is a little bit of a massacre. We'll see if Dark Knight can turn this around and make it work. You know, maybe it's just a little bit of like early game, you know, sacrifice of life to learn how you play, make it a deal with the devil or something. I don't know, but I mean, right now Spider Pig is the ground pound. Doesn't get the KO quite, and the weapon throw
The
will hit
meteor
him.
weapon throw, holy. And with 1 minute having passed, Spider Pig's already 2 stocks up.
You know, not looking so hot for Dark Knight.
Man, Spider Pig just catching him going for this weapon. Dark Knight can't get to the weapon without getting punished by Spider Pig's guns. This is so brutal.
But you know, you gotta realize also, it's like if you're gonna go for the weapons and make it really clear you're going for the weapons, it gives your opponent a really good idea of how to position themselves to punish you for that weapon pick. The ground pound doesn't allow him to get KO'd by that recovery, but I mean, on the edge here, so dangerous. Spider Pig gonna catch the downlights there for the KO off the edge, and that's a 3-stock. It's our first 3-stock on stream, maybe our first 3-stock in the game, and we're gonna move on to our second match of this set. Oh,
He
man.
took that first stock so fast. If I was Dark Knight Thresh, I'm pretty sure anybody would be tilted after that first stock. And getting 3-stocked on stream in under 2 minutes is not necessarily the most fun thing. And he's saying, okay, maybe I should switch to maybe I
Lucian.
should switch to Lucian rather
But
than
you
the
know,
Cassidy. I didn't even see him use that hammer once, I think.
I don't think he did. I don't think he like had a hammer there.
I don't think he had a weapon.
But you know, sometimes when it's that definitive, you know, all you can do is be like, wow, and just kind of laugh it off a little bit, because the alternative, you know, it hurts a little bit.
3, 2,
But
yeah,
we're
he's
getting into
doing-
it.
Neither players are actually using a stance. Ada keeping with the 3 defense, and Lucian keeping with the 3 force. Maybe he's thinking he doesn't need any extra force to kill Spider Pig. As long as he plays this neutral game a little smarter than last game, he can do a little better this game. And so far he is with that Nair to recovery. Both players responding back and forth.
And the guitars, I mean, the guitar swap seems to be doing really well for him. Right now, he is taking a little bit of a lead. Of course, Ada is a lower defense legend, but she's dishing out so much damage right now with these strings and with these combos. The weapon throw, we're going to see a follow-up. The ground pound not going to connect. Recovery does connect the dare. Second recovery does not connect. Dark Knight able to follow through it, but the Batman will be knocked out there with the down sig.
Yeah, and Spider Pig having a little more trouble this game, but still taking the first stock. This time in a minute rather than 20 seconds. A little bit slower, but still very smart play coming out from Spider Pig. I'm liking his aggressive approaches and aggressive follow-ups on this spear and guns. He always dodges after his attacks and goes for a Nair on spear, a dare on guns, or something along those lines. And right now he's sort of controlling the game again.
I mean, sure, he's in the red, but I mean, he's done already so much damage to Dark Knight. So even though Dark Knight is playing a much better or much more successful game here, oh wow, the dare into the weapon throw, into the ground pound for the KO off the left side. Woo. Beautiful.
it doesn't even look like Dark Knight is playing bad. It just looks like Spider Pig is so good at Brawlhalla and is controlling the entire game. And Dark Knight, being pretty playful, he takes a stock and ends up taunting to sort of laugh it off and trying to respond a little bit back to Spider Pig, putting him into orange on the second stock. Already doing a little better than, or already doing a lot better than last game.
Oh man. Oh man, I mean, no 3-stock like you just said. Dark Knight, if you can get the stock out, I mean, it's going to be a much more even game. And what would happen if this went to a game of best of 3? You know, Spider Pig though does catch this edge guard opportunity with the neutral light. Not going to get ground pounded and punish the grab with a grab cancel neutral sig.
You know, I'm gonna say that was 100% planned by Spider Pig. He spear ground pounded because he knew that Dark Knight would be like, oh, this is my chance to bring you down to 1 stock. I got a ground pound. Then he just turns around with a gravity cancel neutral sig on spear. Spider Pig. Is that the first or second maybe 2-0 that we've seen? Definitely the most convincing.
I think it's the second 2-0 we've seen, but yeah, definitely the most convincing there. Spider Pig will move on in the bracket. Dark Knight Thresh will go down to the loser bracket. And, you know, sometimes that happens. Sometimes maybe you're having an off day, or maybe your opponent is just, you know, chewing those beast pills. I don't know. But that's what happens.
Ooh, so we're going to have...
Talk to me.
You know, Innovation Esports, Daz, which I don't know who that is exactly, versus Lands, who's currently a member of the in-game clan Z Reborn, which is a super old reference to a clan back in like 2015 or early 2016.
There you
Throwing
go
it
again, Steve.
way
showing your
back.
age, being you know, an ancient Brawlhalla person here. Wow. I gotta
Lance,
say,
I think is one of the. I'm trying to remember if Lance is also one of the people who was unhappy with his placing in the Stream Me Legend series and was sort of one of those people who were like, okay, I'm gonna get a little more serious and I'm not gonna let that happen again. Just gonna give them the go ahead, but it looks like they're trying to decide who locks in first. You don't
ooh.
really have that kind of back and forth that often, but looks like Daz is going to be going with the cross. I actually
Interesting.
forgot that was a skin, and I actually love that skin plus the boxing gloves.
Yeah.
That looks amazing.
It's pretty fly.
And
then,
Lance, you know, showing off his level 100 Scarlet. No biggie.
folks, let's get some hype because this should be a really good match. Knock on wood. I mean, these are both like high profile, large names here in this match right now, and let's get started in. Scarlet, always a fun legend to watch, to see what she does with that hammer. It's you know, it's surprising sometimes. Land's gonna go ahead and catch that hammer immediately. Daz quickly picks up the weapon pick over on the left side. And I think right now we're just seeing each player kind of not space, but kind of feel one another out, you know? Feel how the aggressive or you know, how they're gonna play this neutral game is gonna be. Although Lands is just saying, come down into the pit and let me do some unarmed combos on you. And Daz,
down a little bit. Sorry to cut you off.
No, good.
The matchups down a little bit. Lance is said to be a counterpick to Gauntlets, which is probably why Daz is opting for only using these guns right now. And I think that's a wise decision because I don't know that Lance or Hammer really do that well against guns in general. As far as, well, I'm trying to think, is Daz? No, because I'm thinking, I know there's a player named Daze, but I think that's an EU or an NA player. And Daz, I feel like I've heard his name before, but I don't know. I know it says that he was sponsored by Innovation Esports. Not sure if that's what that is, but I'm totally out of loop with the EU scene. So,
Daz is a fairly well-known EU player. Again, Anyways, let's get back to this game. We're looking at both players here on their first stick still. Surviving Daz down here in the pit. Does not get ground pounded. Throws the Sair out, but gonna survive with the weapon throw from Lands. Really, really nicely done. And this the dare. Catching Lands' side air. Daz here trying to play a strong game with the gauntlets, but she's gonna get killed with the hammer throw from Lands. Beautifully done. We'll see if Lance can go ahead and keep this up, keep the momentum going, get some damage done out to Daz, or if Daz is able to catch the ground pound or some kind of KO here. He does go for a slide neutral sig, which does get punished, and goes for a down sig, which also follows up with the punish. And right now, Lance playing a nice game. Will get ground pounder right there. Daz throws up the Sair, does not connect. Lance, the down sig, Scarlet's down sig. I've seen it too many times in the last couple of weeks, but we all know it is a very strong down sig with that Lance. Lance, you're just doing so much damage and surviving. Neutral sig not gonna connect. That's with a nice kind of neutral dodge right there, and the ground pound comes out, gets him Saired, and the recovery will not KO.
This is a theme that we've been seeing a lot with EU games, where the first stock, first off, amazing downlight to ground pound by Daz, but the first stock, they get each other to red relatively quickly, and then it's like straight 1 minute of playing a very patient neutral game, trying to get the first kill. And then after that, whoever got the first stock just goes off on the other person and builds up a massive lead. And we're seeing that time and time again with these EU players. And this time, Lance was the benefactor of that pattern, as he's currently got a lead on Daz. Daz trying to make it back with the gauntlets, though.
Oh, man. I mean, Daz has been doing a nice job of trying to make it back with his gauntlets as well. I mean, look at that damage. If Daz can just survive and he does catch that neutral light, he's going to punish that side sig. Not quite. Did I say side sig? Down sig.
Lance was actually struggling in the Lance versus Gauntlets matchup, and so he switched to Hammer. But going back to that Lance, he does manage to find an end sig, which I'd say is probably one of Scarlet's best sigs out of her entire kit. The Lance end sig is so strong, and it's such a good angle, and sometimes it's not very punishable.
Daz saying, kind of mind recovering out into the middle, but actually saying, no, I'm going to stay on this wedge. Gonna go grab that weapon. Immediately knows its guns, immediately throws it down to a downlight to kind of outspace Lance and give him a little bit of breathing room. But right now, the damage is already so high on Daz. Lance has been doing work with this Lance. There's a side light. Gonna try and follow it up, but falls right into the down sig from Daz. Woo!
Great down sig from Daz, honestly. That was a very spicy down sig, for sure.
Spicy with the capital S. Land's gonna go ahead and pick up that hammer. I mean, we're down to a final stock. Both legends, both players are strong in the air. Both have the potential to get a game. I like that recovery option from Lands going out to the left side, because if you kept going in, Daz could have caught a bunch of dares. Dares can KO if you get 2 or 3 of them in a row. And right now, Daz turning the game around, getting a little bit more damage done to Lands than the other way around. We'll see what happens.
So scary for Lands. He's in the center of King's Pass. You know Gun Ground Pound's gonna kill. You know Gauntlet Ground Pound's gonna kill. Especially since Cross has so much force. Lands needs to be a little more careful if he wants to win this next game, because Daz was just able to build up so much damage so quickly with, even though he's taking a point out of force from Cross, Cross still has 6 force, which, I mean, Scarlet also has a fair amount of force, but Lands was, it seems like he was being a little negligent of how much damage Daz can deal in such little time, and I'm excited to see where they go for game 2. Hopefully not King's Pass, because that map is,
Small Great Hall. Interesting choice. You don't. I mean, I don't often see this map. I think as a pick. These platforms allow you so much more shenanigan potential here, and then they can also block ground pounds that would otherwise KO or other moves, because you land and then all of a sudden you're grounded and you're not aerial based anymore. But right off the bat, we're seeing Daz take a lot of damage and then immediately return it and dish it out back to Lance. The ground pound comes out and gets punished with a dare. Lance going to recover out to the right side of the platform.
So I can tell you that generally on this map, what I see is that players with the better edge game prefer this map, and players with the better edge game win on this map, because the inner stage is kind of really crowded, and a lot of the time to escape being above or below someone that you don't want to be, you have to revert to the ledge, and then this kind of edge play game starts, and they're already on the edge fighting each other.
And they're both already in kill percents. Daz here catches the side sig for the KO, and that's going to put Lance at a slight disadvantage here. Daz opting to keep the guns, immediately gets dared into a recovery, just perfectly timed. I mean, we just saw Lance say, "I'll wait out your attack," and then KO you. It's beautifully done. Using that invulnerability to the best of his ability.
That was a super weird hitbox that Lance just landed on the Lance down air. It like only hit with the very last hitbox of it and didn't send Daz anywhere. So he wasn't actually able to string into a neutral light like he probably wanted to, but he's got Daz on the ledge, goes for a Lance ground pound, but it misses. Now Daz has Lance in an unfavorable position, hitting the gun downer, but both just return to the stage, and Daz is a little more behind than Lance is. Daz in the orange, Lance also in light orange.
All right. There's a stomp into Dare coming out from Lance. Again, this stock... Oh, Lance dodged just a couple frames safe on that neutral sig. I mean, this stock is quickly becoming like that first stock. Very high damage on both players. Very strong plays from both players. I mean, that recovery coming out from Daz. Daz throws out a neutral sig. It doesn't connect. But there's the Nair with the weapon throw. Doesn't secure the KO. But Daz catches that recovery. Not going to KO. Daz here picks up the gum recovery for the KO onto Lance. Daz is, again, in the lead here.
Yeah, this is such a close game, but in these situations where both players are red, this seems to happen every time. Daz gets the first kill, Lance follows it up almost immediately, and then Daz uses his invincibility to snag a weapon, and then we're just back to it. We may as well have started this game with 3 less minutes and 2 less stocks, because that's what we ended up with.
Oh, man, and keep in mind that Daz right now is the one up. And Daz has been pretty consistent with getting these KOs in this game first. So if that pattern continues, Daz is going to be in a good position. Either way, though, it looks like Lance is saying this is the last stock. And Lance catches a side air for, I don't know if you would even call that a gimp, off the left side. Just beautifully played. Damage not even that high for the KO. And it means we're going to go to a game 3.
That was actually a fantastic side air. And Daz is instantly, without even thinking about it, just swapped to Scarlet. And we're going to see a Scarlet Ditto only in EU, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to have a Game 3 Scarlet Ditto between 2 very skilled players in EU?
3, 2, 1.
I'm scared. Game start. Daz is the one who's going to catch that Lance first. And using it to get... And uses it to secure his hammer pick as well. Lands without a weapon. We'll see if Lance is able to catch this weapon here. Daz playing the guard game pretty strong, but Lance able to catch that Lance.
I'm trying to decide what this means from Daz. I mean, is this sort of saying, you know what, you're only winning because you're playing Scarlet. I have a better Scarlet than you. Let me show you who's the real Scarlet on stream. Or is this maybe Daz being a little tilted and being like, oh, this character's so easy, let me show you, dude. I mean, Scarlet, if you think about her weapons, you have Hammer and Lance, which when you hear people complain about which weapons are really good, those 2 are almost never brought up under any scenario.
Yeah, fair enough. But, you know, we're seeing Lance take the lead here with another beautiful, not even a slide. He just ran off and caught that Sair perfectly spaced, perfectly positioned for the KO. I mean, Daz picking the Scarlet is the one, like, he has to prove himself now with this legend pick. And while it might give Lance a bit different to something to, you know, to puzzle out, you are playing this dude's maybe main, but either way, he's the legend. He's been playing a lot. The Zunsig's coming out, not really connecting. I mean, Lance already getting Daz into the orange here, and it is not a great position for Daz at the moment.
Oh my gosh! Following up with a second recovery and catching his return back to the stage so early with that cider. He is not giving Daz any room to breathe, even when Daz is like in the magnifying glass on the side of the stage. Lance is just chasing. And the thing that you have to be so careful about in this matchup is that both characters deal so much damage to each other. You can go to 0 to red in a matter of 5 seconds if you're not careful about it, and Lance landing some already damaging combos.
I mean, Daz is just not in a great position. Catches the stomp, misses the Sair. This damage, I don't believe that's true anymore, which is unfortunate. The downsig not going to connect. Daz without a weapon. maybe choosing to do something unarmed here, maybe opting to go for that weapon and saying, you can't have it, I'm going to take it. It's just another Lance. And the Sayer does catch the KO onto Lance. So no matter what happens, we're not going to see a 3-stock here, but Lance, you know, still comfortable right now with the momentum he's got garnered in this game and still comfortable with the lead he has in this game. Side sig coming out from Lance, not going to connect. And Daz right now, again, playing this unarmed game, and it's so dangerous. The stomp into Dare doesn't catch the KO. The Nair just kind of adding a little bit of some damage, and there's the ground pound.
A 2-stock in game 3. Maybe not the right swap to Scarlet for Daz. And near the end of that game 3, I was seeing a little bit of signs from Daz of maybe some tilt. One of the most common ones was when he was getting knocked up into the air. He was ground pounding back to the stage, which is always a big no-no because you can just get knocked continuously
knocked out.
And his movement was looking a little slower. He was using less chain dodges and more just like walking around. So I'm wondering if maybe Daz is having some issues with tilting, especially because he was the one who made that decision to swap to the Scarlet Ditto that eventually ended up sealing his own fate in the winner's bracket.
Yeah.
Or at least I'm assuming that was the winner's bracket.
Again, some good games, and you got to say, like, in that first game, I mean, those first couple of stocks were pretty hype. I mean, you didn't really know who was taking the lead there or what was going to happen, and it, you know, sometimes that's the way it falls out.
Games 1 and 2, like, if you showed games 1 and 2 without names, and then game 3 without names, there'd be like, are these the same 2 players playing? I think Lance just played someone else game 3. Daz wasn't really looking like the Daz that we saw in games 1 and 2, and it was a lot more rough for him. But regardless, we have another game ready.
That we do.
Q4R versus Palm. Q4R, I have heard and seen a lot of in the EU scene.
Yes. And as for Palm, I know Palm is also a name I've seen thrown around in the EU scene as well. So I expect that this game should be, you know, fairly hype, hopefully. I mean, they already know immediately what maps they want to knock out. Small Mammoth Fortress will be our first map here. A Tori pick from Q4R versus the Sentinel pick from Palm. We don't see a lot of Sentinels anymore, honestly. I don't know that we ever did, but I like it. I mean, Sentinel, hammer and guitar, maybe not in the best, you know, best position, meta-wise, but either way, he's still got a good kit with those sig, side sig, down sig. A lot of them can dish out a lot of damage and have pretty high force on them too. So we'll see if that's going to take kind of point or take a play in this game.
Yeah, and I think that makes sense when you listed out the weapons that Sentinel has of why we don't see that much of him anymore. A lot of Qatar players stopped playing Qatars after the nerfs, and Hammer, ever since I think it was like sometime after Winter Championships, it got some decently heavy nerfs. It made it harder to kill with down air, and you haven't seen that much of either weapon, and especially not Sentinel as a character, but he has great SIGs.
He's the Nash Hammer. And you know, he was doing a lot of work early on with those guitars. Q4R has managed to kind of recover that. And if you've been looking at Q4R, you see that he's very careful about when he chooses to engage, right? He uses those dodge very effectively. And we saw a little bit of right there, right? He moved back just so he didn't get hit by that hammer and followed up immediately with the down light side air for that KO. And it's kind of beautifully done on that stock, you know. Palm here gonna opt out to go back to those guitars. I think that's a good choice. Not sure about the killing potential, but you know, I'll eat my foot, eat my words. That side stick will come out real quick and catch the KO, evening up the game to 2 stocks for both players.
I think Q4R is probably going to want to keep Palm above him in this matchup, because if you think of Qatars, their most downward option, their fastest downward option would probably be the down air, and that only covers in the diagonal. So if Q4R stays right under Palm and hits him with repetitive sword recoveries or spear nairs, I don't know what Palm's going to be able to do, and I'd like to see Q4R play the vertical game a little more than the horizontal game.
I mean, we'll see if he chooses to do that. Maybe that's an adaptation he'll make later in this game or for the next game. Either way, we'll see what happens. I mean, Palm has been playing so well with his guitars. If you look at the damage, up until that point, it was fairly even. Nice spacing right above the hitbox on that neutral sig from Q4R.
There
The
we go.
Nair.
We had him below Palm, but Palm is actually getting back down to the stage with very smart landings. Q4R getting a gravity cancel downlight into recovery, not quite killing. Goes for the downlight Sair. Palm is off stage, and Q4R lands just a
Sair.
very clean Sair.
Oh, Palm
But
will
he-
Palm!
Palm fast fell.
Fast
If he
fall.
didn't fast fall,
Oh.
Palm would have survived, and I was about to laugh at Q4R because Q4R was convinced that Palm was dead. He did a little NSIG show-off type thing.
Oh no. That's so unfortunate. Again, you know, it could be that it almost looked like he bounced off the platform, just a miss input or something. Either way, unfortunate. Beautiful turnaround right there. He gets Q4R gets 2 sword recoveries there, and Palm is like, nah, my dude, and catches that dare for the kill off the top of the screen. And now we're looking at basically just another reset here. It's very even all across the board. If I was Palm, I'd be worried about Q4R on the edge, because his edge play has been on point the entire game, except even on that second stock where he thought he had it. He's still able to get all of those sidelights, all of those downlights to connect on the edge, and that's something that I would be so worried about.
Palm is starting to look a lot more comfortable on these guitars right now. Every time he's doing a hit, he's doing some fancy like chase dodge into follow-ups. That N-Sig was so close to killing. Sentinel Sigs are so strong. A side Sig and N-Sig on guitars will definitely kill. A side Sig on hammer.
Oh.
You know, there's so many things that would kill Q4R right now, and vice versa for Palm.
And there's the Sair coming out for Q4R. Q4R throws the
Careful
dare
about
out.
this hammer recovery.
Recovery. And there's the dare. Nice dodge. Palm here needs to get back on the stage. Every time he's off the edge is so dangerous. The stomp, no follow-up. Unfortunately, the side stick for the KO. Palm is gonna take it,
Player 2 wins.
and we'll see our next game here. I'm hyped, you guys. I love seeing good Sentinel play. I love seeing Katars, because we don't see Katars that often anymore. And you know, you get some pretty fly stuff here. Swap out to Bodvar for Q4R. What are your thoughts on that, Steve?
I mean, Q4R, his sword was definitely looking, I think, stronger than his spear. When you saw Palm on the edge, especially with that hammer, Q4R had the spear, and he was sort of like, I don't know if I'm comfortable enough to approach a hammer on the edge with this spear.
3, 2,
So maybe he wants to go hammer versus hammer, and we're going to have a recovery fight where they're just pulling each other down one after another. And I've seen Q4R's hammer, and I think it's very good. So
We'll see. I mean, early on, right now, it's holding true. Palm is the one taking a little more damage here, but again, first stock, you kind of just like, how is the opponent going to play this game? You know, what's their approach? What's their lead in? Palm saying, I don't need the hammer, switching over to guitars.
a very I don't want to say like sidetracked, a very unconsidered matchup, I think. Even back, and I noticed this back when I was a hammer player, like super consistently, is that I think hammer actually does pretty well against guitars in general. Like, not a lot of people consider it, but hammer recovery and hammer Sair, and the way that you can utilize weapon throws to your advantage against guitars, make hammer versus guitars an actual good matchup for hammer, and that could be another reason why Q4R may have switched to Bodvar.
You know, you're right. I had never thought about that. And from what we were seeing, you know, that holds true. He was doing a lot of damage with that hammer. But opting out to switch up to the sword, you know, a little bit of a quicker weapon, I think, and maybe able to break through Palm's defense just a little bit faster, a little bit quicker. But switch right back to the hammer here. The Nair doesn't get the KO, or doesn't connect either, rather, at all. Palm does get Sair right there. No weapon for him. He dares first to recover in low, and we'll get the dare onto the side of the platform, but gets immediately recovered on by Q4R for the KO. Q4R in the lead.
Q4R definitely showing that he knows what he's doing with that hammer, with a sort of ledge trap where he did a ground pound to cover if Palm went low, and then it instantly recovered to cover the higher. But Palm almost dying to this sword gimp.
Woo!
Q4R clashes a little bit on one of those dares. That could have been it if that clash didn't happen, but already putting Palm into the orange while Q4R is already on his first stock. Q4R is building a sizable lead right now.
3 nairs. Oh man, 3 nairs and a dare. I was like, how many nairs are there going to be? But Palm with the downlight recovery for the KO. Palm has ground to recover, though. We're looking at this. So much damage built into him right now. Q4R, again with those hammers. We'll see if Palm can get into that guard, break Q4R's guard here with the guitars and get some damage done. But again, Q4R being so patient and so careful with how he chooses to engage. Look at how he positions himself around Palm, waiting for a break, waiting for a mistake to get in there and do the damage. It really is a pretty cool thing to watch and see. Palm switches to the hammer, tries catching a weapon throw combo right there. Doesn't quite get it, but unarmed might be a good option for him here over guitar or hammer. But he will recover into the ground pound from Q4R. Gonna get KO'd.
Yeah, if you ever want to look at the stun time of weapon throws, that was a fantastic example where Palm threw his hammer at Q4R, and Q4R was just stuck there for a few seconds while Palm missed an unarmed side air. But right now, Q4R
Palm
is landing some amazing sword combos and edge guards, utilizing a weapon throw and then keeping him off stage with Sayers. A down light. Oh my, that would have been so sick. It was so close.
I mean, Q4R has been playing a pretty hype game this whole stock, and it's the same thing.
Oh my
Palm may
god.
not be recovered. Palm gets knocked out there. Q4R will take the win. We are gonna go to a best of 3 here, which is pretty exciting. We'll see if we get a legend pick from Palm. Queen Nai. Let's go with the 4-speed. You guys don't know, I used to main Queen Nai, like 300 hours in Queen Nai. I'm still terrible with her, but I love me a good Queen Nai, so I am hype as heck for this match.
Q4R going for the color swap as well from black to white for no apparent reason.
Yo,
But
it's symbolic.
I support it.
It's
and
symbolic.
It's so strange how if you saw Q4R's sword on Hattori versus Q4R's sword on Bodvar, it's essentially the same weapon aside from SIGs, but character familiarity can play such a big part in how well you play your weapons on each character.
Right? But not only that, you have to take the stat differences on these legends are pretty big. I mean, Queen Nai is like the definitive tank, Like, even with stances that take away defense from her, she's a tank. She can eat damage like nobody's business.
And a good side sig sending Palm off stage, probably looking for this hammer side air, stomp side air, and that should be Palm's first stock. Very good weight by Q4R on the ledge.
Right off the bat, we're seeing this Nai pick might not be the best choice for Palm, but we'll see if Palm can turn it around. The damage isn't too... There's not too much of a huge damage discrepancy, although Palm unable to connect. Neutral light will connect there. Down sig doesn't connect. It's more of a spacing thing than anything else I really think at that point. The recovery, the weapon throw. Oh, man. That was a really nice dodge, except it ended up with Palm getting kind of punished right there with the side light.
Yeah, Q4R is just playing a very smart sword right now. He's waiting for Palm to get greedy to try to end this first stock, and then just punishing accordingly with a sword side light or a move like that. And right now, Palm just doesn't know how to find this kill. He does find the Qatar side sig, though. Such a good move for killing.
So what I really want to see here is the use of that neutral sig with the Qataris from Queen Nai. You could call it the nitral sig, if you'd like. I think it's any sig, any neutral sig that hits directly above your legend, as well as hitting stacked too, right? It can be used very, very well positioning if your opponent makes the mistake of dodging above you. Nice weight from Palm there, not going to get ground pounded. He did have some time to see that, but again, Palm has to do some damage here. Palm can't get knocked out, and this hammer is so powerful for Q4R. Palm is playing kind of a dangerous game, riding on that sword's edge, as people say.
Yeah, I mean, riding on Q4R's sword edge right now. He's keeps getting sidelighted and getting hit by just the edge, but Q4R really playing this, he's playing this hammer Qatar matchup better than I've seen anyone play in a long time. It's such a good matchup, but he just got sidelighted 3 times into downlight, sir, and now it's basically an even game.
Palm waited for the system. Oh, you missed the dares. The dare punish on that neutral grab cancel neutral sig would have been so good, but it ends up with him actually getting KO'd. Palm getting KO'd right there. Q4R though could get KO'd really by any of Nai's sigs at this point. The damage is high enough. That down sig comes out wicked fast, blazing fast, and if you're not careful, I mean that can be another sig to really get the punish. Although Palm fishing a little bit hard for this with those sigs, he's leaving himself open every time he does that because there is quite a punish window after each and every sig for Queen Nai, especially. Oh, but it's such a tense game right now because Palm misses the wall touch. No.
Palm, not like
no.
this anyway, but like that. After such a close set, A 2-1 victory going the way of Q4R because Palm SD is on Shipwreck Falls.
Oh my gosh. That's insane. That's insane. So we're coming up, I think, to the end of pools here, and this match, we got some names. Steve, are you seeing this?
We have Yami versus Enix's very own Daiku playing Diana, which I know he said he's been practicing a lot. And honestly, I think I can't even wait. I just want to jump right into this match. I have not seen Daiku play Diana like in tournament yet. And I just want to see this.
It'll be
I'm gonna
pretty
tell
cool.
them it's all right.
I want to throw out there a couple things before we start this match that guys, stick around because there will be some CC giveaways in between pools and top 32. And when we once top 32 comes around, there's going to be some big announcement. And Steve, I don't know if you know what it is. I don't know what it is.
I
but
know what
stick
it
around.
is.
I'm pretty excited. So guys, stick around after this set. 1, because Brawlhalla is awesome. 2, because there's a big announcement. And 3, because you can get some community color codes. And all 3 of those things are good, and good things come in threes, like we know. I think we'd like to get this game started. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna go on to our final pools match. From our humble beginnings of watching a Vrax versus an Orion, two players who I hadn't heard of at the time, we now have Daiku versus Yami, Daiku's Diana versus Yami's Sir Roland. And
Extra
this is a matchup that you don't really see a lot of the time. Just thinking about it, guns versus lance and sword, bow versus lance and sword, sword versus guns and bow. I can't even think of these matchups without... I've never seen this.
Oh my goodness, here we go. I want this to go to a best of 3. I think it's likely it'll go to a best of 3. Both players so strong, so strong. I mean, right now,
Daiku's bow is looking ridiculous right now, and he lands the
Daiku
ground
might be
pound.
Is this a KO right here? He
That's
bodied.
gonna be-
Can you call that a flawless KO? Because he took a little damage from bodying
No,
that
that's not a
lance
zero to
recovery.
death. That's not a 0 to death because
Okay.
he got hit from the lance recovery.
It's pretty close though. I mean, Daiku on point right now. On point.
This bow is looking fantastic right now from Daiku, and he's making Yami look like a low-tier player, which Yami certainly isn't. But Yami doing the same back to Daiku, just hitting him with one single sword ground pound and killing him with it.
Yame gonna go ahead and opt out for the sword. Will catch that neutral stick into a neutral right there. Side stick will not connect, and Daiku able to get a little bit of a neutral unarmed light punish into that classic bowstring. Gonna catch a dare right there. Side stick not gonna connect. Yami with a beautiful dodge right there. Opts for a neutral stick and will get punished for it. Daiku here knows he's got that bow. Was that a recovery or neutral light? Neutral air. I got them confused.
I think that was neutral air.
I think it was a
Yeah,
nair.
it was
Either
a
way, it
neutral
gets the KO, and Daiku hardly damaged right now. Oh my goodness, Daiku unstoppable right now with his bow. Side stick from Yami into a neutral stick. I mean, it's not bad. He's got to do some work here. And if you could turn it around like he did on that last stock, it would be good. I mean, Daiku in the damage. And again, Diana, another legend without a lot of defense. And, it's kind of the exact opposite for Yami, for Sir Roland. He just has to do a little more damage here, a couple more connections, and it's gonna work out. Although Daiku knows this. Daiku knows he just has to wait, not even wait this out, just space it perfectly. Downstick will not get the KO right there.
As you know, I love dating myself. This is looking so reminiscent of the original Daiku bow when Koji was the only bow character, and Daiku's bow, whether Blue Mammoth admits it or not, is probably the only, the main reason that bow got nerfed back in the day. He uses moves at the speed of light. He knows exactly how many frames there are in between each move, and he lands a great recovery on Yami going in with a 2-stock.
Daiku gonna take the first game right there. We're jumping right on into the next one. Mammoth Fortress one more time. No legend swap. So interesting from Yami. You know, he's got that defense. I mean, Diana does have, what, 5 defense. So what I was saying about lower defense, like, it counts. Not as much as I thought it counts. In my mind, Diana had 4, not 5. Anyways, we're getting in, and the hype is real right now. Daiku, again, grabbing that bow. I would be scared if I was Yami right now.
Oh, my bad. I forgot that Ember was the first bow legend, not Koji. But Koji was the only one that got. Oh my God!
Oh!
Daiku!
Clip that, please. That was insane.
That was, I think, about 10 seconds. 10 seconds and a bow gimp. And a
Oh my
massive
gosh.
voice crack from my part, but only because of Daiku's amazing play.
Oh man, Yami right now trying to turn this around. Down light into side air. True combo right there. He's trying to catch those down lights. He knows he can do the damage. Side stick will connect. Daiku here, the positioning, so good for him. He knows exactly how far he needs to be to outreach that sword and still get all of his moves to connect. There's the recovery gonna connect. Yami already in the orange on the second stock. Daiku catching the dare. Yami catches the dare onto Daiku. We're gonna see maybe a ground pound. Ground pound gets punished by the recovery again. Oh my goodness, side stick coming out from Yami. Yami not really gonna connect. Oh, that was a down stick actually. Not gonna connect. Right now, Daiku.
We're seeing right now, one thing that I've heard over and over again that people say about Daiku is how fluid his movement is. And he is
We're
just...
seeing it.
He's looking like he has more speed. Like, significantly more speed than Yami, which is not the case. He's just moving so fluidly, and he's 3 stocks to 1.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, we could see a 3 stock in this game right now. And it is. It's like the fluidity here, the recovery. Oh my goodness. And there we
But
go.
Yami
No
does
3
get
stock.
killed.
But you know, Yami, I want this to go to a 3rd game. So Yami, I'm saying to you now and forever, please turn it around. And he's doing some good damage right now with the lance. He's guarding that weapon. He knows if he allows Daiku to get that bow,
Oh,
it's bad. And he does allow him to get that bow, and already he's in the orange.
Daiku's bow is so good. At the second he knocks Yami off the stage, he covers every single option. He never gets just 1 hit. Wow.
Oh, Yami playing a dangerous game here.
That might be death for Yami. One
I don't
side
know that Yami has recovery.
for a dare, and Yami is done. And thus
Good
ends the
game.
pools
Wow.
with a convincing 2-0 double 2 stock from Daiku onto
Wow.
Yami.
I have to say, like, that was a pretty insane game right there. Wow. Wow.
Woo! Well, unfortunately, Toast, it pains me to say that I think that was our last game commentating, and we're going to have to swap it back to some other people to commentate top 32 and do some sick giveaways for everyone. It was a pleasure casting with you, and thank you to Brawl League for letting me cast again.
Yes. Pleasure casting with you also, Steve, and also thank you, Brawl League, for casting. Always a blast. Always cool to see some good games. Guys, stick around for top 32. It's gonna be fire, as the kids say these days. I can say that because I'm an old person now. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be really, really good. So I think with that, we're gonna swap back to our wonderful, lovely hosts, aka DJ Tech and SodaKite over here. So folks, thank you so much for tuning in and hanging out. I'm Toast. That's Steve.
Yep.
And
See ya.
cheers.
Welcome back, everybody. What a pool. Let me tell you,
Wow.
that was absolutely insane. From the start, I was like, "Oh wow, this is starting off a little bit." Everyone's patient. It was a little slow. Starting off with game 1 with Zag on Lord of Verax, and if I mispronounce these names, please, help me. And Nano on Orion, as I know, Orion is very much known for his SIG gameplay. A lot of people are afraid of his SIGs because it's very easy to spam because it's very punishing. But man, it was very much a back and forth. They're filling each other out. So what did you think about that game in the first round?
Wow. That's what I thought about that first game. It was pretty intense. I would say that every game that I saw was pretty intense. I liked it.
Yeah. So definitely intense. Nano going from beating. Well, who won that one? The game 1. Oh, Zach's confidence was very much shown in the second round of that game. And on off to game 2 with Mirage versus Mordex, which is a newer character, the werewolf, which I'm afraid of a lot of the time. It seems like you're a ball of brain fire right now too, so pretty awesome.
Well, that's fine with me.
And now you're a zebra. Okay, so
That's all right. Well,
so
that's the true me. Yep. All right.
Effort who's on Mirage and Barcus who was on Mordex. Mordex is a guy that I was scared of. The scythe gameplay is something that we don't see a lot in NA from what I've seen.
Right.
It's seeing high level scythe gameplay where you can put a lot of stringing combos together constantly. What did you think of that battle with a brand new character? I don't know if you ever played him yet.
I have not played that new character. I did not know much about him, so it was fun to watch.
Yeah, it was definitely the Gauntlet and Scythe gameplay, both very strong weapons right now from what we can tell. Lots of flow between both of them. But Barcus did end up winning that round early on in the game.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So basically, EPH looking pretty strong, took the win. It's going to be in the winner's bracket. Then game 3, we had another Lord Vrax. It seems to be a very popular character. Lance seems to be very popular in EU, along with the guns, which Lances can be very, very scary. Have you ever had the chance to play any Lance in the Brawl?
Any Lance. I have to admit, every time I go up against a Lance player, I get wrecked. And so I have this bitterness to where I just have never played a Lance player because of that. I do have to say, though, the game with Palm broke my heart. When Palm fell off the ledge, when they were so close. Oh.
Yeah, speaking of that game with Palm, man, it was... I've had those ledge falls all the time. It is not fun. It's like, and you want to make every excuse in the world, right? Like, you're like, I touched the side of the stage. It was there. I know it was there, but man, that last frame, even by 1 pixel, if you missed that side of the stage, everything is canceled if you blew everything trying to get back to the stage. So it's a very scary moment.
Yeah, such an easy mistake to make.
Now, we had a big plethora of characters, lots of different weapons. It started speeding up. So you notice how the tournament started off very slow in the beginning. A lot of people feeling each other out. And man, the longer we went, it's pretty crazy how these pools ended up. The more confident the plays become, the more confident the players were. Lots of offstage presence, lots of pit fighting. Was those exciting for you? I love the offstage battles because that is like you're on the edge of your seat the whole time.
Oh yeah, I felt like, as you said, the farther along we went, the games just got so much longer and more intense, and players were really putting their all into it. It was really cool to see, honestly.
100%. I like to talk about that game 3 that M for Mini playing Ogrum, which is with the dwarf-looking character with the lance and axe versus Apricot's Lord of Vrax. That Ogrum scares me in regular games. I swear, I play ranked a lot, and going against Ogrum is just really scary because you don't see him as often. And man, he's very punishing, as we saw, and he took it to the winners bracket as well. But that Q4R with Hattori, Q4R playing those guitars, which a lot of people talk about, they're pretty nerfed right now. So a lot of people stay away from him. Boy, he did pretty well with those guitars, and let's tell you.
Yeah, he was very good with that character.
Like Hattori's got that known for her crazy speed, and I think the guitars was a smart pick overall because it's kind of like matching her speed, and definitely made Q4R to switch to Bodvar, which is a pretty balanced character overall. Played a little bit more defensive, but then got really fancy. Q4R took it to win that, and boy, that last game in the pool, Daiku. Oh my goodness, Daiku versus Yami.
Yes.
That was probably it was definitely the fanciest game.
Fanciest, yes.
Yeah, I played Diana a lot. And I between Diana and Koji, I play a lot. And seeing Bo finally, goodness, I was like, where's the Bo players? Please come out. That's why I love Bo. It's like Daiku was a dancer IRL, or is a dancer IRL, the way he danced around the stage. Lots of dodge chasing, lots of off stage presence, a lot of neutral airs, just so much control. It was absolutely insane. How did you like that final battle?
Oh, it was so good. He really knew what he was doing, honestly. It was so fun to watch. And Did feel bad for the other player though.
Yeah,
Really
definitely.
did. Yeah.
Do you think you'd ever pick up a bow after seeing that in this game?
After seeing that, probably yeah, I'd probably pick up a bow. Most definitely. Yeah.
There look like there's some shotgun codes going out in chat right now. Good luck, guys, with that. There are going to be some community colors, which are very much a fan favorite in the game. I see the colors and the fashion battles that are going on right now with the skins. We used to have this old saying back in competitive tournaments that if you have a skin, he's clearly going to win. But not in this case. Everyone's rocking some cool skins and some great colors. So definitely good luck with that. Very hyped to see who wins.
Did I just win the custom? Well, is that rigged?
Well, what you guys don't know.
You have my complete permission to re-roll if you'd like.
we know we made the giveaways about you, but in essence, it's about Soda. So
sorry, guys. Gonna take this and run.
Oh man, I'm gonna go back and talk about that final game since it seems like the chat was extremely hyped during that game, seeing that bow action.
Oh, yeah.
Yami on Soul Roland, which is known as one of the highest defensive characters, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I thought there was gonna be a little bit more show of because a lot of the times with Diana, I have a little bit of trouble with finishing. I can rack up a lot of damage punishes early on in stage, a lot of stage presence, but having bow off stage, you know what you can do, but at the same time, if you miss a lot of stuff, you're held very vulnerable.
Right.
What did you think going in? Did you think Yami or on So Roland was going to have a little bit more, gameplay versus Diana?
It's hard to say. I've never really played with a bow before. I tried it out a little bit in the beginning and then totally went away from it to Val. So when it comes to those strats, I don't know. What is your opinion?
Definitely the bow was definitely scary.
You're all for the bow completely.
God, it was extremely scary. It seems like he was definitely a little bit more comfortable on bow, but looks like we're getting ready to get into some more matches, or wrap it up at the end, I should say. Guys, thank you so very much. We're going into a break. Yeah, 5-minute break. So if you guys, I'm pretty sure if the tense matches make you want to get up and dance a little bit, make sure you do that, get the blood flowing.
Yeah, stretch.
Back into some impressive gameplay. So I want to see some more bows, maybe some more sword gameplay. So we're going to give it back to you guys for a 5-minute break. And Soda, thank you for being here. And thank you guys for watching. And nice win on that giveaway.
Thank you, DJ. Bye, guys.
Welcome back, guys. Hope you had a great break. I'm here with SodaKite and myself, DjTechLive, here with a hype announcement, but I would like to get some hype in the chat. As you call it, SodaKite, the Pog Champs, right?
We are going to need some Pog Champs in the chat before we announce this.
Yeah, guys.
So
as we
please
announce,
throw them down.
exactly, throw it down as she says. Ready for this announcement. Here we go. So we have Brawl League presents the Friday night Brawl Ball NA number 2 on Cinco de Mayo 5/5 at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Savings Time, hosted by Frohned and Fauda. With lots of NA favorites, starring Boomy, Starlight, Mama Bob, Wrenched, LDZ, and your very own Stevenator, and many more. Do you notice any of those names out there, SodaKite?
Oh yeah, I noticed some of these names for sure. This sounds really exciting. And Brawl Ball, it's football, right? With gadgets.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. And man, what a crazy tournament this will be. I definitely notice a lot of names in there. I watch a lot of these tournaments with these players. I can't wait to see them in this crazy brawl. And I heard a lot of good things about the casters, so I'm excited to see them. And talking about the casters, from now on, the matches are going to be casted by partofthecreed and Frohned. I'm excited to see. I heard someone has some rhymes to throw out. So, Rap God?
Wait, excuse me, DJ. Could you repeat that?
So Frohned is I heard a rap god.
Frohned's a rap god.
Yeah, so it seems he has the rhymes and to definitely shoutcast. So I'm definitely interested in seeing that. Maybe I can learn a thing or two because I definitely can't rap. What about you, Soda? I heard you got some nice rhyming skills there yourself.
My rhyming skills are definitely non-existent, but I do try my best. Probably nothing compared to Frohned, huh?
Oh, Frohned. I'm sorry. I thought I said Frohned. I am so sorry. I said it the first time correctly, but Frohned brings the fro. Let's see it.
Hi, Frohned. I see you got a lovely. You're still muted. You're Frohned. You're still muted.
This code right here. Hey, how are you guys doing today?
It's backwards for people, but I appreciate the gesture. How you doing, Frohned?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, part of the creed?
I'm doing all right. I'm very excited to get into this.
I thought you were gonna say I'm very tired.
Last time I casted was CEO Dreamland, and as we all know, I'm the 4th place 2v2 champion of CEO Dreamland.
Yeah, only the 4th place.
Plenty of people out there remember how great my 4th place placing was.
Anyone paying attention to the CEO Dreamland events going on and paying attention to Twitter at that time also found out that Creed was a backpack. So 4th place, 2v2.
I was in the backpack. It was fine.
Boomy got 4th place. I'm just gonna say it. But anyway, we got a pretty good match, a pretty hype match coming up in just a second. We got Simple and Sedo playing off against each other. 2 longtime EU players. You've seen them before, Friday Night Brawl. They've been playing for quite a long time. What do you know about them?
So Sedo is someone we've seen before. If I remember correctly, it was Core in the past that Sedo played along with his teammate. He'd go up against Dobrin and Daiko and do some crazy game stuff. And I remember I saw him in a tournament recently, and he still likes the gauntlets, but I know he's been sort of switching around characters. And with a lot of the meta changes since Season 4, and the fact that we haven't really gotten a ton of online tournaments since the Season 4 changes, especially in 1v1. And of course, now we're getting just tournaments galore. But Sedo, I'm not really sure what character and what, weapons and selections he likes to make. Simple, on the other hand,
I can tell you right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Now. Okay. Sedo is a gauntlet player.
Okay.
I've seen him play a lot of.
So I was right about gauntlets.
One of the most hype moments that we saw Sedo participate in a Friday Night Brawl, at least, was a Sedo double gimp in a 2v2 against Dobrin and Daiko. The two of them both being gimped off the side by Sedo in his insane gauntlets. Will we be able to see that again this tournament? I really hope so, because it's extremely exciting to watch. You don't get to watch really good gauntlet players often. Usually only it's Stevenator, Sedo, I'm really struggling of thinking of anyone else. If you know, you could throw it in, but I'm excited. To see
Not
what
off
he's
the
gonna
top of
pull
my
out.
head. I'm just gonna lose it. But I guess my question was like, how recent was that? Like, is Sedero still playing gauntlets? Is he holding strong? Because I mean, we've got a lot of players who were really strong on their weapons for a really long time, and then season 4 came around and patches came around and guitars are dead and all this other stuff. What have you? Multimum is playing gauntlets now. So
I'm happy with guitars being dead because they've been dominant in every meta ever
Get
since.
out of here!
Ever since they were conceived, they were dominant in the meta. So
Ever since they were
having a
conceived, what,
chance to
2
be
years ago?
rotated out-
They have not been dominant in the meta
2
for
years
2
ago
years.
is like the lifespan
You
of
wish.
guitars have been always good.
Guitars are all right. They need to stay all right, not drop down and become. I'm just gonna quote Multimum and say they're dead instead of saying that those are my words. It's Multimum's words. It's fine.
I mean, you're still saying it, so technically you're just quoting him with your own words. So you're saying guitars are dead.
Multimum's words. Let's get back into this match. Do you know anything about Simple? Because I'm not all that familiar with Simple. Apparently, it's from Germany, according to the
Well,
flag.
I mean,
which
you're looking
I
at the
know.
flag. That's pretty easy to tell right off the bat. But from what I can remember from Simple, and I don't remember if I'm misremembering, but I think he's going to be pulling out Bodvar. But that was a long time, or that was what he was playing a long time ago, I think. So what he's playing now, I can't tell you because I don't usually play in the EU scene. I used to cast a lot for it, but the meta's shifted a lot since then, and the only EU players I've been able to keep up with have been the ones that have been able to go out to LANs. So what we're going to be able to see from Simple, I can't guarantee anything. Might be Bodvar, might be Sword in some way. Sword has been coming back to the meta a little bit, so it's possible.
I think it's more than a little bit.
Well, in NA, it's been a lot because Sword has always been dominant in NA. But in the EU, people play everything. It's not just Sword and something else. I mean, it used to be Sword and guitars in NA, and then it was Sword and Gauntlet. Now it's Sword and Bow. So it's always been Sword in NA. It's not really come back in NA. But in EU, it's been everything but. I don't really know who's stuck to a Sword character other than maybe Q4R, TB, and maybe Simple. But don't take my word for it.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure as far as EU Sword players go. But like you said, Sword, just really strong weapon. There you go.
Oh,
like you
there it is.
said,
Hey,
there's
look
the
at that.
Bodvar, there's the core. So doesn't look like we're seeing major changes as far as what we're familiar with these players. The Hammer is a constant between the two of them. Do you have any thoughts about Hammer? Because Hammer is a weapon that when Season 4 came out, a lot of people just sort of said, oh, it doesn't have those true combos with the Stomp anymore, so therefore it should be dismissed. And since then, I know I talked with Boomy, and he's been saying Hammer Side Air is so powerful, it bumps the skill of, or not the skill, I should say, but the power of the entire weapon up a huge notch, just because of Hammer Stare. I know people complain about Hammer Dare because they think that it's in a weird spot where it doesn't do enough force to send people all the way up, and it does too much variable force to be a consistent combo starter, at least in a wide range of health ranges. So what do you think?
Well, Dare is definitely an unusual move because of the way, just the mechanics of the move itself. But Hammer, I would say overall, sort of weak to average ground game, fantastic air game. But anyway, we're going to see that in effect right now. Simple and Sedero starting off top 32. Here we go.
And right off the bat here, Sedero getting some nice unarmed damage, as with Simple. Simple doing a downlight and then waiting for the recovery. I'm not sure what he's thinking there. The downlight recovery is one of Sword's huge true combos. And Simple trying to bring that off the bat. Maybe he's just trying to warm up.
I mean, both of these players have to change their mindset. Pools are completely different from top 32, and we're seeing them warm up to a different style of play, I guess. Sedero right now dealing a lot of damage, but he hasn't been able to confirm anything recently, and now we get a clash and damage is perfectly even, but Sedo with the nice gravity cancel combo isn't able to put it into anything, fortunately.
Yeah, gets that chase dodge in there, can't get the recovery quite after that, since Simple a little too far away and doesn't delay that recovery enough. There's the downline into the side light, but still can't get a full combo. He doesn't use his recovery, makes a nice play back onto the edge. Simple is unable to get the edge guard. Another clash coming out. Both of these players are in kill percentages at the red range. Sedo trying to get that recovery. Gravity cancel downlight, but Simple is just not running into those. And Simple gets a stop but can't get the side air follow-up. Like I was saying, that is not as easy as before, and there's the downlight into recovery.
That's the combo they was looking for the whole time. I mean, you saw Sedo trying to get that gravity cancel downlight combo into the recovery, but he just wasn't able to find it until Stimpy, or Simple, not Stimpy, Simple made a mistake. That's my bad. Right there.
And takes out Sedo. Both of these players in the second stock. So far, pretty even game. Curious to see a lot of the clashes coming out as they both basically like try to play neutral game very horizontally. Simple throws away his hammer trying to get a quick hit on Sedo, and he's being punished because of it. He's not able to get that weapon. He gets hit by a string of gauntlet combos. Sedo picks up the hammer, is now putting down more damage on Simple. Simple finally gets the sword and is able to zone out Sedo using unarmed.
Ooh, but Sedo did very well getting back, recovering back onto the stage. He basically switched positions with Simple and put Simple in a very difficult position, but it looked like he made it back. Sedo's got him in the red, and now if he can find a signature move, that's a kill, guaranteed.
And Simple getting some nice dodge in reads, but unable to find the full combo afterwards. I would have liked to see, he did a sidelight and then waited for the dodge in another sidelight, but like you were saying, he could have gone for a signature and at the very least put Sedo in a bad position, if not kill. Instead, both of these players are going to be looking for the kill right now. Sedo throwing his weapon up a lot. It hasn't been doing anything, but there's the nair for the kill, and Simple's going to go down.
Yeah, that's just a symptom of Sedo trying to go for those anti-air reads onto Simple, but Simple's just not having it. It doesn't change the fact that Sedo is controlling this game right now with great gauntlet play. Something I'm so happy he still plays, especially on Core. Core's not a usual pick for gauntlet players that I've seen recently. It's been Val because of Sword, or I guess Wu Shang just because of the
spear and the signatures. Yeah, but I mean,
hammer, good, but they're not crazy like they're not crazy like some of the other ones, but
yeah.
Anyway.
But I mean, hammer looks like it's gotten a good return to form, at least in EU, and we'll see how that goes along for these two players. Simple, he gets that side light, but can't get quite a full follow up after hitting the side light a little too far away. You know, that side light will chain right into a neutral. I'm not sure if it's a true combo on every character, but I know that you definitely have to hit it close to the chest to even come closer. You're going to get a huge dodge window. There's the side sig. Sedo throws away his weapon. He gets hit by a weapon. He doesn't have the recovery to get back on stage, and Simple takes game one.
I'm actually really surprised that Simple took that. He was down for most of the entire game. Being able to turn it around at the end like that, huge. And now that puts Sedo in a terrible position because being forced to come back in a set is never easy, especially when you have the morale drop. You've got to figure out what you did wrong. You've got to figure out what the opponent did right in comparison. The opponent, I mean, Simple, he's got to keep his mind straight right now. He's got to keep his play clean because otherwise Sedo is going to turn this around and put it into game 3.
I mean, basically the issue that I saw, especially with the end there, was just he seemed unable to figure out the direction he wanted to go in terms of how to take out Simple. He was throwing his weapon up a lot, and I guess he wanted to wait for Simple to come in with the more aerial approaches, but Simple just wasn't biting. You know, he said, I have sword, I have sidelight, I have downlight, that's all I need, and that really is all he needed. He came in at Sedo after he threw his weapon up with that sidelight, got the signature, and finished him off, and I want to see Sedo take a bit of a more active approach there.
Well, we'll see how he switches things up. I would, honestly, a couple more signatures here and there wouldn't hurt. Not too many, of course, because that just makes you vulnerable. But other than that, a couple signatures to confirm a kill, especially when someone's not expecting it. They do have a little bit. Wow.
Very clean by Simple.
Wow.
Getting that nice Sair, sidelight, and ground pound. Got the perfect reads on Sedo, and Sedo needs to really change things up right now.
I was spending so much time talking about what Sedo could do that I wasn't even nearly paying enough attention to what Simple was doing. That is just proof that Hammer is a strong weapon. It's Simple is about to turn things around, but Sedo gets a nice 180 on that edge guard, and now they're back on stage.
I mean, you were saying Hammer, but I'd honestly give that to Simple in general. He did a really nice edge guard, especially with that chase dodge, ground pound, and he did it again with the sword and put Sedo in a bad spot. Sedo wasn't quite damaged enough for Simple to get a full gimp, but it really goes to show that Simple's got this edge guard game on Sedo down really well. And Sedo, if he's gonna stay off stage and try to wait for Simple to back off, it's not gonna happen. Simple's just gonna approach him and get that edge guard. There's a nice weapon throw, taking out Sedo, and we're looking at a 3-stock right now.
The snipe from way outside, that was huge for Simple. I mean, he's a full 2 stocks up. That's massive. Sedo is put in a bad way. He's about to get sent down to losers if this keeps up.
Sedo with the side air, looking for the kill on Simple. That's going to be it. Simple does not have the resources to get back. No 3-stock for Simple, but, I mean, Simple's just looking so strong right now. Those last bits of hits were enough to take him out, but I'm afraid Sedo is going to need to rack out a ton more damage to make this work. There's the side light into side light that he's been doing time and time again. Looks for this this ground pound on Sedo, but Sedo recovers outside. Sedo is getting the gauntlet hit, and there's the kill. Sedo, oh, I spoke too soon. Simple did have a recovery in store. Very smart of him not to use that too early, not to get interrupted, and Simple's going to make it back on stage just fine.
Can't believe that Sedo didn't get the gimp right there. That was so close, almost so clean to bring that back right on the edge. That's just a part of gauntlet play, is the insane gimp potential, but if Sedo can get this kill right now, this is, oh my god, this down sig coming out, reading Simple out, evening this game up, and Sedo's not even in the red yet. He's got a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, really well done. Sedo getting that gravity cancel downlight into the recovery to finish off Simple, along with that down sig. And now Sedo, I feel like his gauntlets are looking much stronger. He's got a handle on Simple, but he's going to need a little bit more. He makes it back on stage after getting hit by 2 of those hammer side airs I was talking about earlier. Simple now has a sword. Sedo needs to basically get his momentum back from before. I feel like he was going really strong, and then Simple turned around and said, no, I got this hammer side air. I'm going to push you out, and Sedo now needs to find an approach option for on Simple, and it's getting a little bit difficult. Simple, I think, is playing a little more carefully.
He is a little bit, but honestly, I think the best thing that Simple could do right now is switch back to Hammer, not only because he's been exceptionally successful with his Hammer play in this game, but getting a kill with Hammer is a lot easier than with Sword. The kill options are almost double, so if he can switch to Hammer, he'll find success.
Oh, there's a side sig!
That's game 3. That's exactly what I wanted in the first game, actually.
Sedo playing really smart, basically turning that around completely. You know, you were talking about that hammer coming out and from Simple, and Sedo had picked up his own hammer and hit it with that side air, nair into side air, and that was really enough to get Simple down into, I don't want to say kill range, but enough damage that it'll definitely make Simple worried. And Simple, he tried to get his feet back on the ground, but Sedo, an absolute monster with those gauntlets, spaced it out, found that side sig, which again, that side sig really powerful, but he made sure not to use it throughout the course of that set until the very end when Simple wasn't expecting it. I see time and time again, core players will get that side sig and just basically overuse it to the point where your opponent will be like, okay, I know it's coming. I just need to make sure I'm not in that exact range. And, you know, as long as you condition your opponent not to expect it, you can use that side sig, and Sedo did exactly that.
That's what mix-ups are all about, throwing your opponents off, making something come out of nothing, and taking advantages as soon as they come available, which is, I guess, really generic to say, but one way or another, that's just how it works. And now they're coming back, game 3, the run back. This is it, all the marbles on the line. With what we've seen, Sedo bringing the gauntlets back really hard in that game 2. I think it's going to come down to whether or not he can get lots of long Gauntlet strings onto Simple. If that'll be the determining factor.
And I
Sedero
saw
wins
Sedero
this
throw
game.
his weapon again. I don't think I really want to see him try to get those zone outs. Simple is just playing a little too smart to run into those weapon throws. He does get a nice edge guard set up. There's a near to ground pound, and Simple's gonna go down in the first 30 seconds.
God, less than 30 seconds, and Sedero is already going crazy with the Gimp play. That's what I want to see.
And Simple's just gonna go right off stage with the hammer. He didn't have a hammer last time. He says, okay, Sedero, you want to ground pound me with Gauntlet, you do it. I have a hammer this time. I can just recover you. I'm pretty sure that's the message Simple's sending out. Sedero's like, all right, I can wait you out. I'm not gonna do it. He is not gonna contest the hammer with the Gauntlets. Although I'd be interested to see how that goes.
Even if he wanted to contest, we already saw how good he is at offstage play. Gauntlets are already fantastic at their base with offstage play, and Sedero just amplifies that with his own skill. Ooh, almost gets that ground pound off, but Simple does manage to land the recovery. Just knock him away for a little bit, and Simple almost getting recovered by Sedero, and the ground pound out of the downlight. Another kill for Sedero. 3 stocks, not even in the red. This is a huge difference from what we saw in the first 2 games. Sedero is looking so clean right now. He just got right out of the shower. I'm telling you right now.
He got out of the shower. A bit dangerous for a snowman to do. But like you were saying, Sedero basically he got those gauntlets and said, I've watched these past 2 matches and I know your dodge reads, and that's what he's been doing. A lot of these good dodge reads, a lot of these good figuring out where Simple is. The ground pound downlights or the gravity cancel downlights, excuse me, are really powerful. He's gotten that over and over again. Looks for the gravity cancel neutral sync, almost gets it, not quite though. He's gonna continue this edge guarding. Simple's there too, but that ground pound's not going to be enough. Sedero goes for the ground pound. Simple's already got that recovery in store. The side stick's going to push Sedero out, but it's not going to be enough. Looks for that chase dodge into ground pound that he's done before, but Sedero's ready for it this time. The dare, and now Sedero's going to run back around and try to get his footing.
This offstage play is one of the main reasons I love Brawlhalla. You don't see this in any other game like this. All the action in most other platform fighters takes place on stage. Grounded play is really important, but in this game, air play and offstage reads huge, and that makes Brawlhalla so different and so fun. And Sedero takes it down so clean, 2 stocks.
I mean, Sedero basically textbook edge guard by the end there, waited out and got the recovery. And Sedero just showing how strong he is. You may have doubted him in game 1 or game 2, but game 3 he came out with full force, and that's a download. I'd say
that's the full might of gauntlets. Gauntlets are a strong weapon
and
right
hammer.
now.
You can't discount his hammer at all. His hammer was very strong.
No, hammer was fantastic on both sides. Simple's hammer, you can't discount that either. Hammer for Simple, I mean, we saw him get the really heavy reads off on the side in game 2 and 3. There was one moment in game 3 where he got it, but in game 2 he got 2 hammer kills off the side, one of them off stage, getting just one of the cleanest reads I've ever seen on hammer, at least recently. But it was a fantastic game. Sedero took it down with unbelievable gauntlet play, some of the most hyped stuff in my opinion. I mean, if you ask me, gauntlet play is the most fun to watch. I don't care who you are. But anyway, we're gonna see more gauntlets now. I'm looking at Multimum versus Eram, and of course Multimum, like we were saying, switched from the Katars to the Gauntlets, and his Gauntlets have been so good. We saw him at CEO Dreamland. He plays very well there, and we're going to see more of him now. Eram on the Koji. I'm trying to remember what I've seen Eram play in the past, and it's not coming to me. Do you have any ideas? About what?
About Eram.
About Eram?
Yeah. What does he play?
Koji?
Yeah. Does he play Koji?
Maybe. I remember him playing Azoth for a time.
He's playing 9 decks Koji. I mean, that's a force to be reckoned with.
I don't know. The thing about dexterity, in my opinion, is that it doesn't make too much of a difference to add an additional point unless you're in a mirror match of some sort. And there's no mirror match with weapons at all in this matchup between Wuzhong and Koji, so I don't know if it's going to make too much of a difference, but it could. I could be completely wrong. We'll have to see how it plays out. But Multimum, right off the bat, playing fantastic gauntlets. What we saw in CEO Dreamland, he's just bringing it back right now.
Hiram, nice dodge back into the neutralite, avoiding Multimum's neutralite. It was basically perfect, that spot dodge. And now what we're seeing is gauntlets versus bow. Hiram trying to figure out his footing. Can't quite get the neutralite, but Multimum's there for the neutralite punish. Looks for the ground pound. Hiram's going to fall to his death. Multimum with the edge guard.
This game of Brawlhalla brought to you by the letter Z. For anyone who doesn't know what that is, a Z is when you kill yourself off stage for no reason other than you accidentally slipped up.
I just want everyone to know that edge guard was fantastic. I know people missed it. Shout out to my guy Sparky for just not knowing how to switch scenes. And now Multimum versus Hiram. Like we were saying, Hiram loses first stock. Multimum looking very strong. A nice spear neutralite. Can't quite get that neutral sig. Hiram with a nice dodge. A very strange jump into diagonal backward dodge. His character didn't quite turn around. It might have thrown Multimum off as he was able to get some hits. But Hiram is going to look for this kill on Multimum. Sidelight is interrupted by the Nair. There's the recovery, but can't quite get the kill. There's the other bow recovery. And good kill off the top from Hiram.
That's all it takes sometimes, is just a little bow recovery to confirm the kill. And now Hiram going off to the side, playing a little bit of a dancing game. I guess for Hiram, this is just dance, but Multimum knows how to read out some of these dance moves, and he's going to turn things around. Looking for that second kill. Well, I guess the first kill for him. Hiram got the first one on himself. I don't know if that
ground
counts.
pound on stage was really interesting by Multimum. Couldn't quite get the kill just because of how low that was. But it was definitely an interesting choice. The ground pound on gauntlets having being basically so fast. Those quick startup frames, active frames, and recovery just in general. Really powerful, and Multimum using that well. Looking for this kill with the spear, and there's a recovery. It's going to do it. Multimum has a stock up on Hiram, and Hiram's going to come in fresh. Going to look for the weapon. He's trying to maneuver his way around Multimum, and can't quite figure out how to do it. But of course, Multimum, just such a powerful player. Look, finding those neutralites, finding those follow-ups to all of his spear moves. Hiram finally interrupts with that recovery.
I have to say, Multimum's move selection and his ability to read out what Hiram is doing is just on point right now. Look at this. He's able to keep him on. He's going to get another dare. Oh, he gets around, though. I honestly thought he was going to get the kill with one more down air in that situation, but I guess we're not going to see that. Multimum going for another signature. It's not going to connect. Hiram going for the recovery. Recovery number 2. Recovery number 3.
Oh, my God. Hiram with the recoveries on sword, contesting that unarmed ground pound every single time. Not as easy as it may appear. You know, you still have to hit that sword recovery at an angle. If you try to hit that head on against the unarmed ground pound, it will stuff it. But of course, Multimum, he has no time for sword recoveries. Hits an unarmed recovery with unarmed, takes game 1.
And there it goes. I mean, Multimum, it went down to the last 1v1 or one-on-one stocks. But honestly, I think Multimum held that pretty confidently throughout the entire match. Showed a very great ability to read out what Hiram was doing. And now we see Hiram switching up to Azoth. I think we're going to get a little bit of a play style change as well because of that axe.
Yeah, axe.
It's going to be interesting.
His bow was getting good strides. He was getting the hits on Multimum, but it did feel like he was missing something from his play, and I think what we're going to see is going to come out from this Azoth. It is also just a slower, more methodical character, and I'm interested to see how Hiram's play changes as a result. He's living a Twilight, King's Pass, and Thunder Guard open on, and I just like to say, like, thank you so much, Hiram, because that's basically, those are my map bans.
Of course, those are your favorite maps, because
those
you're a
are
guitar
my
main.
like Hiram has my map bans down. Get me that King's Pass, and if you can't, get me at least a Shenanigans area with Thunder Guard, and if you can, at least Twilight's interesting, right?
I mean, I can agree on Twilight, but I don't know about the other two. Maybe that's just personal preference. Well, no, that is personal preference, but either way.
In the meantime, Multimum finding those neutralites. Hiram almost puts him in a really sticky situation with that edge guard. Really well done by Hiram, but of course Multimum able to get back on stage thanks to the power of his gauntlets and all the options he has available to him. Ooh, Irem looking for that side air into ground pound instant. Multimum just was unable. Wasn't falling into
Damage
that.
ground pound does on Bo. I think I would have been a little mad if he actually confirmed that, because that would have killed. But Multimum's still fighting for his life. He's in the red, so he's not going to last a lot longer if Eram keeps this up. Multimum going. What is this move selection right now? He hasn't confirmed anything in almost 30 seconds. And
Eram silent in the chase dodge side sig. Multimum isn't able to confirm anything because Eram's dodges and movement are just doing so good. Able to space Multimum out and using those bow moves at their max range. That is a strong suit of the bow, and Multimum's got those gauntlets. He does not have the range he's looking for. Eram's taking full advantage of the fact.
He doesn't have the range, but he does have the motion. He can work out the range of the attack where it will decide, what am I saying? How far it'll carry himself during the attack. So that's the advantage, that he can kind of start an attack from far away. So if Eram does decide to change something up, then he's not in the range. But anyway, Multimum having trouble confirming anything onto Eram right now.
I mean, that down sig, that's a staple of Multimum, and Eram recognized it immediately and was able to punish it after the charge up animation. Because, I mean, basically that down sig is something Multimum hit over and over and over again at CEO Dreamland. And I'm sure Eram was very familiar with that and came in and said, as soon as you finish charging that, I can come in with an unarmed side air. And it worked very successfully. Eram hitting 2 recoveries in a row. Can he find another one? There's the dare to hit on Multimum. Multimum's already in the red. Eram's going to be looking for this kill. The downlight isn't quite going to connect. He does a jump into side air, reversed. Multimum goes for a gravity cancel downlight. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. Multimum is able to dodge out of it, or Eram, sorry, is able to dodge out of it. Looks for the side air, looks for the follow-up after the downlight. Can't quite get this kill here, but he's going to get it very soon. In the meantime, Multimum has done a very good job at staying alive. There is the unarmed side air to take out Multimum as it bounces
That's what
on
happened.
the corner.
You called out that he was doing a great job staying alive, and he died. So I'm going to put that on you, actually.
Well,
on
I mean, here's the thing.
That's all your fault.
He did do a
No,
good job staying alive. He did a good job. Multimum brought Eram down all the way to the orange in the meantime. So definitely props for that. He's on his way to making this comeback happen, but he is going to need to find this kill as soon as possible. And Eram is going to make it extremely difficult for him. With the side light, gets 2 nairs in a row. Looks for the third one. Can't quite get it. Hits a side air instead. And Multimum Eram trading around. Multimum cannot get the dodge reads here, but Eram can, and he almost gets that neutral sig.
I think he actually wanted. I want to say he actually wanted to go for a side sig because that would have covered Multimum's upward options, but it doesn't even matter anymore. Eram gets the ground pound to the kill, takes it into game 3. We have a 1-1, and if Eram sticks with
Multimum's
what we're saying, he's probably going to take this. But I like the cross change up. Guns are extremely strong right now, in my opinion. I think what we're going to see is if Multimum, and we have seen him play guns before, I think he pulled it out at least in one game in CEO Dreamland, and he put so much work behind the guns. So I think this is going to be a fantastic pick for him, especially with this Dex stance. The little bit of Dex, putting it up at 5, helps out the gauntlets quite a bit, if I remember.
3, 2,
so
1, Brawl.
maybe what we will be seeing is a little bit different from the last game, especially with the way that guns work in comparison to Spear. He might be able to deal with Eram's safe playstyle a little bit better.
Does he even need it, though? The gauntlets right now, hit after hit on Eram, finding every single read. Those neutralites are just so powerful from Eram, and from Multimum, and Eram is unable to make it back on stage. Finally does, and Multimum is there, ready to get more hits. Eram does get his hands on the bow, and I think he's gonna feel a little bit more confident here. Looks for the dodge read after the downlight, and almost gets it. Multimum, however, there's the side air. He's gonna be looking for this kill now. Cannot get it with the second side air. Didn't go for a ground pound option there. Eram hit a dare onto the stage. There's a side sig, almost hits, not quite.
I really just want to see Multimum throw out a down sig right now. Oh, but the side sig does come out. That confirms the kill. First kill going to Multimum. That's first blood, and that puts him at a big advantage right now. Especially, he's not in the red. Eram doesn't have a weapon to really kill him early on, especially because Cross has a little bit of extra defense naturally. So If he could
Beautiful
just
ground
survive.
pound from ERAM. You know, the axe ground pound is something that a lot of players will try to use as a traditional ground pound, and you really have to zone yourself out. And ERAM did that extremely successfully against Multimum, hits Multimum out. Can't quite get the full edge guard, though. There's the weapon throw into unarmed side air, but Multimum, he's got a lot of defense. He is crossed. He's going to keep staying alive as ERAM looks for a signature to finally get the kill on Multimum. Multimum, in the meantime, hitting those neutralites, hitting those side airs. I feel like neutralite plus side air makes the Multimum.
That's an interesting saying, and I kind of like it. I wonder how we can implement that into more casts.
ERAM finally gets the bow recovery, sending Multimum outward. Both players in their second start. ERAM's taken a little bit of damage, but I feel like ERAM did a really good job considering how much earlier he died. He did a good job staying alive, not fishing too much for that kill on Multimum, and getting the damage where he needed it. So he could definitely make this comeback work, but in the meantime, Multimum's going to get the gun hits, and the down six is going to kill ERAM.
See, this is what I'm talking about. ERAM's trying to play even safer now that he's behind, but Multimum pulling out the guns. He can outrange and get the read on ERAM's back dodges a lot cleaner. So what we're seeing is a little bit more success coming out of Multimum's play than we did in the last round. So if he can, and look at that read. Wow. Perfect.
The straight spot dodge
ERAM.
against the neutralite.
I mean, it is one of the strongest things you can do against Axe is just throw out a little bit of a spot dodge because the recovery that they have to deal with is going to be longer than the startup usually of your next attack. Depends on what they go into, of course, but it's all situational. But Multimum right now playing fantastic. Goes for that neutral sig, doesn't quite connect. ERAM off stage. Multimum getting the side air, putting him down off the side and almost gets the edge guard. ERAM is getting to the point where he's going, oh, he throws in the down sig, but it doesn't connect, unfortunately. And now things are so close for Multimum. He's got a stock advantage, so he can afford to take a hit.
Tries again to get that down sig. Like I said, he does have the hits to take, but Multimum, you got to be a little bit careful using those signatures all the time. ERAM, he's been doing such a good job in this set. I wouldn't be surprised if he makes a really good attempt to turn this around. Hits the dare. He does still have a recovery to get past, and he runs into him. Multimum with a beautiful recovery, hits ERAM and gets the kill, takes the set.
How did that kill? That was so far, and Mammoth has a huge ceiling.
ERAM took a lot of damage in the meantime. Multimum has just been racking that up over and over and over again.
Well, I
do want to point out real quick, Multimum did a really nice move that sort of happened in the moment I didn't get to talk about. He did gravity cancel neutral sig while off stage to get back onto the stage and immediately hit a neutralite, which is just awesome. Using signatures for movement is not something you see all that often. And
you see it on Koji, and you see it occasionally on Hattori, I want to say as well. Maybe Ragnar, but not usually on characters at all because a lot of their signatures don't put them very far away. So a lot of using a signature for movement also gives you a lot of recovery time for your opponent to just abuse, and especially off stage when you can just take a very risky. It's risky to do most of the time. So the fact that it worked out in that situation was a huge risk versus reward payout, and I'm glad to see him do it. That exciting play is what I love to see in these competitive games, but if you don't usually see it often, it's because using a signature like that, very difficult.
I mean, you've got the recovery frames to deal with, right?
Selection.
So Multimum, I feel like he was very aware of those neutral sig recovery frames, and he was aware of where he was going to land on stage, you know? Like, it wasn't just moving back on stage, it was also a read. He knew ERAM was going to land back on stage very close to him, and he gets that gravity cancel neutral sig, gets back on stage and hits a neutralite. But moving away from that, right now we're watching Q4R versus Cal, and I do want to give a quick shout out to Cal. Cal beat out Stimpy, who, as you may know, I believe he's seeded 4th in Brawlhalla circuit points.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say 4th in the Brawlhalla Twitter poll yesterday for favorite EU.
Well,
players.
I mean that's true too. But Cal beat him out, and here he is fighting against Q4. Very excited to see what he has in store for us today.
Well, right now Cal bringing out gauntlets as well. A lot of people playing gauntlets today, it seems, and maybe it's just who we've been watching play the game, or maybe it's something to be said about gauntlets' ability to. Wow, look at that string from Cal. The down sig into sidelight into recovery.
Ooh, and Q4R punishes the side stick. I know you guys may or may not be able to see it right now, thanks to our good friend Sparky. But Q4R versus Cal, in the time we've been away, both players have done a really good job at getting the damage, but I feel like Q4R has done a few too many reads for Cal to deal with. Some good signatures coming out. There's a neutral sig. Cal does have a recovery. He's not able to make it back on stage. Thanks for that weapon throw. I think
actually he did have a
might have
recovery.
been able to.
He had
might
a
have been
recovery
able
and
to
a
save him.
dodge. No,
Yeah.
he was definitely heading for the ledge right there. If Q4R didn't hit him with anything, he was getting back to stage. So he would have survived. Q4R right now. Oh no!
Oh what?
What?
Cal charges a side sig. Q4R walks into it, and then Cal gets a disconnect from the server.
Is that a disconnect or an SD?
I can't imagine there's any reason for Cal to hit a successful side sig. Was it just feeling sorry? Oh, I'm so sorry. I hit that side sig even though you were behind me. Huge apologies. I'm just gonna walk off stage.
I just have no words, honestly, for what just happened. It was an extremely strange turn of events there, no matter how you looked at it. He held a full length side sig. Q4R walked
He's being
into
very
it,
gracious.
and then Cal killed himself.
Q4R waiting for Cal. Cal is going to run and then jump. Oh, he hits a dare? Is he playing?
I don't
Q4R,
know.
if he's playing, you cannot let him get an advantage by hitting
If
you.
Cal is actually playing, I don't. Oh, is this a bot?
Is this a bot?
Oh, it is a bot. You can
It's
tell
not
by
a
the way
bot.
it moves and when it throws out its attacks. It only does anything as soon as he gets close. Oh, is he back?
There you go.
It looks like it.
Oh, okay. He must have gotten the indicator that Cal had rejoined the match. I was a little bit confused because he didn't see it on the name tag, but must have been a bot. And now Q4R versus Cal is back on track, but Q4R, he has a 2-stock lead, and it's going to be very difficult for Cal to get back from this. There's the side sig yet again, and Cal, he pulls out that taunt.
Well, I guess it's one thing, but I mean, I guess Cal just can't see himself winning this this round right now. So anything that he can get is kind of a victory for him, moral or otherwise. So let him throw a taunt out.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, he also hit that side sig. I'm sure he's very proud of that side sig. After that ridiculous side sig we saw earlier. Just more side sigs, Cal, right?
You know, some would say yes, I would say no. It's a long startup, long recovery move. It hits hard, but that's the trade-off. You know, trying to do that over and over is just going to get you killed, especially against Q4R, who's playing a very fast character and can get out of the way without even needing to dodge.
Oh, nice down sig from Q4R. Punishes Cal moving forward, and Q4R is going to take game one. Cal,
He's typing right now.
Take a
Pinging the
screwdriver to
server.
your
Okay.
internet.
So it looks
Yeah.
like they're going to take a quick second to make sure Cal has his internet down and secure. They might restart. So I guess it's up to both of the players. Cal might go for it. Q4R might allow it, but if they don't,
When you're,
I mean,
by restart, I mean you. I assume you mean not count game one. It doesn't.
that's what I'm
seem like-
assuming. Because Ice Pingu asked in the chat if they wanted to restart because I don't know. It wasn't a part of the DC rules because there is like a little bit. There is some rules about if you DC, but I guess if they offer it, then it's something completely different. I don't know. But we have Q4R and Cal just waiting to see. Oh
Being
no,
told that game one has to count.
they're saying it has to count. So either way, this is how it's going down. He's going to have to take the hit. He's just going to have to work even harder to get it back in this game too.
which
I mean,
is,
we've seen what he can do, so it's not the
we've
same.
seen what he can do.
Can't bring
I
it
mean,
back.
basically, I'm thinking it is very unfortunate, but Cal's the type of player who can make this back. Just come in, hit more of those side sig into maniacal after true combos, and you should be good to go.
Isn't any confirm into taunt a true combo?
That's why people should use them more. I'm just saying. All right, well, we're moving right on into it. Q4R versus Cal. Cal disappears.
Well, So how are you doing today?
You know, I'm doing all right. It's been a fun time. It is a little rough waking up early, but it's worth it for EU. We've gotten some great games so far.
I've been waking up early all week. I mean,
All
on
week?
Thursday.
Wow, that's pretty rough.
I kind of wanted to sleep in today. I was laying in bed this morning, listening to my phone vibrate, just really not wanting to wake up. You have no idea how bad I just wanted to sleep, but I guess it happens. And are we getting a different game right now? It looks like we.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna get Addy, Mestic, Effie. Is that who Addy, Mestic? Addy is fighting Effie. Addy is fighting Effie. This is, guys, it's a reason face-off.
That's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but it's also very exciting. Not the first time we've seen some crazy. Oh, Cal's back. Okay.
Oh,
Cal's back.
Okay, never mind. No Addy, Mestic, and Effie. We're doing Cal and Q4R. So, all right, there we go. We're all set again. Back with the game we just had a few seconds ago. I guess we juked ourselves, or they juked us, or I don't know. But we're back in game 2, I think.
Yeah, game 2. Game 2.
Okay.
This is absolutely game 2. The first one did count. It does go to Q4R, and now Q4R versus Cal. Cal's gonna have to make this comeback happen.
So I guess in terms of the game, between the two players, this is more of a salty not a restart, but a salty run back, more or less, for Cal to bring this back. This is going to be Cal's game 1, so to speak. We'll see if it makes any difference, but Q4R is just abusing him off on the side, and Cal's looking for something to get in on him with, but I don't know. He's not really finding much.
He's grounded, which I'm surprised about. He's been able to punish Cal doing his jumping, coming in with those side airs, and then just waiting on the ground, finding the side lights and the neutral lights. There's another neutral, so we've seen that over and over again from Q4R. He's so successful with those. Cal trying to make it back on stage. Q4R with the down sig. Zones out just a little too much. Cal tries to go for the side sig, but Q4R, really nice interrupt on the neutral light.
And right now, Cal getting the ground pound, and he is going to be finding... Oh, what?
Unable to get the kill there, Q4R.
Edge guard.
Very good patience. Oh, no, and Q4R is unable to make it back on stage.
I don't know if that was... I don't know if that was Q4R's patience or Cal's just dropping... He just dropped his ability to edge guard in that situation. Missed the kill.
No, I'd absolutely give that to Q4R. I think he had those options, and Cal either could have ground pounded straight forward or ground pounded off to the side. You know, either way, Q4R had an option to get back in, and so Cal chose the option of ground pounding straight forward. Q4R made the smart decision of trying to stay away and then dodging in, and it was just basically some really good edge guard play, some 50-50 head coin, coin flips.
Head
I was thinking heads or tails, but I just sort of said head coin.
I don't know what a head coin is, but if you can elaborate, I would. I'm all ears right now.
Coin flips.
But anyway, Cal is getting a lot of damage on a Q4R right now, building up.
Oh my god!
Oh my god! He did it again!
Cal with the charge side sig. Wait for Q4R to walk in. Maniacal laugh, true combo.
Does that mean it was on purpose last time? When he just held it down all the way?
Well, it's been working, so clearly Cal knows something we don't.
Something about some kind of hidden passive, I suppose, with Val, where you just fully charge up her side sig, and people are just too enamored with the animation that they just walk right in.
I should start using that more often. Cal charges that down sig, waits for Q4R to walk in. Q4R is not having it, does his own down sig. Both of these players, I think, is very interesting, have a solid move backward down sig. Q4R this time is not going to walk into Cal's charge side sig. Says, I'm just going to wait it out. Hits that gravity cancel neutral sig and brings Cal down to his last stock. But Q4R is in the orange, and Cal's looking very strong to make this comeback so far.
Well, I mean, it won't take too much to get that kill. Hattori with 4. Well, actually, I don't know. Did he take a defensive stance? If he did, then it'll be a little bit more difficult than what I'm imagining. But if not, he's got 4 defense. Gauntlets I guess, you know, it doesn't matter too much because
Cal. Charges
You
that
saw-
side.
you saw
He can't do it
Q4
over and over again, right?
You saw
Like, Q4
Q4
knows
did.
about it now.
Well, no, he wanted to walk into it. You saw him move towards Cal right in that situation. He wanted to walk into it.
Don't we all? Cal hits the recovery. Sends Q4R flying, but Q4 makes it back on stage just fine. Avoids the down sig on the gauntlets. Looks for an option. Cal, another side sig. This time it's gravity canceled. Q4R doesn't walk into it, but he also isn't able to punish it in time. Cal uses that sig and knows the recovery times. He does get sent up, and both of these players are in the red. Anyone could die at any moment with a signature. Cal looks for the neutral sig, but can't quite get it. The downlight recovery is not going to kill him yet, though. He even gets the final hit from the recovery. He does interrupt the recovery. Cal knows he's won, pulls out the taunt, takes out Q4R in game 2. We're going to game 3.
How is that the ending to that game?
It's a beautiful clash.
Just one clash out from Cal's ground pound is going to be the deciding factor on whether or not we go to game 3 or not. That's ridiculous.
And
Maybe
Cal's
a
gone
little
again.
unfortunate as well. I don't know.
Cal's gone again. It's okay.
Cal's
gone. How have you been?
I've been pretty good. A little tired, but pretty good. I'm also a
we
little
went over
hungry. I
that.
had a Nutri-Grain bar before I got on and got prepped for
I made myself some scrambled eggs. I said today's a scrambled egg kind of day, you know?
That sounds so good right now.
Yeah.
I could go for a scrambled egg. I got some
You want to
bread.
come
I could do
over
a
and have some
sandwich.
scrambled egg? I'll make you some.
That's an expensive flight.
It's worth it for the scrambled eggs.
I mean, I could just make scrambled eggs here. I got
Nah.
scrambled eggs. I've got mild cheddar. I've got sharp cheddar. I've got shredded cheese. I've got all sorts.
You
of
just
spices.
named cheeses. Like,
I know.
I
I
understand you
love
put
cheese.
cheese in your scrambled egg, but
I
there's
love
more to a
cheese.
scrambled egg than just the cheese.
You didn't just say that. You
There's
did not
more-
just say that.
There's more to scrambled egg than just the cheese. We're watching Cal and Q4R again. We'll talk more about eggs later, but right now, Q4R comes out with the map bans. I'm sure Cal went back, made sure his internet was not going to act up for the all-important game 3.
If I'm tilted right now, it's because you tilted me.
Good thing you're not playing then.
Probably. Anyway, where do you think we're going to be going right now? Is it Great
Where?
Hall because it's got the
It's
same
Mammoth.
similar
It's
cheese
Mammoth.
colors? Is that the reason?
No, that's not the reason.
I'm gonna bring this back a couple times.
You can bring it
You're
back,
gonna be caught off.
but
You're gonna be caught off guard.
we'll see. We'll find out when we get there. Right now, Q4R versus Cal. Cal is gonna. Both players are gonna look for that recovery at the very beginning. Q4R is gonna be the one to get the weapon. I wonder if Q4R is gonna try to do some heavy weapon guarding. He does make an attempt, but Cal is there immediately. Finds the sword. Looks for the options. Can't quite get that sidelight. A little bit out of range. Gets it that time, but because he sends Q4R off stage, can't get an immediate neutral light.
Ooh, but now he's got gauntlets. We saw what he can do with gauntlets before. His gauntlet game is strong, but we never really saw his gauntlet matchup against Q4R's spear. Q4R favored his sword for a majority of both of the previous games, so it's really hard to say whether or not Cal will be able to deal with this properly. Although, I don't know if I agree with Q4R switching back to sword. I know he's technically a little bit more comfortable on it, but I think Cal's a little bit used to it at this point. I don't know if it's a smart idea for him to sit on it. Like, look at this right now. He's just putting in work onto Q4R. Q4R can't get... He's landed, okay, now 2 attacks with sword, but that's still not much. The damage that comes out of sword is not necessarily worth it in the overall unless you can land... Oh my gosh, the read. The neutral sig out from Cal to get the kill.
Really nicely done. Some beautiful shadow stepping from Cal. Just want to point that out. It was a good speed. But Cal, like you were saying, there's some interesting play going on here. Cal and Q4 are trying to... Cal's doing a lot of these dodge in, dodge backs. And it was throwing Q4 off a little bit in the beginning, but I feel like at this point, Q4 has gotten used to it. He's doing it too. And both these players, I feel like are being a lot more patient here in Game 3.
No, they're definitely playing a little bit more safe because when your tournament game is on the line, you want to make sure that you're doing everything in your power to avoid getting taken out. Some people will just completely ignore that philosophy and
Oh, absolutely. You gotta go
all
ham
out no
all
matter
the time.
what. And makes for entertaining games, but it doesn't
Oh,
always make
Cal.
for successful sets.
Cow. I completely underestimated him. He did that recovery, and he wasn't moving left while he was doing it, and I thought he'd made a mistake. But Cal knows more than I do. He had a dodge ready, got back on stage, but Q4 is ready with his own sword recovery, beats out Cal's sword recovery, and takes the stock. We're both down
You know
to
what
2
I'd like
stocks.
to see out of Cal when he's trying to recover back off stage
Side sigs.
with sword? Yeah,
sig.
a side sig. You do one of those mix-up side sigs off stage where you end up landing back on stage and you get the extra distance going out rather than trying to get the spike.
Oh, Cal. If he'd done a side sig in the direction of Q4R, it might have been able to hit. Cal, he's basically, every time he does that side sig, he likes doing it in reverse. He wants Q4R to run into it. He knows that it has a lot of backward hitboxes. Almost hits the side sig there, but low recovery frames means he can instantly pull off a neutral sig. Goes for the side sig there, but Q4R is already dead. Cal with some really nice play.
I think Cal's going to take this at this point. He's showing himself to be incredibly strong against Q4R's playstyle. Q4R is still trying to play safe, but Cal just he's finding entries into Q4R's weaknesses. I guess that's a really generic thing to say as well. I'm still waking up.
Apparently, if you play to someone's weaknesses, you'll have a stronger game.
As they said it, what?
That's
E3
the
in, what,
very
2007?
insightful Frohned philosophy.
As they said at E3 in I think 2007, hit the weak spot for massive damage.
Really?
That
We
was-
saw Mestic. I would have never expected it.
That was one of the greatest E3 memes I think I remember from recent history. But anyway, I don't think
Q4
there's any necessarily weak spots in Brawlhalla, just in people's play. And Cal almost lands a second
It would
side
have been so
signature.
beautiful.
That would have
He
been.
would have gotten an instant taunt out of it. He's looking for it again. There's a side sig. Hits it onto Q4R. Takes game 3 and takes the set. Cal making the comeback. Doesn't matter that he DC'd in the game 1. He's there. He's gone Gauntlet side sig, and he's gonna be moving on up.
How is
Q4R.
Cal able to get so many side sigs?
Cause he's a side sig master. I'm calling it right
He
now.
hit at least
Cal
2
is
side sigs in every game.
the Val Gauntlet side sig master. Watch out, everyone.
Ridiculous.
It's pretty awesome. We're gonna see more Cal, but right now we're gonna go back to that game that I was super hyped about: Addy Mestic versus Effie. The Reason Boys faced off against each other. Who will take this?
That's a
That
great
was
question.
a question for you. I'm asking
know.
you who will take this.
I'm thinking about it, and honestly, it's a toss-up. I haven't seen Addy Mestic place too well. I know I'm calling him out a little bit. I love the guy, but he hasn't really been.
I'm gonna just completely. Addy Mestic feels a lot stronger nowadays than I've seen in the past. I feel like he's coming up to a high point. Addy Mestic, I'm Addy Mestic. That's just.
Saying
I'm
his
feeling
name
so
a lot
strong
doesn't-
about Addy Mestic.
doesn't-
If I say his name a lot, it will inspire me to feel good about Addy Mestic.
It doesn't bolster your argument,
Especially with the fist, you know, like that's just it's such a powerful Addy Mestic. Yeah.
You didn't read chat, did you?
Eh.
Anyway, Effie and Addy Mestic. I can't speak about that. That's.
Well,
I don't know. Effie and Addy Mestic are both fantastic players. Effie's been playing. I mean, he used to play a lot of bow. He used to be fantastic on bow, and I mean, he used to play a lot of Diana, but now he swapped up to. I want to say, I don't know if he plays Nyx actually. I know he plays a lot of Scythe now. He's
Right.
one of the few player. Well, not few. I guess a lot of people actually play Scythe nowadays in the EU. But Effie has been killing it on Scythe, and I can't remember who he's been playing on.
Oh,
I guess he
there's
swapped to
some
Mordex.
Some nice collector's edition gauntlets.
I don't know if it really goes with the color scheme though.
I think it doesn't go with the color scheme, which is what makes it interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like it sticks out.
I don't know.
Especially on default colors.
My issue with it is the not the red, but the gray. It doesn't really go with like the very stark white of the Celestial Mordex. So
I think it's neat. Whatever the case, Addy Mestic sticking with that Wushang. We've seen him play Wushang for quite a while now. He's very strong with it, and I don't have anything concrete to say about Addy Mestic's Wushang except that it's good. Like
It's solid.
It's just
it's
really solid.
consistent, but it's not. I don't remember it being surprisingly not too effective. It hasn't been.
Have you been watching
surprisingly
Addy Mestic? I'm gonna call you out right now. I don't think you've been watching enough Addy Mestic. I think you're underestimating
not.
him.
I might be, and I kind of want to be underestimating him right now because I love him and I want his play to work. But we'll see.
It's gonna be awesome.
3, 2.
I don't
I'm
want to
saying
put
right now.
too many eggs in the basket of saying that he's gonna be doing crazy successful because
Yeah, you got too much
I
cheese
don't
in the
remember.
basket already, so.
I don't remember him being too successful recently, but if he can show me that I'm wrong, I'm more than happy to see it.
And right now, Addy Mestic and Effie trading off. Addy with the spear right now. Effie was unable to find a hit, but does get the dare there. Nice sidelight into dodge read sidelight. Can't quite get the weapon throw, of course, and puts himself in an armored position. Addy is there to get the punishes using those neutral lights. Effie this time has the scythe. Interested to see how his scythe has evolved over the course of the last 2 months. But Addy Mestic is there with the spear, not even giving Effie a chance to use his scythe moves at all. Finally hits a sidelight, but Addy just turns around and punishes with a side air, takes out the first stock.
I'm happy to say that was clean. That was really clean on Addy Mestic's part, and I'm really happy to see that he's playing really well right now. And that gauntlet play right now, huge
Addy
damage
Mestic
built up
fighting
on
every
Effie.
follow-up.
That's almost 60 damage.
Every follow-up.
Huge.
And Effie is looking for his own resets. Does get those sidelights, but he's missing the gravity cancel sidelights because Addy Mestic is just moving too far away. He's not using dodges. He's just using movement. Addy Mestic gets a ground pound from
was
off
out of
the
view.
stage.
He got the ground pound out of view. That is ridiculous.
Effie hits the
Fantastic
side
risk read right there off stage. If
It
he
was
missed,
so good.
if
I
he
mean, because
missed,
you
he would've
can't
just
tell
ended up
how far
falling
off stage
way
you
off.
are when you're through those looking glasses. All you have to do is estimate basically how far you've been sent off given your velocity, estimate where your opponent's been sent off, and estimate how quickly your opponent is going to be moving toward the stage, and if he's going to be using fast forward. Addy Mestic did all of that and then hit the ground pound. Like, that is what he did, because he let
He also
go
hit
of
the
that ground
heat,
pound.
I'm telling you right now. Because there it is. That's kill 2, and Effie is getting thrown around by Addy Mestic. Addy Mestic is... All right. You proved me wrong, Eddie.
Good.
I'm in your court.
Good. Effie, on the other hand, coming around, he found that kill using the scythe. I think that the scythe is going to be a little bit stronger than his gauntlets right now. But against Addy Mestic, he's going to need to make those follow-ups happen. He's struggling a little bit because Addy Mestic is using some very unorthodox techniques out of hit stun. And Effie's getting thrown off, as he should be, thanks to Addy's basically versatile play. But Effie is going to get hit by that downlight into side air. Addy's going to take game 1. And it's going to be up to Effie to show what he can do to try to counter Addy Mestic's insane momentum.
I can't even think of anything that he can do right now. Maybe switch his character play to something a little bit more comfortable. I don't know. He looked a little stiff on the Mordex pick. I mean, he was landing a few things here and there, getting a little bit of damage off, but it wasn't anything significant, I would say. Maybe a character switch would do him good. Normally, I would advise against that kind of thing because those pocket picks seem more like panic picks. But in this case, I would actually recommend the opposite.
I think you're panicking.
I'm panicking. I'm not even playing.
But you are panicking.
Why am I panicking?
Because of the insane play you just saw from Addy Mestic.
I'm not panicking. I'm hyped.
You're panic hyped, right? Is that how that works? Addy Mestic versus Effie.
I don't think
Effie's,
that's a thing.
like you said, sticking with the Mordex. And I called him out saying that his scythe was working a little bit better than his gauntlets, but I think it's a bit of a toss-up right now. He did have the scythe in that last stock, and Addy Mestic was still able to put on that insane amount of pressure. So Effie's going to basically need to find those dodge reads on Addy Mestic. I don't think it's weapon dependent. I think it's very much play dependent. And Addy Mestic's going to come in using that momentum, gets the neutralites, hits the sidelight and gravity cancel sidelight, and the double recovery takes out Effie in the first stock. It's been less than 30 seconds.
Addy Mestic is an Addy monster right now, and I am so happy to see this out from him right now. This reminds me of how he used to play back in the day. I mean, this is nostalgic for me.
Effie's got his own gauntlets. Can't quite get the nair, but he does get some good damage using those gauntlet neutralites. Excuse me. I do think it's really interesting what Addy's been doing. Effie's looking for the dodge resets, and Addy just doesn't dodge. Every time Effie hits a side light or hits a side light nair, he's thinking, all right, which way is Addy Mestic gonna dodge, and how can I punish? Addy just doesn't dodge. He knows Effie's looking for those, and it's something that's a bit risky for Addy to do. You know, obviously you want to dodge to avoid the subsequent follow-up, but he knows Effie well enough that he knows if I don't dodge, Effie's just gonna falter. He's not gonna know which way I'm gonna go, and he's gonna look for a read and not find it. And it's just really smart from Addy Mestic to do what he's doing.
I mean, I'm kind of at a loss for words right now, but that,
Ooh,
oh my
Effie!
gosh, Effie finally showing what Scythe can do. It might be a little too late because now it's gone, but while
it was a really nice
lasted,
swing.
it
He
was
got a
very
beautiful
flashy
gravitated down light.
and very, very effective. That, well, all right.
Ground pounds into Addy Mestic spear ground pound.
I think he fast falled into that, and that's why he got hit. Maybe I don't know.
I mean,
I don't think that
right into it.
Did he ground pound into it? I thought he just fast fell.
Check the tape. Ground pound.
Well,
Whatever
the
the
delay
case.
on the stream is already passed, so I can't tell.
Whatever the
Either
case,
way, we got
fantastic.
Sedo and Multimum, I think, facing off in this next match. Should be a very fantastic game. Multimum and Sedo both playing I mean, we've seen a lot of gauntlets.
I do want to say real quick, we've got our semifinals now. It's Multimum versus Sedo, which is the game we're seeing now, and then Cal is going to fight Addy Mestic, and that basically makes it top
That's
8.
four.
Right? Top 8.
That is 4 gauntlet characters, or 4 players playing gauntlets in the
right.
semifinals right now. Multimum,
Gauntlets is the EU meta. I think
Multimum
that's
and Addy Mestic on Wushang, Sedo on Core, and basically every other gauntlet legend, let's be honest. And
Cal's on Val, and
Yeah.
Multimum's on Wushang. Yeah.
although I guess he did bring out
Who did he bring out
Cross. He brought out
again?
Cross
He brought out
one
Cross.
game.
So, I mean, if we assume that Multimum just likes Cross better, then we've got 4 different Gauntlet characters. Wushang, Val, Cross, and... I already forgot the other one. Core.
Really?
I got it.
He's a rock.
He's a
How
rock.
can you forget?
I mean, look, he's a snowman.
Okay, he's a snowman, but
There
he's
you
got charcoal mouth and buttons, and those are. They look like rocks.
Not quite how that works.
Either way,
Pretty sure that's just carbon.
I
You
mean,
can't really classify carbon
most
as a
things
rock.
are carbon.
Most living things are carbon. I don't know about most things. You don't get that much carbon in your desk. Actually, that's so wrong because
I
it's
don't
made
know
of
why
wood,
you said that.
and the wood was alive. The desk was the first inanimate object I could think of because I'm staring
You
at one
just
right
looked
now,
down.
and I was just like,
If you had a
"Yes."
plastic desk, maybe.
Yeah, there you go.
But I have a wood desk. Knock on it, and that's what we got. Oh, I guess we should let them know.
I mean, you should let them know because apparently you're doing that.
I guess so. I guess that's my official chat role, is just to let them know.
Do you have a
We're
do you have
good.
favorite gauntlets between Sedo and Multimum? You think?
Oh, I
you
thought
think
you were
anyone's
going to
come
ask
out
me
here?
what my favorite gauntlet character was. But I honestly, in terms of general play, probably Multimum, but in terms of gauntlet specific, Sedo.
Okay.
Because
And
he's
Sedo is
been
the
a
answer to the
lot-
question. I just wanted to know about gauntlets because I know Multimum
Okay.
pulls out a lot of spear stuff, and it is beautiful. But as far as gauntlet v gauntlet goes, you're going with Sedo.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Well, whatever the case, we're gonna get in here, and Multimum's gonna pick up the first weapon, hit Sedo outward, gets the gauntlets. Sedo gets his own gauntlets. I was guaranteed with the weapon pickups, and Sedo, right off the bat, as soon as he gets the gauntlets, gets some nice hits on Multimum. Multimum also follows suit. I feel like both of these players so far are very even with the gauntlets.
Well, it's bound to happen. I mean, both of these players are fantastic gauntlet players, and both of them know exactly how to make the most of the gauntlet's light kit. They haven't really been throwing out signatures at all. Well, okay, well, right as I say that, of course, but
I mean, Multimumpitz throughout that down sig looks for the read.
Caster's Curse is
couldn't
nothing
fight.
new to us.
Ooh, great haul working out for Multimumpitz as he hits that neutral sig because Sedo is on the platform. Something Sedo is going to need to watch out for. And I'm pretty sure the spear neutral sig will do the same.
Did he just bonk his head? That could have been dangerous. That could have been a confirmed kill on himself if he wasn't careful enough. But Multimumpitz getting a huge string onto Sedo, getting him off onto the side, and now he's just covering that edge option. But Sedo gets the down air. It's not going to be as dangerous as it used to be, but now Sedo with the side air, and that's the kill. That's the strength of Hammer. Those side airs, those neutral airs, all do fantastic damage. And that is the reason why, or at least one of the reasons why Hammer is so good.
Sedo hitting that recovery, sending Multimumpitz upward. Multimumpitz comes back down, charges a down sig. Sedo is there for the punish, but can't quite get anything after the sidelight. Multimumpitz coming in with his own sidelights. Both of these players are trading a couple hits by hit, but the dodges between both of them are so good that no one's able to get a full follow-up. It's going to be up to a strong dodge read to get something really insane. Both of these players are in the red. Sedo, another recovery after the downlight. Multimumpitz going to come in, knock out Sedo's weapon. Sedo charges a neutral heavy, and Multimumpitz side sigs the wrong way.
That is really unfortunate. You hate to see that kind of thing happen, because when you have an opportunity to get a free punish and you miss it, there's nothing except maybe seeing off stage more demoralizing than just seeing yourself completely whiff. Even if it looked like it might have done something, knowing that you completely whiffed an attack like that is just, it hurts.
It does indeed. I hope Multimumpitz isn't too demoralized because he's been playing fantastically so far. Sedo, though, playing really well, getting those gauntlet strings, but Multimumpitz moves away from the ground pound. He knows to expect it. He is a seasoned gauntlet player. The neutral sig hits Multimumpitz.
Well, I mean, I'm not surprised at how he hit the attack. It's always very unusual when it actually goes through after that point because of just the mechanics of the move itself. It just like doesn't look right. Oh,
Multimumpitz unable.
Sedo missed the tech dodge, the tech chase.
Well, I think that because of the way that downlight hit, he wasn't going to be able to get the usual follow-ups from it. I'm just surprised it hit because Multimumpitz unable to basically avoid Sedo on stage trying to get the moves in. Both of these players are in the red now. Sedo's down air is very powerful, but the neutral sig is going to be the one to take Multimumpitz out. And Sedo takes game one against Multimumpitz of all people. I do want to remind people, Multimumpitz, arguably what people would say seed number 1 here in EU, and he's going to pull out the cross now against Sedo. Honestly, I feel like his cross has been a bit stronger than his Wushang.
Would you say that he's seed 1 because he made it the farthest at CEO Dreamland?
I'd say he made it the farthest at CEO Dreamland. I'd say that he's been doing really strongly in tournaments. I'd say that he has the most circuit points. I'd say that some of the other previous seed ones, Dobrain, Daiku, aren't looking as strong as before. So yeah, I'd absolutely give it to Multimumpitz. He has a lot of things going for him.
Well, right now he's switching up the cross, and last time he switched up the cross, he played unbelievably well. And that was against Evram, a little bit of a different play style that he had to deal with. I don't know if it'll work out in his favor this time, but if he can make the guns work, then I think this is a win. Guns are that strong, in my opinion.
In the meantime, Multimumpitz been hitting a lot of these horizontal hits, a couple sidelights, a couple stairs, and Sedo has been doing the gauntlet strings when he can. He's looking for this neutral sig. Multimumpitz out of range of it. He's got those gun neutral lights to basically push Sedo outward and say, no, you're not getting back on stage. Sedo does get back on stage. Both of these players are turning out quite evenly. Sedo gets the neutral light on the gauntlets. Multimumpitz going to make it back on stage just fine, but he's being very wary of that downlight from Sedo. Waits until Sedo uses the recovery, then comes back on stage, hits Sedo with the string. Sedo with the hard ground pound, holding it as Multimumpitz chase dodges, trying to get back on stage, and Sedo's ground pound is going to be the one to hit.
He went right into it, and that was really unfortunate. I mean, on Multimumpitz' part, I was actually really hoping that he would use, I don't know, a gravity canceled signature on the side to catch Sedo off guard. I don't think he was expecting it. and showing, and Sedo throwing out that ground pound actually shows that he wasn't. But either way, it doesn't really matter anymore. But Sedo getting that ground pound is pretty big for him, because that means that he can bring this lead back from Multimum at this point, and his damage is so consistent too.
Multimum is just doing such a good job with landing these strings over and over again, and especially the neutralize. I will say it right now, Multimum is the king of gravity cancel neutralize over and over and over again. It just racks up damage all the time, and of all the gauntlet moves, that's going to be the one to do the most damage. And him being able to use that constantly, it makes up for one of Gauntlet's weaker points, is that it doesn't quite do the damage that a lot of other weapons do. And Multiple says, that's just fine. I've got the Neutralite. I'll just use that to put down the damage.
Well, something people don't really take into account is the ability to displace your opponent. And with Gauntlets, the entire idea behind displacing your opponent, the sidelight pushing people up right above you, the neutral air throwing people straight down, all the moves in some way displace in a way that isn't typical with other moves. Like sword side air pushes people to the side, while I guess it's similar to bow in the bow side air in a little bit. But either way, the displacement is, I think, the biggest benefit to Gauntlets, because it allows you to make all these crazy mix-ups out of different moves with how they work and where they throw the opponent. It's also why I think Scythe is really good at—
What?
Oh my god!
What?
Sedo!
Sedo, unarmed, side light, turn around, down light, into side air. Just, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. What on earth was that? That's mindfulness of where your opponent's going to go after every single one of your hits. And at that speed, Sedo's mind is working at 100 miles an hour. Or kilometers an hour, because we're in EU.
Well, I'm so at a loss for words right now. Sedo, that was insane. How come it's always Sedo in these tournaments that gets the ridiculous clips?
Oh, the
like
side
this,
to grab
edge
the
guard out of
Multimum!
nowhere again.
Player
This
two.
dude is a monster.
And Multimum is gonna lose out. Sedo takes it 2-0. Sedo is moving on into winners finals.
I don't know
And
if you've
Boston's
ever
gonna go down
read
a lower
any of
bracket.
the Goosebumps book, like any of those Goosebumps book back in the day, but I'm watching this game right now, and Sedo has to be the star of like all of them, because he's just scary as hell right now.
Took me a while to figure out where you were going with that. Sedo, though, at those gauntlets, I mean, you said it yourself at the very beginning. Multimum versus Sedo, as far as whose gauntlets are gonna be king, and Sedo just did some fantastic stuff. He did some fantastic stuff at the very end there, but of course, the unarmed hits were just ridiculous. They're just ridiculous.
That's what separates the men from the gods, is the ability to just pull stuff out like that, especially with unarmed, something we don't usually see people use. I mean, someone loses a weapon and they just kind of run away until they can find a weapon for, however long. But the ability to just pull out unarmed like that, do fantastic damage with no fear, find a kill even, that's what separates the good from the great. And that's what we saw in Sedo.
Well, we're going to see more of Sedo in the future. We're going to see him fight the winner of this match, Addy Mestic versus Cal. And more gauntlets. Just more gauntlets. It's really exciting.
We've already talked about this. Everybody in the semifinals is gauntlets.
Yeah. It's really the stuff that gauntlets can do is just so interesting. It's got all these option coverage moves. It's got all sorts of, like, it's a close to the chest weapon, but because of, like you were saying, most of the moves move you somewhere, right? They're not just standing moves. It's all about being fluid, being active, and working your way around your opponent. Not only using your jumps and your movements, but also the moves themselves on gauntlets, the attacks.
Right now, Addy Mestic is playing very careful. I mean, gauntlets play close to the chest. Addy Mestic is keeping his cards there. So right now, let's see if Addy Mestic can make this work against Cal. Cal has been something of a an unexpected
Cal? Cal goes all the way under the stage. I think he was looking to throw Addy off, but Addy was there instantly. Hits the ground pound. Can't get the downlight and ground pound because the downlight pushes Cal under the island, and Addy Mestic's ground pound is not going to reach far enough. Cal gets a nice neutral sig, looks for the second one, finds it, and that's going to be the kill on Addy Mestic. Cal, he doesn't even need the side sig. He has neutral sig.
The double neutral sig read off stage with gravity cancels. That's insane.
That's insane.
That's insane.
And Addy Mestic's gonna look for a way to turn this around. Cal is ready. Uses that very interesting chase dodge forward into dodge backward. He's been using that over and over again.
It's been
Looks
so
for the hits on Addy Mestic.
watching Cal play because I haven't seen anybody throw out as many signatures as he does. With that much success, it's very unusual to see in this level of play. And I guess that's what's making it work, is that some of these players are just not used to the amount of signatures that he uses.
Been working out really well for him, but Addy Mestic, a first force to be reckoned with, not out of the game yet. Both these players are trading very evenly. Cal does these double ground pounds. The speed of the ground pound saves him from Addy's wrath, but of course Addy does find the punishes. Looks for a second ground pound that might have been able to send Cal off stage, but Cal's not having any of it. Addy Mestic keeps sending Cal down into that lower area, but Cal is making his way back up. In the meantime, though, he's taking a lot of damage. Addy Mestic with the unarmed side air.
That's okay. You know what that reminds me of right there is, if any of you play Smash, it's that reminds me of Captain Falcon Electric Knee. That side forward air.
It's just really powerful.
It's so clean and it's so good looking when it connects to. That
it's very satisfying to hit.
It's one of my. I'm so glad that that's a kill move because it is so flashy.
Cal, nice dodge read, sidelight into reverse sidelight recovery, takes out Addy Mestic. Both these players are in their last stock, and it is just so close. Both players have done some really crazy things with their kit, and I don't know who's gonna take the cake in this last stock here. It's only game one.
I don't know. I don't know if Cake is playing in this tournament, but anyway. Addy Mestic is doing a lot of work with a spear right now, switching up from gauntlets. I don't know, maybe this is what he needs, a little bit of extra range against Cal's gauntlet play because of that close to the chest play style of gauntlets, that extra range, giving him a little bit of an advantage, but Cal's going to try to get around to the island. He's not going to escape completely. But it is going to be close.
Really well done. Cal hitting an unarmed downer so close to the stage. He's done a good job avoiding Addy's attacks. He is going to hit the downline and ground pound, but can't get the full follow-up afterwards. Addy's looking for that unarmed side air. Cal tries to recovery into Addy's ground pound and almost gets it, but not quite. No cigar. Addy hits the side air, takes game one.
It was kind of funny to see after Addy threw out the side air, he looked really confident that was going to kill.
Oh, yeah.
And then as Cal started slowing down, he was like, wait a second. He turned back towards him and then he died. He's like, all right. I got it. I wasn't missing it at all. But you could see it in his eyes. He thought for a split second.
Do I need
he might have been wrong about
that? Do I need to get off stage and finish it off? I do want to say Addy Mestic had all the momentum in that last stock. Basically was chasing around Cal the entire time, and Cal could not get back on stage without thinking, how am I going to escape Addy Mestic's next ground pound?
Well, I mean, right now, he's going to... Whoa, okay. So we've been seeing him play a lot of gauntlets, but I don't think we've seen him play anything relatively similar to Bryn.
It didn't feel like Addy's or Cal's gauntlets were doing that bad. Cal
he was playing fantastically.
Yeah,
he was the crazy Val signature read
under Addy Mestic. But if he had picked the same character, I absolutely wouldn't have batted an eyelash. I would have said, okay, you got the gauntlets, you can do well this time. Apparently, he's not feeling the same way, so he's gonna take out axe and spear.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
I don't know how I feel about this. This could be some kind of. I mean, we can always speculate about this kind of thing because we don't know about some players' pocket picks. And Addy Mestic with 3 consecutive dares in a row, that's a lot of damage. I think each one is, 12 to 15 damage per down air. So almost 45 damage built up all in that little bit of time. But right now, Cal, I don't know. He's not behind, but I don't know if he's looking as...
Well, he's behind now. I feel like his axe is it's a little weird. And Addy Mestic, of course, his spear, confident as always, hits the nair, hits the recovery, takes out Cal. Cal needs to figure out what he wants to do with his weapons right now, because they feel a little bit directionless, and he's going to need direction against someone as strong as Addy Mestic. Goes for that side stick, can't quite hit it. Addy Mestic with the gauntlet string. Cal with a nice recovery, but the neutral stick is not going to hit, and he uses his recovery.
No
He's
way.
out.
Here it goes.
He is out. Addy Mestic takes full force. He's got 2 stocks on Cal right
hit
now.
The neutral air. He had a chase dodge after that. I don't know if he could have thrown it out and gotten back to the ledge. He didn't use it though, so I don't know. Maybe he just didn't feel. Maybe he didn't remember that he even had it. I don't know. But Addy Mestic's about to get another kill right now. Like, Cal is just too hurt. He's limping around the edges.
Oh, the downlight's going to send Addy Mestic up, but it's still not going to kill. Addy Mestic staying alive. Cal looks for the down tick. It's so close. But Addy Mestic dodges right through it. The recovery's finally going to hit him. But Cal's already in the orange on his last stock, and it's looking bad for Cal. This is game number 2, and Addy Mestic has the advantage. No 3 stock, though, for Addy Mestic if he was looking for that.
It was there. He had it in his hands when he had Cal off on the side, but unfortunately, just the cards didn't line up for him. And Cal managed to find something, but isn't that usually the case? I mean, you don't usually see those 3 stocks, but yep, Addy Mestic takes it down.
And you know, I'm sorry, Cal, but it really didn't look like that Bryn pick worked out. Just more gauntlets. I feel like
it usually turns out that pocket pick turned out into a panic pick, and it didn't. It just worked out inversely for Addy
gauntlets
Mestic.
were strong. Stick with the gauntlets. You got it. Either way, Cal's gonna go down the lower bracket, but don't count him out yet. He is going to be strong in the lower bracket. He's gonna face off against some strong opponents, but Addy Mestic is gonna face off against Sedo in upper finals. But before we do that, we're gonna go back to our host. We're gonna take we're gonna let him talk about what's gone on, maybe do some giveaways. So let's bring it back to them.
Welcome back, everybody, to semifinals hype. Soda, what did you think about those semifinals? It was absolutely insane. The battle of the gauntlets.
Wow. As you mentioned last time, the longer this goes on, the more intense it gets. So it's so fun to see. And even chat was really into it this time around. I could really see that. And that was really enjoyable.
Absolutely. I mean, right off the start, Simple on Boudoir, Sedo on Core. It's a game that I learned a lesson. Do not throw your weapon away. You're going to get punished if you caught without it. I mean, I was screaming, pick up a weapon, and then you could just bait the weapon the whole time and just rack up on the damage. It was absolutely insane. How did you like that fight? Core, the snowman hacks.
Oh, I loved his snowman. I loved it. Snowman with the gauntlets, that you can't get better than that. And he was really fighting for it the whole time. And Simple was using a sword, yeah? I love using the sword in Brawlhalla.
Yeah, you did great. You played Val, correct? In the tournament?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can relate.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and then the second match was Multimumpitz and I believe it's Eram on Koji. It was a little slow start for Eram, but he switched to Asgoth, which is a little bit slower character, but more bow. We need more bow in this tournament.
Yes, I knew you were gonna call out that bow. And Eram, he seemed to be a chat favorite. Everyone was calling him out for his afro. Did you notice that?
I did see that. I joined in on the fun. I mean, can't knock a good afro.
Oh yeah, and Multimumpitz got a recovery as his very last kill, and I love recovery kills. Very cool.
Yeah, you can definitely mess up if you do some offstage battling and make one mistake and get recovered on, and unfortunately, it went in his favor. Well, fortunately, it went in his favor. Unfortunately, not for the other player.
Yeah, for sure. And how do you feel about there's so many offstage plays this time? It's been insane. So much going under the stage and hopping around everywhere. It's insane to me.
Absolutely. One thing I can't stand to do is chase people for like a whole match. It really upsets me. So I thought that kind of meta was coming back. But the chase game was a little bit better. Addy with the gauntlets, my goodness, he's a master with the gauntlets. He just catches you left and right, and the snipes. I called him Addy Snipes. That's your new name, by the way. And my other crowd favorite is Cowbot. Very nice.
Oh, yes, Calbot. Oh, poor guy. The first game when he got disconnected, it felt so bad for him. He fought
Yeah.
really hard though the whole time.
Yeah, he did. He did very well. I mean, to come back and do as well as he did. Let's talk about that snowman unarmed off stage. Like,
Oh, yes. That was actually incredible.
insane. When I'm off stage, I'm just worried about getting back on stage or going for like
Right.
down 6. But he was just like, nah, let me just play it casual, knock him into, bounce him off the stage, kick him out. Easy, GG.
Wasn't even worried about weapons. He wasn't even last thing on his mind. He was like, I can do this.
Exactly. I blame the skin. So go out and buy that snowman skin, guys, because obviously it helps you win games.
It's actually Illuminati confirmed.
And that last battle between Wushang, which Addy was on Wushang, and Val, which Cal and Val kind of works. The battle of the gauntlets once again. I mean, it was crazy.
Yes.
The neutral sig canceled the neutral sig off stage. That was absolutely insane. There were some insane, intense moments off stage. I love it. Thank you for the hype players. I mean, I'm learning so much
Yes.
things from this. But Bren, why the Bren switch? I mean, I really don't see much Bren, and so I was like, oh my goodness, maybe he knows something we don't. A lot of people call it a panic pick, but man, you can't sleep on it. You never know what might happen.
Right. He did his best, and everything Addy did just looked so clean. You know what I mean? I think the Bren switch, it was just different. He did his best. He did his best, DJ.
He did. And being on Twilight Grove, I'm surprised I didn't see more side sigs coming from Wushang, knowing that you hit that island. Once you hit that island, it could be an auto spike. So very careful gameplay.
Yeah. They were insanely good matches today.
So what are you looking at? I guess we could be going into the final soon. So or is it the loser bracket? What are you looking forward to? A little bit more speed up gameplay. I like the fast gameplays. It keeps me on the edge of my seat. It feels like I'm playing the game.
Right.
There was a lot of clinch moments and a lot of pucker moments going in. But man, Addy is showing me how to play those gauntlets.
Yes, and I love to watch Gauntlet gameplay. I don't know why. Gauntlets are just such a fun weapon to use. They're so fun to watch. And yeah, okay. How about this Friday night Brawl Ball?
Yeah, guys, if you need a reminder, Brawl League presents Friday night Brawl Ball.
You can do
Goodness
it.
gracious. Say that 50 times fast. NA
Oh,
number
no,
2
thanks.
on Cinco de Mayo, 5 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, hosted by, Frohned and
Nice.
All right, there we go. With lots of
Good
NA
job.
favorites. Again, Boomy, Starlight, Mama Bob, Wrench, LDZ, and Stevenator, and many more. Hosted by Part of Creed, as we saw his awesome casting, along with Frohned. There we go. Casting
So
and matches.
good.
You definitely do not want to miss that.
And part of the Creed. And
A
part of the Creed.
Of the Creed.
Okay,
me
you're just
too.
gonna leave that out. That's fine. All right, guys. Let's see here.
So the giveaway is going on the way. You didn't win it again, did you, Soda?
I did. I hope not. That is the most rigged giveaway I've ever seen. Sparky.
Yeah, you're definitely a crowd favorite, clearly, especially by the bots. Cowbot coming in, tightening his screws, by the way. I think you should change your name to that, Cal. Don't hate me. I like it.
Yeah, Cal was pretty good at doing the robot. Am I right? Am I right on stage? No? All right.
Please tell me you should have winked. You should have winked with that. The classic SodaKite wink.
Got it. There we go.
All right,
Yeah,
boys and girls.
suck those.
Look, as much as we like to keep you entertained, it looks like we're going right back into the matches. Hope you guys are ready for some exciting gameplay, taking it off right now. We're going to push it over to the casters. Enjoy the rest of the matches.
Bye, guys.
All right, we are back, better than ever, and we're going down the lower bracket. We've got a lot of games. Before we get into the games, I have to talk about what's happened in the bracket because
I was actually
lot's
hoping
happened.
you were going to say I want to talk about Brawl Ball, but go ahead.
I mean, they talked about Brawl Ball. They got it. Don't worry.
Talk about Brawl
I know you're super into Brawl
I
Ball.
wanna talk
You're
about Brawl
casting
Ball.
it. I know you're super into Brawl Ball, but we'll see you when Brawl Ball happens. Right now, we've got this bracket, this spring fling, and like there have been upsets. we saw Multum come around, but Daiku, he got taken out by Addy Mestic. We've seen Addy Mestic extremely strong. Right now, we're going to see Daiku face off against Stimpy here in the lower bracket. But I know another popular name, Dobrain. Dobrain is out. He's out. Dobrain got knocked out by Sedo in upper bracket in the very first round of top 32. And then right after that, Dobrain lost out to M for Mini. So, unfortunate to see Dobrain go down. We got a lot of other names. I know Iriam just got taken out by Stimpy. That's why he's fighting Daiku. Daiku took out Simple. Effie and Slug are fighting right now. We're going to see Q4R fight someone out too. But a lot of big names getting taken out. Right now, though, like I was saying, Daiku versus Stimpy. You got any predictions for that?
Well, it's hard to say. I haven't seen Stimpy play in a while, so I can't necessarily speak about his play. But Daiku, I know he's been putting in a lot of work recently to try to get back up to that top tier level of play. Even earlier on in this tournament, I was catching some of his Diana play with Bo, and it seemed as if whenever he got somebody off stage, that was a kill for him. So that, I don't know if that will continue on into this match, but with the way everything has gone for him so far, I can't expect him to lose out too much.
Stimpy!
See, I had those words hanging on the edge of my mouth, and then Stimpy just did that, and
you couldn't say anything.
I couldn't say anything.
Incredible reads on Daiku. Dodge resets, movement resets, everything Stimpy hit after hit. He got Daiku down to the orange, not quite the red though. And Daiku's gonna be looking to basically take this back. Did a downlight into a reverse neutral light. That one's not quite gonna hit. There's the downlight, downlight into regular neutral light. And Stimpy been moving around, but Daiku got enough bow hits in that he's evened up the game again. Despite how many hits Stimpy got, does a recovery right into that side sig. Side sig hits side sig. Stimpy's gonna be the one to win it out. Another side sig from Stimpy, looking a bit like Cal there.
It's that pulse at the end that makes it so dangerous because it can outrange so many other moves. You saw Daiku try to throw out his own side sig in I guess defiance of the Val side sig, but it just didn't work out in the end. That big green pulse of energy that Val throws out, just too big and too dangerous to confront, at least straight up in a fight. Maybe that's why Cal was so effective with it earlier. Who knows? Although
Daiku, meanwhile, he seems really hesitant to approach Stimpy right now. Nails that side sig, but there was a lot of waiting off stage for Stimpy to come to him. And as soon as he was off stage, he couldn't quite make it back on stage. Couldn't quite hit the ground again. Right now, he has been getting the hits on Stimpy, unable to punish that side sig. He's been throwing a lot of bow side sigs around, which he did hit one at the very tail end. But most of the other ones, the active frames make it fairly easy for Stimpy to get the punish at the very end.
You know, I was singing Daiku's praises in the beginning of this game, right before it started, but Stimpy, his hesitation in going in on Stimpy and trying to find that kill, his ineffectiveness of being able to finish off Stimpy's first stock is just, I don't know. You gotta give credit to
Stimpy. He's been making some really incredible plays. We saw the incredible plays with the sword, and besides that, he just has really good dodges against Daiku. Daiku's gonna get hit by those gauntlets yet again. I'm surprised Daiku didn't try to go around it, but Stimpy clearly saw something in Daiku's play, saying, okay, he's gonna go straight up again, and he hit those gauntlets, and he's gonna take the first stock from Daiku. Daiku pulling out another side stick. This time Stimpy knows he's out of range to try to punish that. He's not gonna over-aggress. And,
you know, I kind of feel like in that moment off stage, Stimpy, or no, not Stimpy, Daiku had to go straight up because otherwise gauntlets just have too many options off stage for Daiku to try to read around, especially with bow, which I don't think neutral air will beat out a lot of what gauntlets have to bring to the table.
Ooh, Daiku
at
hitting
least in the air,
unarmed side air that we've talked so much about. Really good hit, and it's gonna take out the stock, but Daiku is already in the red. Stimpy's just doing amazing work. Goes for the chain dodge, but hits a downlight Reverse, he hits the second down lane, hits the recovery afterward, and sends Daiku upward. Not quite the kill, but it's enough that Daiku's already in the red. Goes for that side sig, turns around, hits the side air, takes the game, or sorry, takes the stock, and he's up in the timer stock. Not quite.
It's heading in that direction. Stimpy is looking incredibly strong in gauntlets and in sword. Just overall looking very clean in his play. Daiku, I don't know, he's limping. He's kind of just falling back too much, trying to play too safe, and it doesn't really feel like it's his play style, and he doesn't seem too comfortable trying.
Yeah, the comfort isn't quite there, I think. Stimpy, on the other hand, he just has a lot of aggression on Daiku. He's finding all the follow-ups, and I think it's difficult for Daiku to really find his place when Stimpy's constantly all over him, and when he's off stage and Stimpy's not there. Like that key difference between where Stimpy is and isn't at any given time is what's making it hard for Daiku to find momentum. When he does send Stimpy off stage, though, he is able to find that edge guard, and he has taken it down to last stock, but he is in the orange.
That's very good. What Daiku's going for right now, very good option. That very short hop, speed dodge into side air at like ground level. Very good option there because it's the speed at which it comes out can catch people off, and the force behind the pushback. Oh, Stimpy looking for the kill right now. The recovery's not going to do it.
It's very close. Daiku goes for a ground pound off stage. Stimpy is not going to go near that.
Yeah, Daiku is. I can't see him finding anything meaningful out of the bow right now from Stimpy. Stimpy is just too aware of what angles Daiku can come in on.
Okay. Stimpy pulls out the flag taunt, says, Daiku, you're going to stay off stage all day?
I mean, I know he was just baiting him to try to get him back, and it worked.
Ooh, finds the downlight, but no follow-up afterwards. I am surprised he didn't do a side air after that.
Well, I think he was going for a down air, but he got interrupted by the recovery.
That must be it.
Yeah,
Daiku.
looking back on the stream, actually he was going for a down air, got interrupted by the recovery, and took the hit. If he got the recovery off in time, that would have been a different story. Stimpy would have been shot down. He had, I think, one jump and a dodge left, so he could have gotten back, but it would have been very close. He could have tried to use a recovery instead, but I mean, really, I should just stop there because there's no point extrapolating and just trying to guess what would have happened because that's already over. We're going into the next match now, and Daiku is just figuring out what maps to ban out, and Stimpy is, I assume, going to pick Mammoth Fortress, the map that we almost always see picked whenever it's up.
Well, you know, you gotta keep things fresh.
I mean,
go to King's Pass, you know. That's
okay. Let's not be crazy now.
No, let's be crazy.
Let's take a step back.
Let's be crazy.
You can be crazy, but I'll stay over here and be sane.
Right now, Daiku's fighting a bit of crazy himself. Stimpy has all the momentum right now. Picks up the gauntlets, gets a quick dare. I'm surprised you can go for the chase dodge neutralite. But Daiku! What?
Technically speaking, that was within 10 seconds. So if he wants to do a DC call, then he can do that.
But he's not gonna do it.
I guess he's just gonna take the hit. He's gonna put it on the chin.
I don't know what Daiku is thinking, but he's gonna need to really step it up to make this comeback work. Meanwhile, Stimpy's just gonna keep using his gauntlets to full effect. Hits the ground pound on Daiku. Hits another ground pound on Daiku. Daiku, he's been baiting Stimpy off stage. He does get a pretty successful hit on Stimpy, but no full edge guard.
Daiku was playing such a dangerous game right there. Playing off stage with no weapon, of course, against gauntlets and someone who knows exactly how to use them as well is incredibly dangerous. And now Stimpy
find his edge guard right now. Stimpy just has every option covered. Hits a side sig, hits the weapon throw, hits the second weapon throw. He's taking Daiku out yet again. We're almost looking at a 3-stock.
Stimpy is a monster right now. How did he get dropped into lower brackets? You said he lost to Addy Mestic, right?
Yep.
I guess that
He's got that gauntlet weakness.
that or
He does hit
Sedero are the only
the both
two players
sides
I
of
think
though.
right now that I can imagine Stimpy being dropped into lowers by, just because of how fantastically they played. But this is insane. Daiku needs to figure out what is going wrong right now, because I don't think whatever this is working.
He did hit that recovery. He did manage to push Stimpy out from the edge guard. But Stimpy with another side sig pushes Daiku out. Looks for that weapon throw yet again after the side sig. He was getting those before. He can't quite make it this time. He picks up a sword now. He's going for that recovery. Daiku moves backward. Stimpy looks for the chain dodge. Gets past Daiku's down sig, hits the downlight, but no follow-up after the downlight. The recovery is going to send Daiku up. Looks for the nair, but can't quite find it. Daiku's just going to fall way away. And he's done. He's done.
I don't know if that was a DC in midair to lead to an SD, or if he just decided to SD, because he did start to come back to the stage.
I don't know.
Either way, that's super unfortunate to see.
Daiku, we miss you. He tweeted out 9 minutes ago, "Lol, I'm so bad."
Well, I guess that answers any of our questions. He's just not feeling it right now.
We'll see more of him in future tournaments. Maybe he'll do well in Brawl Ball. Is he a Brawl Ball? I don't know. What's the Brawl Ball meta? Tell me, Frohned. I know you want to tell me. What?
Brawl Ball meta? I mean, you got 3v3, you got a runner, you got a midfielder, and someone who defends. You can have the defender run up. I guess it's not really a defender as much as it is. I don't know how many of you guys watching are familiar with Quidditch, but you could relate it to a keeper, someone who guards the goal, but also can play offensively at the same time.
You've been watching a lot of Quidditch lately.
I have been. Quidditch is awesome. I don't know if you guys have seen it before. Like the real sport, the adapted field sport from the book, but Quidditch is awesome. Full contact. It's kind of weird with the brooms, but everything else is awesome. Anyway,
I imagine it looks a little weird when the brooms can't actually fly. Maybe one day.
The snitch is also a person, and the person can grapple and throw the seekers all around. So it's pretty crazy, and you don't catch the person.
No
it's like
bludgers
flag
though, right?
football. No, well, the bludgers are dodgeballs, and they don't fly around by themselves. But we're getting way too off topic. Well, are we?
Well, we're waiting for a game to pop up, and we don't quite have a game yet. It does look like we're gonna be watching Cal versus Stimpy, which, for some reason in my head, I thought we'd seen a Cal versus Stimpy before, but no. Cal has no. Oh no. That no. Did we see this? I'm looking at the bracket right now. Cal fought Stimpy. Cal fought Stimpy in round 1 of this bracket.
You sound so excited at that.
I'm wondering if we saw it, but I don't think we did. We started with Sedero and Simple. No, I think salty runbacks are always great. Cal beat out Stimpy 2-1 in winners round 1, and now he's gonna fight him again in lower bracket. And spicy match.
Yeah, so they should be getting started soon, I think. And if there's anything that we can kind of glean from any of their past play within this tournament, we're going to be seeing
Gauntlets.
Well, yes, gauntlets, but I think it's just going to be a mirror match. So if either one of these players takes a dex stance, I think that player will actually get the advantage, because that extra dex in a mirror match, at least a weapon set mirror match, allows you to beat out those recovery frames by just a little bit. That little difference makes...
See,
it can
you
make
say dex, and I say side sig. Who's gonna hit more side sigs? That's just... Let's have a side sig battle. You know? That's all we need in life. Right?
I don't know if I want to see that, because side sig is kind of disgusting.
Right? It's a great signature. The best signature. More side sigs.
Part of me wants to say it's
BMG hasn't
balanced
put the
because
test features
it's slow,
of spam prevention into the tournament game yet. So just keep doing side sigs and life will be good.
It's like me and Sparky playing cross throwing out gauntlet down sigs, isn't it? Where you just throw them out.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Gauntlet down sig is you got to get precision, and it's situational. Side sig is magical. You can use it whenever you want.
But it's
You can use it whenever you want. I'm telling
you
you.
can also use the down sig whenever you want because you
Neither
just
of them are
grab
using
them.
deck stance, by the
Just
way.
grab them.
No decks. Want to point it out?
It's so fun. Anyway, no decks. I kind of wish they did go with the decks. Feel like if someone went with the deck stance, that makes a huge difference. But maybe whatever. Okay, I don't know Val enough, so maybe the loss of whatever stat it is when you gain a dex is too much. Like if you lose an attack or a strength point on dex, I can see that being trouble because hello?
Sideline into sideline into sideline. That's the true combo. Just keep flashing
Are they
them.
bots? That's
You know,
something I would expect to see out
I
of two
hear
bots.
Calbot's a thing, right?
No.
Stimpy looking for the far-reaching ground pound. Almost hits it, but no cigar for him. Cal moving back on upward. Cal's got the sword, and he's been getting a little bit more damage. Stimpy looks for the dodge in read, but Cal's not going to bite. Gets a recovery. A weapon throw. Not going to hit. Cal charges the side sig. Stimpy almost runs into it, but Stimpy has his own side sig. Here we go. Battle of the side sigs.
You and your damn side sigs.
There's Cal with the side sig, Stimpy with the side sig. Unable to punish, Stimpy charges the side sig, but Cal's in with the side light, looks for the neutral sig.
If they start,
There's the
if they,
side sig. Stimpy hits it.
if
Stimpy's
they
been
just
more
start
successful
throwing
with
out side
so far.
sigs,
I think Stimpy's side sigs are a bit more powerful than Cal's side sigs. Stimpy goes for a sword side sig, but it's not going to hit because of the gauntlet down sig. Cal going for another deep ground pound. And there it is.
I
Cal's
was
gonna
really
hit.
happy that Stimpy had a sword because it means that he couldn't do another gauntlet side sig. But now that Stimpy has gauntlets and that Cal has gauntlets, we're just going to be seeing more side sigs. Why?
There you go. Gravity cancel, downlight in the recovery. Stimpy pulling out his lovely gauntlet options. Ooh, hits the downlight dare. Oh, pushes Cal downward with the dares. A little bit dangerous.
We
Sends
see another
Cal
side
upward.
sig in the next 5 seconds.
No, you timed it wrong. I'm afraid you're not getting it, Frohned. You're just not getting it.
I wasn't looking for the timing. I was hoping that they wouldn't. So I'm kind of glad that it didn't happen. But Cal getting a great gauntlet edge guard, and that's gonna be the kill on Stimpy. That's another one, and now he does it into the thunder laugh, thunderous chortle.
Chortle? Is that what it is? Maniacal laughter is what I like to go with.
I'm just thinking of more synonyms for laughter.
Cal looking for that dodge read in. Stimpy with a nice downlight in there. I'm really liking the fact that Stimpy uses sword downlight there. Most people don't do it because it has to be frame perfect to be a true combo. And you know people are afraid of frame perfect moves, but Stimpy's not afraid of anything.
Oh, please!
Side sig!
No!
Side sig!
I don't want to see any more side sigs.
More side sig. Stimpy hits the ground pound. Cal's gonna make it back on stage just fine. Stimpy's unable to find it. The neutral sig gets interrupted by an unarmed nair. Oh, interrupts the side sig with a down sig. Cal pulls out his own side sig in gravity cancel for really no reason. Stimpy hits the ground pound and sends Cal downward.
I'm so mad at that stock. I'm so mad. That shouldn't work. That shouldn't work. Throwing out that many side sigs is just...
Stimpy moves back, neutralite. Cal trying
I'm
to
fully
find
expecting this
find a
Thursday,
dare.
or this Wednesday to have gauntlet nerfs and Val side sig nerfs.
No Val side sig nerfs. Cal
Please.
hits the recovery, but
Tivers,
still can't
please.
kill Stimpy.
We need this.
Cal looks for the neutral sig, but no avail. Stimpy gets a really nice reset. Gravity cancels, sidelight, pushes Cal away, but Cal's got a ground pound, kills Stimpy, takes for the first game. Cal, the crowning himself side sig champion, but Stimpy has the ability to come back here.
I hate that this is the
If he
contest
just
that
pulls
we're
out
having
more
now.
side sigs, I'm gonna keep saying side sigs. Cal, what? No, it's a bait. There you go. Yeah. Go back to Val.
Did he pull out Bryn for a second?
He did pull up Bryn.
I would have rather him played Bryn than Val because that means that he can't side sig.
Oh, I know, but we know. You know we need the side sig.
No, we don't.
Side sig is the most important move in Brawlhalla. the Val Gauntlet side sig.
That's
Don't,
not even remotely true.
no,
Even
it's
if
the
I
most-
wasn't
It's the
salty
most
about
important
side
move
sigs.
in Brawlhalla.
It's not even
We must
true.
create a shrine for side sig.
The most
Bow down
important
to side
signature
sig.
in Brawlhalla
All
is
heretics will be
Bodvar's
punished
Hammer Bear signature.
for
because
not obeying the wishes of side
It's
sig.
the Mario characters, or just like the main poster child's most iconic
What?
move.
Stimpy's playing Roland.
Yes!
I mean, I
No,
saw
side
Ika
sig from
saying in chat
Stimpy.
that Lance
Well,
needs
no,
more love.
None of those side things, at least.
Is this a response to that? Oh, Ika wanted Lance. I'll play a Lance character. Look, man.
Honestly, Lance is a great matchup from against Gauntlet. So if this works out, I'm not too mad about this pick. Even as just like a pocket pick switch up kind of thing,
3, 2,
I really like Stimpy going for this. The increased defense as well, going to do wonders against the low strength of Val as well. Being able to just
down
survive.
six gonna be the name of the game. Calling it right now. Count the down six, ladies and gentlemen. We got 2 so far. Oh, looks for the reverse on Cal.
on,
Gets
Stimpy.
a ground pound, but Cal's got a recovery in store. He realizes he's made a crucial mistake. Stimpy, another couple of down sigs. Hits that down sig as Cal gets sent off stage.
You know, I'm actually okay with him doing all these down sigs.
What? Okay, Mr. Frohned here. Oh, Val side sig. I can't have any of that. But as soon as you start pulling out the rolling sword down sig, then it's okay,
See,
right?
the rolling sword down sig.
Freaking biased
is-
casters,
is
am I
more-
right,
is
ladies and
more-
gentlemen?
It's more flashy, and
Bias
also
cast.
it's got a little bit of tech. I don't know if you remember, Hammer, but he introduced a little bit of the rolling down sig tech back in the day, where if you hit stacked, it hits twice and does like 10 more damage.
Stimpy pulls
So
out a
I think
ton.
it's much more interesting than a Val side sig.
I don't agree. You talk about flashiness, but nothing beats the orb of the Val side sig. And Cal finally has the gauntlet, pulls out a down sig, charges a side sig. Stimpy's there you with the down sigs, but Cal knows he's safe. Comes in, hits the neutral sig, or sorry, the neutral light, and then the ground pound. Maniacal laughter. Cal takes the second stock from Stimpy, or the first stock from Stimpy, and we're down to second stocks for both players.
Now Stimpy, he's got the sword, and he's been pretty solid on sword this whole tournament.
A nice down sig from Stimpy.
I wonder what he's gonna do to, I don't know, bring this back. He's got a little bit of a lead right now against Cal, but it's not much, and it can turn around at any second. In fact, I would actually argue that Cal has all of the momentum right now. Like, Stimpy is looking for things, but he doesn't necessarily have momentum, even if he connects. Cal is kind of dictating the flow of this round right now.
Yeah, Stimpy
So I
is
think-
looking for a lot of options. He's finding some of those signatures, but others is just whiffing completely. Apparently, both of these players are just going to taunt after every kill. That's.
I wonder if
that's
they're
the
kind of
meta.
salty.
I don't think they're salty. I could
don't
be
know.
wrong, but this looks fun.
Have you ever played ranked? Like, when someone
Yes.
gets salty and they get a
I'm not
kill, they
salty.
taunt right afterwards. So
I mean, yes, but have you ever played customs? When someone gets a kill and they taunt, they're just having fun.
I mean, but this might be a custom lobby, but this isn't the same as customs. This is a tournament. There are things on the line. If they're taunting for fun, that's a mistake.
Yeah, they should just side sig for fun instead. You know they should.
You're disgusting.
Stimpy pulls out another signature. Cal is there for the punish with the downlight, but can't get a follow-up after the downlight. Tries to find that recovery. Stimpy, another signature. Still not going to connect the side sig. I feel like it hasn't been quite as successful as the down sig. I know I was making fun of his down sig. Never mind. I spoke way too soon. Hits the side sig, hits a taunt, and Stimpy's going to take game 2. We're going to game 3.
But at least it was a side sig, right?
I mean, that's not the same. Nothing will compare to Val's gauntlet side sig. It won't. You're just wrong. You're not bowing.
I can't be wrong if I didn't say anything.
What? You did say something.
What did I say? I
said
said
way too
at
many
least it was a
things.
side sig, right?
Too many things.
Too many cooks. Anyways, we have round 3 coming up. Hopefully Cal is going to switch up to his Bryn pocket pick because I don't want to see that side stick anymore. It yeah.
Yeah?
I can't even.
Val's gonna go back to
No,
Stimpy's
no.
gonna go back to Val. Yeah, Val's
He's-
gonna go to Stimpy.
He's doing this to spite me.
Yes.
Stimpy,
good.
if you do this to me, we're not getting pizza at BCX this year.
That's pretty intense. All right, well, the double Val is gonna come out. We're gonna get map bans out of the way. Twilight Mammoth and Shipwreck both got some nice flat surfaces. Good for side sigs.
Anyway, probably going to Mammoth Fortress. Yep, there it goes.
And here we go yet again. I
can't
do
say
think it's
anything right
really, really interesting. Stimpy decided not to go with the Roland again. It worked the
I
first
wish-
time, but
The thing is,
apparently,
I really wish he did. Not necessarily. All right, throw the side sig, whatever, out of the window.
Yeah, yeah.
I really wish he stuck with Roland, not just because
Oh
it
my
worked,
God.
but because the
Stimpy
stat line,
he almost got the gimp off the top. He almost did it. It was so close.
the Tybo, the old Tybo combo.
It almost happened. Stimpy right now, his Val's looking really strong. Maybe maybe he played Roland and then realized it isn't that my Val's not good. It's that I need to focus more on my sword.
I don't know. I still like the stat line of a Roland versus Val
Side sig!
much better, only because the defense almost works counter to the strength and the damage output from Val. I mean, sword and gauntlets don't necessarily put out a lot of damage themselves. They have a good amount of force and they're versatile, but the damage that they put out, Stimpy can last so much longer if he just stuck with the Roland pick. And Lance is also strong against gauntlets, and that's what Cal favors anyway. So I don't know. I kind of think this is a mistake to go back to Val, even if he wins. I don't know.
What do
Maybe
you mean, even
maybe
if
not.
he wins? If he wins, that makes it not a mistake, by definition.
But if he can win and not have to worry about, let me rephrase this. If he
Okay.
can win much easier with Roland than he can with Val, then it would be a mistake. Even if he wins.
The
Like,
W is a W. Either way. Oh my God. Double side sig as they chase dodge through each other. Cal's going to be the one to win it out. Stimpy comes in while Cal ground pounds, hits the side air, takes the first stock.
That's it. He has to earn pizza back.
I'm sorry. you feel
I'm
this
making an
way.
executive decision.
Oh my God. You're being BM to side sig.
How can I be BM to a move?
The move is your god.
It's not my god.
It's everyone's god. Stimpy is finding it a little bit hard to get this damage on Cal. He knows he's down. Cal hits a sword side sig, sends Stimpy off stage. Both of these players looking really even. I feel like there's a lot of mind games going on here as they try to maneuver their way around each other. You know, you see those side sigs, which it's fun and all.
That's a
but-
down sig creed.
No,
not a
no, no.
side sig.
I'm talking about side sigs though. Like a lot of it is when they charge it is, hey, I bet you're gonna be aggressive and run into it, and it's that baited aggression that's causing them to sort of fall backward a little bit and say, okay, how do I find my way around
Oh,
this
this is a
Val
kill.
move?
This is a kill. Right here.
Stimpy finds
that's
it.
the spike, and he can't get back. Perfect play on Stimpy's part. I didn't just say that. Perfect play on Stimpy's part to get that edge guard onto Cal. Find ground pound into double dare into ground pound so cleanly. And now Cal, he's gonna fall off stage, and
Stimpy's
Stimpy's just gonna get it
walk
back. He doesn't.
backward? You
Well,
can
the
come
thing
back
is-
on stage, Cal.
Stimpy doesn't want to fight Cal as long as he knows. that
I
he's
gotta
gonna go.
say, right now, Cal's winning in terms of speed of shadow stepping. His shadow step was way faster than Stimpy's. That's what they were doing, right? Like, that's how the game's decided. Does that mean Cal won?
I have absolutely no idea, to be honest, because I don't know. I don't shadow step ever when I play, so I can't
Ever?
tell you. Ever.
Even like warming up at the beginning of the game?
Even warming up.
That's
I don't know.
just
Some
sad.
people.
Look, I guess I can't expect anything more from a side sig heretic.
What do you mean a heretic? I'd be a heretic if I believed it in the first place.
Nope, 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 nope. Cal, unable to get his own side stick as Stimpy uses the sword side stick. I saw gravity cancel in there. Cal doesn't have a dodge. Stimpy hits the taunt, and Cal is unable to make it back. Stimpy takes game 3 with the Val. With the Val, Frohned.
For a second,
a mistake.
Stimpy thought he didn't get the kill, and he almost panicked because he used his dodge on getting a gravity cancel taunt under the stage, which is incredibly dangerous, as anyone would know. Getting a taunt under the stage means if you have to panic jump back, you're just gonna Mario bonk your head against the bottom of the stage.
Listen, he got a 2-stock using the Val. Don't ever tell me it's a mistake again to pick Val.
I'm just gonna stare at my camera.
Look,
Because you know I want what I want to say.
but he knew the Val was going to work, which means he made the right decision. And it's going to be Stimpy, who's going to move on up into lower semifinals. In the meantime, Effie versus TB in lower round 5 is what we're going to be seeing. Certainly an interesting match. TB is someone we haven't seen in this tournament so far. What happened to TB? I have to find out. TB.
Well, you'll have to tell me because I don't have a bracket open. But what we can
TB
talk about is how
in upper top 32. He started in the lower bracket. I have to see this. In pools, he lost out to Spider Pig, and that's why he's in lower bracket. Well, whatever the case, TB is currently making the lower bracket run of his life. He beat out Stardust, he beat out Cake, he beat out Q4R, and now he's fighting Effie. If he can beat him out, I will be substantially impressed.
honestly, I mean, both of these players are fantastic. We saw what TB could do at CEO. He didn't make it as far as he wanted to, of course. I mean, a lot of people didn't. That's kind of the idea behind the tournaments. But I don't know. Watching him play at CEO, you gotta expect him to want to bring back his. What am I trying to say here? Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Listen, what hanging out
He's
with
trying
him at
to
CEO,
bring
he
himself
has it.
back into the higher echelons.
TB,
of,
you're my man.
The higher echelons of Brawlhalla play. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Something similar to it. I just can't form the words and put them together into a coherent sentence.
I can tell.
It happens a lot to me. As anyone who would watch any of the tournaments that I've casted knows, I lose my words so often.
I mean, here's the thing. TB had some good airport tech. You know, we hung out and we waited for the flight manager to get to the desk, and then they checked in. What I'm saying is TB's awesome, and I'm rooting for him. No bias. I think we're ready to get.
That's
start
the
this
exact opposite of bias.
match. No bias.
But anyway, another gauntlet versus gauntlet match. At the very least, I really like that TB is playing Cross. I think Cross is one of the better gauntlet characters, along with Core. I think both of them are kind of sleeper in this whole gauntlet meta because of Mordex being strong with Scythe, because of Val being strong with Sword, and even Wushang with Spear. The three of those kind of take the spotlight away from the other two gauntlet characters. I don't know. I think Cross is one of the better ones, though, because of the strength of guns right now. And I'm kind of glad to see that he's pulling it out. I don't know if this is what he played all tournament. If so, then good on him, honestly. But anyway, we got the game started right now. Effie with Scythe, getting a lot of strong reads on a TB with Scythe. Throws it away, doesn't get the connection, and now he's caught without a weapon. And TB just trying to get a little bit of damage, but Effie hasn't even taken a hit once.
Yeah, Effie's been making good. Making the movement work, I think. He's been moving around all of TB's attacks. And TB's gonna find his way around that. Looks for the dodge read after the sidelight, isn't gonna find it. Effie is using these signatures, and they've been mostly effective. He isn't quite gonna get that one. TB was able to get through that, and I almost feel like TB's got a bit of a better read on Effie's gauntlets right off the bat here, as opposed to the Scythe at the beginning. TB looking for the kill. Can't quite find it.
Oh, TB with a strong edge guard.
Ooh, Effie with
finds
the
down air.
pixel dare.
It was so close. If he missed that, that was guaranteed death. So the fact that he went for that, honestly, the risk was worth it because one way he lives, one way it's guaranteed death anyway. So not going for it, TB would have just gotten the ground pound and that would have been it. So that was good on him. He still ate the down sig from TB to get killed off, but still good move selection on his part.
A double downlight from both players coming together. TB looks for that side sig, gets the neutralite. He's putting down damage over and over again on Effie. He is not losing this stock right now, and he really doesn't look like he's fishing for anything. I think he's very confident in the fact that despite the fact that he's in red on his first stock, he's avoiding all of Effie's hits just fine. The recovery is going to hit. It is going to send him away, but he has the option to make it back on stage. Hits Effie with the recovery. Every hit that he gets on Effie is so important, and honestly, at this rate, Effie might even lose his next stock before he can take out TB.
I mean, at this point, everything that TB does is free damage. And that's just how it works when you're this low, but you're still alive. And, ooh, TB throwing out that sig might have been a mistake.
Is going to get punished. But
he didn't get immediately punished, but Effie followed up very well. That's all he needed was just a tiny little tap on the shoulder, and TB is dead.
But that's
now
okay,
he's in a free
because TB
stock.
has put Effie down into the red. He gets the side air, he gets the gauntlet throw, and he gets the kill on Effie. He's up basically a full stock. And Effie, neutralite punished the chain dodging. Looks for another unarmed neutralite, but TB's there. Gets a down air into chase dodge. Neutralite looks for another down air. Not going to happen. Gets a side air, punishing Effie's neutralite. Effie comes in with this quick strings. Nair is about to get the downlight into Nair. Side air is going to hit TB outward, but TB's ready for the punish of the edge guard. Hits the side air. Effie goes down for the ground pound. Can't quite get it. The recovery is going to send him upward as TB gets back on stage. The neutral sig is going to miss. TB comes in with a down sig, but he's far away from Effie. Gets the neutralite. Looks for the follow-up. The Nair is going to do it. Tries to look for a recovery or a side air. Not quite going to happen. He's got Effie down in the orange, but Effie's got him into the red, and the side sig is going to hit.
Did you take a breath there? You okay?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, just checking in. Anyway, Effie turning immediately after getting that second stock off of TB. Another 45 to 60 damage with Scythe immediately right out of the gate. And here we go again, Effie getting more Scythe damage down. TB is a little bit in trouble right now.
Yeah, I feel like
first
TB
shot
lost a lot of
quickly.
momentum. There was a time there when Effie was just getting hit after hit. TB was making the damage. Oh, okay.
We're just
No, I'm just gonna stop mid-sentence.
expecting-
TB gets a ground pound. That's fine. And TB's gonna switch to Val. Wait.
That's a hell of a way to end that.
Does that mean we're gonna see more side sig?
Why
The answer is
do this
yes.
to me?
We're gonna see more side sig.
Well, I don't know. We haven't seen.
That's
TB
my guy
play.
TB.
We have no idea if TB's playstyle involves side sigs or sigs in general.
Everyone's playstyle involves side sigs.
You can't guarantee that though.
Everyone's playstyle.
What if I said mine didn't?
No, yours does. You just don't know it.
No, it does, and I do know it. But
No, you just
I don't
know
play
it.
Val, so
I'm sorry
I
you're
don't have to worry
unaware,
about
Frohned. You play Val in your heart.
it. The only time I play Gauntlets is when I play Cross,
Mhm.
and that's the only time. Or if
Whatever
I
the
get
case,
ran.
TB's got the gauntlets. Immediately starting off, sidelander recovery, looks for the second sideline, can't quite get it. Effie's gonna punish, gets a nice string of scythe moves, but not gonna do all that much damage. Looks for the down sig, but not gonna get it. TB looks for his own slide charge down sig. I'm not sure if he was actually going for a ground pound there, but whatever the case, Effie's there to punish. Effie looking for more scythe hits. TB coming in, tries to gets a neutral light successfully, gets a down light, but no follow-up after that. He just waits for the dodge read and gets the nair. Can't quite get the ground pound. He's got damage on Effie. The side sig comes out. Side air. Weapon throw. Not going to happen. The ground pound.
Ooh.
Effie's there.
TB's in a really bad position. The fact that he managed to get that unarmed recovery is huge because Effie having the Effie having the high ground. There's a Star Wars joke in there. Everybody's
I know.
thinking it right now. But since he had the high ground, especially with Scythe, that's an incredibly dangerous position to be in because of that downward priority that it has on some of its lighter moves.
TB underestimates his power.
I,
I got you. And Effie takes the first stock here.
I was trying to
TB.
avoid it, but I appreciate it.
Nope. No, no avoidance.
Unlike Gauntlet side sigs, I do like prequel memes. So yeah, you don't have to apologize for it.
TB, a nice downlight into recovery, killing off Effie, takes the stock, and both down to second stock. I feel like at the very beginning, TB had a lot of momentum, but Effie's really brought it back, and both players are looking a lot more even.
Well, one of the things about this game is that momentum can just... All right. Well, momentum can just appear out of nowhere at any time for any player. And the reason I just kind of stopped talking was because I thought TB had just set up the most incredible combo of all time, and then it never happened. So I was just kind of waiting for it to happen, and I was extremely disappointed. Oh, and Effie has the high ground again.
Effie, those ground pounds, though, he was trying to hit them, but no avail. TB knows to look for those ground pounds. And despite, the side sig sends TB off. Effie takes the advantage here as TB goes down to his last stock, but Effie's in the red. And if the last stock was any indication, TB's going to take out Effie right away. There's the weapon throw after the side sig. TB, though, runs into Effie's neutral layer, and absolutely Effie is able to get back on stage. If TB had been maybe a little bit higher, he could have ground pounded after the nair, but no, it's not going to happen. TB does get the ground, or
the recovery is all he needs in that situation, because just getting a kill anywhere is just what he's looking for. Effie's damage was just high enough that recovery just works. But now Effie is, wow, that worked. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to say him being off stage has now put him in a disadvantage, but the recovery,
TB absolutely makes it work. And he's been really good about punishing some of Effie's signatures. That side sig, it's just it's very daunting to try to hit up against. But if he knows to expect it, he came down with that dare into the chase dodge into neutral light, and that was enough to put down damage on Effie. But Effie's already got TB in the orange. TB's gonna need to start doing more work. He does get the neutral light. He does make sure to not get back on stage. But Effie with the down sig hits TB out. Looks for the ground pound. TB's not gonna fall into that. Effie does finally connect the ground pound this time. He does have a dodge, but Effie's there too with another ground pound, and Effie takes game number 2.
And we're going into game 3 after that. I mean, that game, honestly, could be described as a giant prequel meme because of how Effie always had the high ground. And he just took advantage of it against TB every single time. And whether or not that's something to be said about Mordex himself because he's got gauntlets and Scythe, or Scythe in general because it's so strong defending against an edge guard.
Yeah, looks like TB's gonna go back to cross. But I would have liked to see more side sig out of TB. It just wasn't enough. I'm sorry, TB.
Well, I think this is a better pick for him overall, just because the guns give him a very solid chance to play back against that Scythe that Effie brings. The quick attacks that come out, the relatively low recovery time from the gun neutral game is like, it's pretty good when they're facing off against each other. And what are they waiting for?
Effie is running his calculations on which map is most optimal. The answer is Twilight.
Don't tell me that's actually a thing.
He had to use his algorithm.
Is this actually a thing?
The world may never know.
I don't think I want to know.
3, 2,
Effie versus TB here on Twilight Grove. Effie's sticking with the Mordex, and TB has gone back to the cross. It was successful before. Maybe it'll be successful again. Or maybe Effie will use those fantastic sights that he's been using time and time again, getting those ground pounds. Whatever the case, both players dancing around each other. TB has gotten a few hits here and there.
I will say right now, TB's movement has been on point this whole match. Just being able to move and dodge right out of the way, read out Effie's movements and his moves in order to avoid damage. I mean, he's still getting hit, like every once in a while, but TB's movement has just been so solid overall while on stage.
Ooh, looks for that, looks at the ground pound, interrupts the recovery. Oh, no, TV, I'm pretty sure, wanted to use a ground pound there, but he ledge canceled into a down stick. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. He doesn't need to. He's got the side air off the island into a recovery. Takes out Effie's first stock.
And that was a fantastic play off the island by TV. Something that you don't normally see. Mostly you see stuff like that happen with Scythe or I occasionally even Gauntlets. Just any kind of Scythe or side island combo play, but that was very well done on TV's part. And now they're just kind of boxing back and forth, stick and move, and now Effie picks up a Scythe, and this is going to make the difference between the two in this matchup right now. Is if he can get it, but he gets a reverse dare into another ground pound.
Reverse gauntlet ground pound. Effie absolutely not expecting that, totally threw him off, and TB was able to get that ground pound. And then the second one, right after Effie's recovery, TB is 2 stocks ahead of Effie. Effie does land the sidelander recovery, and we've seen this before. TB did have a strong lead on Effie, and Effie was able to make it back. So TB definitely has to be careful here, especially against Effie's Scythe. I feel like Effie is able to make those turnarounds happen on Scythe so quickly. Oh no, TB puts himself in a bad spot.
That tech dodge, that tech chase almost caused him to die right there, because
almost.
If he had no, well, he was in the air the whole time, so he had no recoveries, no jumps. He just had, well, no, he had a recovery, but that was it. He already used his dodge to do the tech chase to begin with, so that could have gone very wrong. Right now, though, Effie and TB are just, they're looking for the door, and they're looking to stick their foot in so that they can just open a world of hurt. But neither one of them, ooh, that could have been really devastating if TB dedicated, but it was risky.
It drops, yeah.
Well, if he dedicated into it, I don't know if he could have guaranteed.
Right, because he was running into the island.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have guaranteed getting back safely, but it would have been a crazy play nonetheless, because he would have bounced them off the bottom of that island.
And TB, I feel like we haven't seen very many SIGs out of TB on his cross. That's okay, he doesn't need them. Sideline to gravity cancel, sideline into recovery, takes out Effie on game 3. It's a very dominating performance with a 2 stock, and TB's gonna move on up. TB's making the lower bracket run, and right now, immediately after that, we're gonna watch TB fight Multimumpitz.
This is gonna be a very different matchup. I mean, both of these, I mean, Multimumpitz plays a very different game than
TB?
TB. No, not TB. Than Effie. Mostly because
this is also very true. He does still have gauntlets.
That's what I was going for, and for some reason
Can I do that? Sedo plays gauntlets, Addy plays gauntlets. Cal and Stimpy both play gauntlets.
Everybody left in this tournament plays gauntlets.
TB plays gauntlets. So that makes 1, 2, 3, top 6? Yeah. Top 6, all gauntlets. It's just Daiku in top 8 that doesn't play gauntlets.
And that means you can probably expect them to get nerfed soon. Probably Wednesday. I mean, if gauntlets are this dominant, it's probably safe to say that they're going to be knocked down a notch.
As long as side sig isn't touched, I'm fine.
Well, we won't touch on that at all.
Multimumpitz says, no, I don't need gauntlets. He's going back to the Qatars.
What is this?
Multimumpitz pulling out the Sentinel of all things. I don't even know.
Does that make a Multimumpitz a necromancer because Qatars are a dead weapon?
Yes, that is exact. All your logic is flawless. Congratulations. Congratulations.
I like how you see the clap in there,
yes,
too. That was a nice touch. But I guess I need to.
Yeah, you good?
Let them know that they're good to go. So there we go. They're getting this started now. They both took dex stances, so that's kind of interesting. I don't know if it benefits them necessarily in this matchup because neither one of them has a shared weapon, so they're not really beating out any frame advantages in mirror matches, but maybe just the extra couple frames on some of these helps out that much. I don't know. On cross, I actually like to take the strength stance because that extra damage just feels a lot better getting those earlier secures. But Multimumpitz looking pretty mad decent on the Qatars right now.
I mean, it's been 15 seconds. Nothing too big, but he does have TB down in the orange. A lot of neutralites, I have to say. Neutralite after neutralite on top of TB. He's really expecting TB to get up in his face, especially with those gauntlets, and it's been working out really well so far. That being said, you know, a lot of top players would absolutely argue gauntlets versus Katars, gauntlets wins the matchup, but Multimum just keep hitting neutralite over and over and over again.
I mean, how much damage does neutralite do? I actually don't play Katars all that much, but I know it used to do a lot. And that neutral sig coming out, that's one of the strongest sigs, in my opinion. Is that not in terms of kill power, but just in terms of like everything? Is the Sentinel Katar neutral sig?
And TB sending him away with that down sig. Looks for the side sig. Dodge read. There's another down sig, but TB cannot get this kill despite the power of the down sig. Looks for the ground pound. Can't quite find it. Multimum dodges around it. Multimum staying off stage. Finally gets back on stage. TB looks for the down sig, but can't get it with the gauntlets. The weapon, though, interrupts the recovery, but Multimum is able to get back on stage regardless. TB looks for the dare to get the kill on Multimum. Multimum comes in with the Katar side air. They're battling off stage. Katars versus gauntlets, but gauntlets are the ones that are losing out right now. Multimum is making it worth a neutral sig, like you were saying. Very powerful. Hits TB forward. Multimum is keeping TB, and he's keeping himself alive and putting down the damage on TB over and over again. TB's already in the red. The side six is taking him out. Multimum's looking at a 3-stock.
Katars are a dead weapon, guys.
Yeah, Katars are dead. Didn't you hear from Multimum that Katars are a dead weapon?
He's the one that said it, right?
Yeah, Katars are a dead weapon.
Holy
Heard it from
crap.
TB himself.
TB, I don't know what's going on, but Multimum is just killing it right now.
Oh.
And TB is killing him with a down sig, but Multimum with those Katars has been nothing but flawless this game so far. I'm incredibly surprised to see
Gets
that.
the hard dodge read. The gravity cancel, neutral heavy, Katar string coming out, recovery hits TB forward. Can't quite get the neutral sig. It's okay, got the side sig.
Player 1 wins.
Multimum with an absolutely lights out dominating performance. What gauntlets, huh? What gauntlets on the meta? Nah, we got Katars for that.
Honestly, that's so surprising to me. With the strength of TB in last game, and I know Multimum is one of the best EU players, if not the best right now. Playing Katars seemed really risky to me just because of not even the controversy, but all of the nerfs that it's experienced recently. And it's pretty widely considered as one of the weakest weapons, if not the weakest right now in the meta. So pulling it out and showing how anyone can be so incredibly effective with Katars is incredibly impressive.
Well, that's the thing. Like, a lot of top players were saying Katars put you at a disadvantage. Boomy said Katars will put you at a disadvantage. But I'm saying it right now. Katars, I think that they suffered a little bit of weakness. You know, you lost a few dodge frames, but or a few advantage frames. But if you're playing Katars where you need to have frame perfect advantage frames, then you're not playing Katars right. You need to use those dodge reads. You need to be expecting your opponent to move. Look at how Multimum played Katars. It wasn't about the neutralite follow-ups. It was about the neutral lights.
This is what I like to see out of TB. Going back to a classic pick, this Hattori is working out so well for him right now.
All right, and now he has the Katars. The hammer wasn't really working. Multimum, we got some of these moves right now. The sidelight and the downlight. Down sig trying to hit TB outward. You know that down sig's very good at pushing players as they're sort of hugging the wall of the stage. TB is able to avoid it. Hits the downlight into side air quite successfully. Multimum unable to make it back. The recovery is not going to be enough.
I thought he had enough room to tap that wall, but I guess not. That was...
Oh, Multimum hits the downlight, but no ground pound to follow. I think he was a little bit out of range. He didn't want to put himself in a risky spot. TB meanwhile gets a downline and gravity cancel. Downline. Multimum just not dodging.
TB is going off right now on Hattori. And I'm actually really, really happy to see it because this is the first game in so long where we are seeing a matchup where there's no gauntlets. Did you realize that? There's actually no gauntlets in this game.
No
And
gauntlets.
it's so different than what we've been seeing so far.
Multum getting that neutralite. Again, no follow-up after the neutralite. That's okay. He's got neutralite into neutralite. It is absolutely not a true combo, but you don't need it to be.
Multimum right now looking for that entry, but it looks like TB is going to be landing the down sig and trying to get that side air, but it's not going to connect. And Multimum getting a stomp. He's done that.
The
too
quick
often where
turnaround
he
stomp
doesn't-
pivot absolutely throws TB off, but that's okay. TB's got the recovery, sends Multimum up. Multimum's going to get his hands on guitars yet again, but TB's already coming around, hitting the neutralite on Spear. Goes for that down air, the side air into the nair follow-up, the side light into the down light, gravity cancel down light, chase dodge nair, can't quite get that, but it's enough to put down a ton of damage on Multimum. Multimum looking for the Qatar signatures right now, side sig, another whiff, dodge read the down sig.
TB is playing an entirely different game right now.
What? Who's using Hattori Spear down sig in 2017?
TB is, and he's making it work.
Absolutely he is. Already got Multimum into the red.
Hattori sword down sig is your new god. Screw Val's gauntlet side.
Hey,
sig.
don't say that about Val's side.
No.
Don't say that about Val's side.
Hattori spear down sig. There's another one. Look at that. He's so
I mean,
confident
that one
about
does
it,
get
too.
punished.
He's so confident about it. And that's what matters. That's the real winner right there.
Multimum with the
TB's
neutral line and
down
recovery.
sig confidence.
Another neutral line and a recovery. He's conditioned Multimum not to dodge neutralites.
That's
He's
it.
done it. Almost puts Multimum, almost makes the comeback. Multimum was in the red. But unfortunately for him, TB does have the side sig in store. TB is playing guitars. What?
No way. What?
What is
Why would he
happening?
switch?
We got a Qatar sword versus Qatar axe. We praised gauntlets too much. They're just getting tired of it within the span of one tournament.
This is
crazy.
interesting. So
Multum and
essentially-
TB, they're look. Here's the thing: they're good friends. They play 2v2. They're getting inside each other's heads, and we're seeing the return of Qatars is part of that. TB's like, all right, you're gonna play guitars. I'm gonna play guitars. We're all gonna play guitars. Multimum's like, I'm gonna bring back a dead weapon with a dead character. Everything's dead. That's okay.
I don't think everything is dead.
That's Multimum.
If everything was dead, then I think the PS4 release coming soon would. I don't know. You want the best for that.
Yeah.
You don't want
of course.
everything to be dead.
PS4 release, sign up for the beta. In the meantime, Multimum whiffs the side sig, but that's okay. He's got a side light and then an immediate down sig. Another side sig's gonna hit TB outward. TB's gonna make it back on stage just fine. Goes for an interesting ground pound. Multimum pulls out that down sig, but TB's a little far away this time and tries to go for the punish. Multimum, really nice. He did a quick pivot, a quick dash dance, and then hit the down sig, throws TB off. TB goes for a double down light, but isn't gonna find it. Instead, he does the dodge in read with the side light. Another downlight into downlight. Again, TB, it's not a true combo, TB. You gotta be careful with that. Hits the side
TB
sig,
is
goes
hitting
for the
everything
down
right
sig,
now.
sends Multimum out. Multimum's not dead yet.
You realize
He's
TB
dead.
hasn't been hit in the last 45 seconds?
He got all the momentum. Got all the momentum. Multimum hits the side light. He
Nearly
goes for
just went a
side.
minute without being touched at all. And you know what this is actually very reminiscent of? The
Tell me.
BCX NA meta.
Yeah?
Ragnar and Asuri. That's it.
Did we see a lot of Asuris at BCX?
Yes,
though?
we did.
I must be.
We saw a lot of Asuri.
I don't know what I'm thinking of. But Multimum gets the lovely Qatar strings. Downlight into Nair into recovery. Multimum dodges back downward. TB's there to greet him. Multimum looking for an option. Tries to get that neutralite, but TB's not going to bite. TB with the side light goes for the ground pound, which is an interesting option. Multimum's not going to be there. Completely interrupts Multimum's hits using that sword neutralite. Tries to go for that sword side sig, which is a good read if you can get it. Multimum this time does not go for downlight into downlight. He goes for downlight into Nair. But the Nair's going to whiff anyway. Multimum with the neutral light into recovery. TB tries to get a hit on Multimum's side air. Multimum down sig. TB goes right through it though.
I mean, TB is right on Multimum right now, and this game is so close.
Neutral
And
sig.
Multimum lands the neutral sig. that's going to be the catalyst that pushes Multimum into the lead. And now TB has to make this work. He has to land. He's got to get a signature in response. Otherwise, Multimum is just going to. He's just going to take this lead and run with it.
Another recovery. Tries to hit that nair.
TB's still in a good spot. He needs to find something now. Maybe a sword neutral sig would be nice. But nope.
Multimum hits that side air, top of the hitbox, sends TB off, but TB's there, goes for a very dangerous ground pound. Is Multimum going to be able to get the full punish? One ground pound down, can't get the second ground pound. A dangerous side air, but that's okay. It's all a bait. TB goes for a ground pound. Multimum's there. He pulls out a down sig and has enough recovery frames to hit a neutralite after that. Recovery's going to send Multimum upward, getting him in position to hit a side air on TB. TB cannot make it back on stage, and Multimum takes the set with Katars.
That is really unfortunate. He held on to that recovery too long. And it just, that was it. Multimum had the edge guard.
To see TB's huge lower bracket run come to an end. But if it's going to come to an end against anyone, I think it's going to have to go to Multimum, who is just doing a phenomenal job with these Katars, which are not a dead weapon, Multimum. You see it yourself.
I mean, I don't think you can tell him at this point. He was the one who pulled it out in the tournament, so.
Katars aren't dead anymore.
You're going to tell him to tweet it right now as they're gearing up to play again?
Do it, Multimum. I'm refreshing Twitter. Where is it?
I'm just going to wait here for you to confirm that he's tweeted it, all right?
I'll do it. I'll do it.
But anyway, we're waiting on our next match. It looks like it's going to be Multimum and Stimpy. Multimum's restarting his computer. So it might be a quick second before we get that match underway. In the meantime,
you want to talk about a cheese in your scrambled eggs?
Are we going all the way back?
Well, you said you were going to bring it up, and you didn't bring it up. So really, I'm blaming you.
I was going to go to Brawl Ball.
Oh, Brawl Ball. All right, Brawl Ball. Let's talk about Brawl Ball.
Brawl Ball is awesome, and if you don't play it, it's incredibly competitive, so you should. And I don't know what the prize is for next Friday, but either way, you should get a team. It's a 3 versus 3. That's the meta. 3 versus 3, and you want to have someone.
It's not just the meta; it's the rules.
Well, it's also the meta. If you ever play a custom game, you're gonna be playing 3v3. Let's be honest. 4v4 is just a cluster truck.
Yeah.
And
2v2 is just. I hear some guy named Frohned is gonna cast it. I don't know who that is.
Possibly.
He seems okay. Foda.
It could be some guy named Frohned, but I don't know. He sounds kind of dumb. I don't know. I wouldn't watch it. But Foda is one of the BMG guys, and I hear through the grapevine.
They made the game.
That Foda and this Frohned guy, whoever he is, are gonna be casting from the BMG office.
Now, is it Frohned or is it Frohned?
It's whatever you want it to be.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. You know.
I mean,
I gave you an out.
As some other people, might know.
You could have said it.
Back in the day, during the first Brawl Ball tournament, where I casted with Shade, live with Shade, he called me Ned. So that's kind of where that came from. But anyway, I'll let them know.
Either way, we're gonna move on, because I know these guys are ready to get into their match. Multimum's hyped up. He's got the Ragnar. Stimpy is playing. Stimpy's playing Scarlet. Excuse me. Where's the side sig? I'm very disappointed in you, Stimpy.
3, 2, 1.
I'm sure Frohned is very happy though.
I am really happy. I actually really wanted to see something a little different, and Stimpy pulling out Lance Hammer with Scarlet is that difference that I was kind of looking for.
You remember when we said Gauntlets was the EU meta?
Lance. What's that?
You remember when we said Gauntlets was the EU meta?
I actually still believe that fact.
The EU meta has changed.
They're switching things up.
No, it's changed.
It's still very EU.
There's a new EU meta. It changed within the span of an hour.
Meta.
Multimum He's put a lot of pressure on Stimpy. He hit that down air. Stimpy throws up the weapon for coverage, but still gets hit a little bit. Multimumpitz, nice neutral sig.
Fantastic
Getting
read on
Stimpy
his
out.
part with that.
Looks for another hit there. The chase dodge side air is not going to do it. Stimpy's off stage. Dangerous position. Multimumpitz hits him out of the recovery. I don't think Stimpy's going to be able to make it back.
He's got to dodge.
Oh, it did not hit him out of the recovery. I don't know.
No,
what
well,
I was looking
he
at.
still landed right when the hit went off.
Wow. I
Stimpy
didn't see
did place on the ground, so he got his recovery and his jumps and all that back. However, it didn't really make a difference because Multimumpitz just ended up taking him out anyway. But Stimpy is having a lot of trouble. Maybe he was expecting Multimumpitz to go with a gauntlet pick, and that's why he went with Scarlet. Because that Lance and Hammer play very well against gauntlets. So as an anti-meta pick, this might have been very good, but the problem with this pick now is that since Multimumpitz is playing guitars, those diagonal hits and attacks that can come out from guitars just beat out a lot of those cardinal directional attacks that Hammer uses. And you could argue that maybe Lance could beat out guitars, but I don't remember. I don't want to say for certain that Lance does beat out those diagonals because I don't know the frame data for those.
Whatever the
However-
case of the frame data, at least as far as hitbox goes, like you were saying with the diagonals, Multimumpitz has been making it work. He was pulling out, especially those down sticks to really cover that diagonal down option. He doesn't have to risk it and use the Qatar Dare. Instead, he can be a little bit more safe and use that signature. But he's got down a ton of damage on Stimpy. There's a side air, gonna clean it out. He's basically a full stock ahead, and Stimpy Scarlet not really looking that strong. Maybe you need more Val side stick.
There's no Val in
Val
this
side
game.
sig.
How can we get a Val side sig?
More Val side stick.
You know what we actually need? Is
Yeah?
more of this Lance short hop, like chase
Nair?
dodge, reverse neutral air. I don't
Yeah,
know
they
if you
do
saw
it.
it before, but Stimpy was doing these like crazy, like no height, reverse neutral airs.
I mean, it's a really good
out of a chase
option
dodge.
because
It covers
it'll cover
so
all
much,
around you.
and it's so flashy as well. And it requires so much skill to get off properly. And Stimpy
Wow.
with a huge read on that gravity cancel as well with the neutral sig. Stimpy is turning up right now. Multimumpitz, even though he has the lead, he's got to be a little bit more careful.
I'm not really sure about that. Hits the
Well,
side air
maybe
on
not in
Stimpy.
this- Maybe not in this specific situation, but I think
He saw that weapon throw coming. Stimpy's done it time and time again, so he waited it out and then hit the downlight on Stimpy, sending him upward. Multimumpitz looking for that side air. He's going for it over and over. The falling side air, really powerful option on the axe. Can't quite get that Ragnar side sig, but that's all right. It has a recovery frames for him to get back up, not get punished. Stimpy goes for the neutral sig,
that
but
is
Multimumpitz
so
punishes with
unfortunate.
a side sig.
That is so unfortunate for Stimpy. Going for that neutral sig read onto Multimumpitz, and it just utterly failed. That is so hard to watch. But Multimumpitz, in pure fashion, just takes advantage of that recover time and punishes very simply with a side sig. And it hits hard too. And Stimpy, what
Stimpy's playing
is
Koji? Okay, look. Side sig aside, Stimpy's gauntlets are really good.
Okay, in terms of
Like,
character pool, would you say Stimpy is the EU Boomy?
I
In terms of character pool alone. In terms of character pool alone.
I don't know what to say about that because Boomy plays a lot of characters, but he wins with them. I'm not throwing shade at Stimpy, but like we clearly just saw this Scarlet not work, right?
Okay.
Is
but it
Koji
would
the
have worked.
solution?
I think it would have worked if he was against gauntlets, but Multimumpitz playing guitars, maybe, I don't know. I don't remember if Stimpy picked his character first or what, but that might have had something to do with his decision making. Or maybe it was something with the old EU meta, which was like a lot of Lance and just anything but sword characters, except for like TB, Q4R, Simple, and that was it.
right now, he's using the sword. He's getting a lot of these sidelights in, but the sidelight is not going to carry him in terms of damage. He does land a recovery. Multimumpitz been getting some nice axe hits as Stimpy just sort of runs into them, trying to push that aggression away, using the axe active frame. Stimpy gets a nice side sig, gets a little bit of charge in between, goes for the dodge into downlight recovery. Another recovery coming out. Multimumpitz tries to ground pound. Stimpy punishes with the nair. That's some good sword from Stimpy. And
very nice momentum turnaround on Stimpy's part to get that kill. Multimumpitz was doing a lot of damage with the axe, holding his momentum very strong. But Stimpy managing to take that sword play, turn it right back around, is exactly what someone wants to look for in one of these situations.
Multimumpitz ground pounded
huge.
In the push-off column, but Stimpy's not going to go there. He's going to stick to the stage with that recovery. Multimumpitz hard charge to the down stick, and Stimpy runs into it.
That is so devastating. The range on that signature, especially off stage, coupled with the fact that it is one of the best edge guarding signatures in the game, hands bar none.
And
that is
coupled
so
with the fact that if I'm Stimpy, I'm thinking, what on earth am I doing running into a down? Like, that's just morale-wise, that's gotta hurt.
I don't know. I would think Stimpy what would be going through his mind at that moment is, how the heck did that hit me? Or how far is that sig? How far does that sig go? Because the range on that was so much farther than I was expecting at the very least. And if he was thinking anything similar, which maybe, I don't know, maybe he wasn't. But in case he was, you
down
never
sig.
know.
Stimpy using that plank, getting the down sig hit on Multimumpitz. He is up, despite the fallings of that down sig earlier from Multimumpitz. Stimpy's got a very substantial lead, and it's gonna be up to Multimumpitz to figure it out. I feel like the Katars weren't quite working against Stimpy's sword. He's got the axe now, and that was a little bit more successful. We'll see how it goes. Multimumpitz like, are you gonna come approach me?
I think they ran into a situation where both of them were throwing out attacks and then dodging, and neither one of them. I think this is the best late example of what Crocky would consider a dodge circle.
If you insist, I wouldn't know.
I mean, I've been around
being
long
patient.
enough to know
Multimumpitz runs into Stimpy's
what
down
a dodge
sig.
circle might be. So I think it might be a dodge circle.
Yeah, very descriptive of you.
A rare sighting out in the wild.
Oh, the double recovery from Stimpy sends Multimumpitz upward. Side stick from Multimumpitz, not going to do it. The ground pound, very interesting. Out of hit stun of all things. And Stimpy just waits for Multimumpitz to come down, hits the down air, and gets the kill.
Now that was clean. The read, or the reaction time on Stimpy to find that down air onto Multimumpitz. The window was very tight for him to hit that.
And now,
so that was incredibly impressive.
What character are we
going
to see from Multimumpitz? You got any predictions?
You mean in terms of a character switch?
Yes.
Maybe back to gauntlets. Although I don't know if that would work in this situation. Multimumpitz been playing too much that isn't gauntlets right now. So yeah, this probably would have been my guess.
He's got the sword to deal with Stimpy's sword. Maybe that's what he needs.
But here we go. We got Qatar. We got
Stimpy's using his own
Bo.
algorithm to figure out of the map. The answer is Blackguard.
Is he using Effie's program?
He might be.
You have to put in each individual stat, the characters being played, the
characters being
used,
played, and who won the matches in the past.
and the skins, right?
The skins are very important, as always.
As you all know, skins do add extra stats onto your character.
Oh, absolutely. They don't, by the way. Just so we're clear.
No, see, when they equip the skins, didn't you see how one stat got lower and the other stat got higher? I'm pretty sure, like 0.99% sure that is because of the skin.
Multimumpitz hasn't hit Stimpy once. Okay, he just hit Stimpy. But Stimpy's bow is absolutely zoning out Multimumpitz. Without question. I want to see Multimumpitz switch to the sword. I think the Katars are looking really weak against Stimpy right now.
Sorry, would you say guitars are a dead weapon?
I'm not gonna say it. Both of them might say it.
I mean, it was the perfect opportunity.
Oh yes, of course.
But either way, Multimum right now getting the neutral air.
He's gotten a good
Driving
bit of damage
Stimpy
on
back.
Stimpy in the meantime. I feel like this isn't looking as bad as before. It's certainly not going to be a 0 to death or anything like that from Stimpy.
I mean,
And
he's
there's
pushing
a neutral
off.
sig.
Stimpy finding, I mean, okay, any hit onto Multimum right now is a pushback and momentum reset because he's so deep in the red. But now, getting that kill, Stimpy's got to be a little bit careful because he's also up there. Something big, a gimp. Oh, that's a kill. See, look at that. He
There
wasn't
it is.
careful enough. He should
And
have.
there's the down sig from the
should've gone lower
guitars.
on the
He
wall.
threw away his sword. I feel like he wasn't doing so hot in the beginning, but by the end of that first stock, the guitars were doing a little bit better. I do still want to see more sword out of Multimumpitz. He picked this character for a reason, right? And it wasn't Dex because he's using the attack stance. He took away Dex from Asuri.
Okay, so Stimpy is having a really hard time getting any hits in. He got the down air, but that's not meaningful damage because that can't lead into anything. So right now, Multimum is holding all the cards. This isn't looking good for Stimpy if this keeps up.
Dancing around a little bit, waiting for Stimpy.
I think the real question is, how many sandwiches has Multimum eaten? Eaten?
Yeah, how many did he eat it, Frohned?
How many sandwiches has Multimum ate between these matches? There's the
Eaten.
semi-proper grammar.
Eaten is the proper grammar.
How many has he ate?
No, that's just wrong.
No, I told you the answer. 8.
This is wrong. In the meantime, we're seeing some sword dittos come out here. Both players started trading off. Stimpy with a nice sidelight into side air dodge or jump read. Multimum downline to recovery, very classic. Gets the kill. And he's up by a little bit, but Stimpy absolutely can find this kill like he has before.
Well, right now, Multimum holding that edge again. This has kind of become the theme for this round, is just Multimum edge guarding against Stimpy, it seems.
Ooh, nice chase dodge into Cider from Multimum. Gets a neutralite and the recovery. Stimpy's got a ground pound down to get away from Multimum. And Multimum finds a sidelight. Can't find anything after that. He dares into the weapon throw. Multimum.
Great
Really
throw, though. I mean, he did hit the snipe. You have to
Oh
give
yeah,
him credit
great
for
throw.
that. So now Stimpy, he has the opportunity to bring this back. His damage is still pretty high relativity.
Ooh, nice side sig. Sending Stimpy away. The dare's going to push him outward, but it's not going to be for an edge guard. Looks for another dare.
This is
Trying to
close
figure
right
out how he's going to make this edge guard work on Stimpy. Stimpy recovers back upward to make himself a little more safe. Multimum's there. Downlight recovery. Doesn't quite kill. I would have
hits
loved
another
to see
recovery,
downlight
that's
and side
death.
air. A downlight side air would have killed. He just has to do it frame perfect.
That dodge timing
That's
was
it.
so perfect on Multimum's part, whether it was intentional or not. He ended up dodging that downlight from Stimpy, and that was the game.
And Multimum takes it with a downlight recovery on sword on a Suri in this tournament. Who saw that coming?
Believe
Multimum's
that
been,
means he
just been
moves on to
pulling out all sorts of characters.
losers finals.
Yep.
So
He's gonna
what's
be
the
fighting-
next game we have?
Well, the next game is going to be Multimum versus.
The loser of
No, it's not. No.
winners, right?
Multimum's
No.
gonna fight the loser of the winners finals, which is gonna be Addy, Mestic versus Sedo. But before we get into that, our host has something to talk about. I hear something about a fanciful MetaDev Bryn giveaway. Take it away, hosts.
Welcome back, everybody. We're back from another exciting round of matches. Soda, what did you think about those matches early on going in?
Wow. That's wow. We started off with Stimpy and Daiku, right? And
Yep.
they both were doing incredible the whole game. I know that Daiku had the bow to start out with, right?
Yeah, I was definitely looking at Daiku's bow, and I was like, man, Daiku was on hyperspeed. I mean, he took it up to like a 60 in the beginning, but he got slowed down to like about a 30.
Right.
Stimpy kind of shut him down a lot with that sword gameplay. I mean, early on, he just kind of demoralized Daiku. It looked like Daiku kind of went back. He was a little bit nervous, didn't have any answers early on, and Stimpy took it.
Oh yeah, almost 3-stocked, right?
Once. And then we ran into the battle of side sigs between Cal and Stimpy on Val and Val, the mirror match. Who got the better side sig was the answer. I remember watching you play against the Twitch tournament. Side sig was definitely a strong thing. A lot of people a lot of people misread the distance that Val travels when she side sigs, whether it's with sword or with gauntlets. And man, it was interesting seeing the dodge meta of, oh, I'm gonna dodge into the sig, I'm gonna hit backwards. I think Kyle's meta game of side sigging backwards got his back scratched by Stimpy a couple times.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the side sigs were definitely unpopular with our casters. They were not very fond of that.
No, and then so Stimpy switched up to rolling, and was this high defense the answer? No, down sig was the answer. So Stimpy switched his gameplay up. He's like, you know what? I pulled out enough side sigs. Let's go with a down sig. We'll show the sword animation off a little bit, and actually pulled through with that.
Yeah, ended up really changing it up. And then Effie went with the scythe for his weapon in the next round, and I have not seen very many people playing with the scythe lately.
Scythe is really hard to control. I mean, I tried it because it's very fancy. It's really fun. You can string a lot of combos with it. I call it the hug weapon because it's always constantly hugging you. A lot of people try to get above you and go with the down neutral or the down light, and grab you and throw you in multiple directions. I think it's one of the only weapons, or maybe the only weapon, that can toss you in a certain direction of choice.
Right. I know that Val, when she can do the ground pound, so I know that she can pick you up and throw you, but when it comes to pulling you, the scythe is pretty scary.
Yeah, the scythe is definitely scary. You have to take it slow and watch the reads, and you don't want to just run in there blindside, especially with Mordex with his sigs. They're very unpredictable, high recovery. They can definitely do a lot of damage to you. But Cross, speaking about fast sigs and high recovery, Cross is one of the fastest sig spitters, as we saw with his down sig, hitting from both sides with guns. At that, the gunplay was pretty strong coming out of TB. TB was very impressive with his crossplay to counter Mordex in multiple ways. TB ended up pulling it on at the end.
Yeah, he definitely ended up using his dodges so well. I was very impressed with his dodge usage throughout that whole game. And Cross is such a cool character, or a cool legend aesthetically. Such a cool one. It's like the Al Capone of Brawlhalla. I like it.
That he is. He's up. The giveaway is coming up, guys, with that special, amazing, wonderful giveaway. Get ready for it. So do you want to go ahead and take it away for the giveaway?
All right, for our MetaDev Bryn giveaway, we had 5,388 entries, by the way, which is pretty incredible. I am very unsure how to pronounce this name, but the winner is CSISZI92.
If you can't say it, spell it. I mean,
that's how you. I mean, we could attempt to say it, but after you, DJ, would you like to try it out?
Oh no, I think you definitely took it and went from there.
Yeah.
We'll let you have that win on that one. Speaking of safe, those Katars, dead weapon or not, it's very arguable. I say that the meta has changed with Katars completely. It's not even as aggressive weapon anymore, but if you be patient, you can do a lot of damage with them. Very, very good gameplay by Malt, showing that Katars aren't dead. Maybe it was memeing people to get them in the feel of not playing Katars anymore so he could just take over.
Right. Switching from, he played Ragnar at first with Katars and then switched to Asuri, right?
Yeah, everyone had Katars.
Wow, that was pretty incredible. Haven't seen someone use Katars in a very long time. So it was fun to see.
Yeah, Katars can be scary. I mean, when you go in and you overestimate, right? And you think you can just go in and do whatever you want, but then you start noting that Katars start scratching away your health one by one. And then next thing you know, you're in the red. And Ragnar is just a scary, scary legend. And indeed, a lot of people call him a spam legend. His fire, it comes out, you think it doesn't do anything, but it definitely sets up for a kill. And those down sigs were definitely great off stage. Very good for edge guarding and very, very scary. I know I wouldn't be taking the risk, but you know, Stimpy looks like he had it under control to take some risk. But you know, at the end of the day, Malt showed that Qatar isn't dead. So we're going into these finals. Soda, do you want to talk about these finals?
Let's see, the final game. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me pull this bracket back up here. Yeah, I'm pretty excited to see the finals. After all that we've seen today, I think that it's going to be really intense. I really do. Who are you most excited to see, DJ?
I mean, we have Sedo? I hope I said his name right. And Addy, Battle of the Gauntlets. I wonder if we're going to see it in the finals. I'm very excited about that. And Multimum in the winner of the lower bracket. I don't like calling it loser bracket because obviously Multimum is doing really well. We're going to see who edges on that. But with that, do you have any final thoughts, Soda?
Well, I hope that everyone who has participated today has had fun. And this whole tournament today has been a blast. And I'm excited to see what the outcome is.
So, Dara, I love you, man. I am sorry, but I'll wink you on that. Again, guys, before we go, we'd just like to say thank you so very much for being here. It was DjTechLive and SodaKite. And remember the hyped announcement for Cinco de Mayo before you go out. You want to talk about that, Soda? Ended on that note?
Brawl Ball. It's like football, but with gadgets. Honestly, it's going to be a blast. People are going to get super competitive and crazy, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Right,
and
guys, don't miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of your favorite NA. Yep, I know I'll be there watching. A lot of your friend NA special guests will be there, and fighters and awesome casts. So with that, we're going to give it back to the casters. Enjoy the finals, guys. It was been a pleasure. Thank you for having us, and have a great day.
Thanks so much, guys. Goodbye.
You ready to see more gauntlets?
Are we about to see more gauntlets? I actually can't see the screen right now. All I'm seeing is the background, so I'm getting that like.
Oh, okay. I'll
so I have no idea how. I don't know.
Addy Mestic playing Mushong versus Sedo on core. You're seeing a blank screen. You can blame Multimum for that. Blame Multimum, everyone. Get in chat. Blame Multimum for ruining Frohned's screen.
I mean, you don't have to do that.
You have to do that.
You don't have to do that.
He started the game against Addy Mestic.
Whatever. We got more gauntlet play coming up for you.
Wait your turn.
We got some hot core. Well, he's playing Snowman. I don't really know if that's the proper adjective to for this right now, but the hot, cool core.
Hot, cool core. Yeah.
The room temperature core.
Oh God. Okay, we're not doing that. Core's gonna melt at room temperature. Addy Mestic versus Sedo. Double gauntlets, but Addy is first going to stick with the spear play, and we'll see how it goes.
You know, he wouldn't melt if he went with heat wave colors, but you know that's his problem. Either way, Addy Mestic is going with heat wave colors, and look at him. He's going crazy with the spear right now. We don't even see gauntlets right now. It's just hammer and spear matchup, and Addy Mestic, I think, wins out in this regard because of his
yeah, his spear play is looking a lot stronger. The neutral light into side light, into weapon throw, into another side light. I mean, some of these very horizontal follow-ups are looking extremely strong. Goes for that nair, but isn't quite going to connect Sedo. Goes around the nair. Addy hard charges a down sig, but gets punished. The down line into recovery from Sedo sends Addy up a ground pound, something you don't see all that often, and a weapon throw to interrupt Sedo's basically now infamous gravity cancel neutral sig while off stage.
I want to say Addy Mestic wanted to go for recovery right there, but he hit the ground a little later than he thought he would, and that led into an unfortunate sig on the ground. Lost that kill potential, but there it is. He brings it right back, gets a down light into recovery, and that's the first kill of the match. Sedo now has to figure out a way to bring this back against Addy Mestic, which it shouldn't take too much, but Addy Mestic is just putting in work off the side, getting another ground pound.
God.
And Sedo trying to turn things around on the edge, but Addy Mestic now, he's got the ground pound game.
Oh my God, Addy! Addy, calm down! What is he doing? Addy Mestic goes all too deep. We've seen that before. We've seen gauntlet players go really deep with the ground pounds and then end up hitting it. So it's not unheard of. But Addy might have fluked that a little bit.
That was a god tier mind game. Something we haven't really seen this tournament was a real mind gimp. And Sedo is playing 4D chess right now with that.
4D chess? Is that what this game is now?
Well, I guess it's 1D since he only has one stock, but we'll see how that works out for him.
Either way, Addy Mestic has got his hand back on the spear. Maybe, I don't think we'll be seeing any way too deep ground pounds there. I kind of wanted to see a gravity cancel neutral stick come out from Addy Mestic after hitting that recovery at the end. Although I suppose because it doesn't necessarily hit upward.
Ooh.
Oh, Addy! What did he do? He didn't move all the way in.
Yeah, he didn't move.
stopped.
He was playing too safe, trying to get around Sedo's edge guard, but he didn't realize he didn't have enough to do that. He was too far away from the wall to get the reset, and that cost him. But right now, Addy Mestic is he's killing Sedo. The heat wave is coming through, and the snowman is melting a bit.
Sure, makes it back
Winter
on
is
stage.
not coming. Summer is on the way. Ned Stark was wrong, everyone.
Well, whatever the case, I was gonna make a joke, but then I realized it was spoilers. Sedo throwing away that hammer, trying to get basically weapon guard Addy Mestic, and he's done it successfully so far. He got Addy all the way down to the red, but he's gonna need to find the kill here as Addy gets his hand on the spear. The down air pokes at Sedo a little bit.
You know, Sedo can come back at this point.
The down sig.
They're both
the
at about
assumption.
the same health threshold.
And there's the side air. There's the recovery.
So close. I want to see right now a Sedo side sig.
A down sig. Look at the down sig. Look how far it sent him. Addy goes way too deep with the recovery. Can't quite find where Sedo is. And the unarmed sider's still not going to kill. Look at the health on these two players. A weapon throw might kill them. Down sig's going to do it. Sedo takes game one. Remember, this is a best of 5.
Oh, and they're going right into it. There's no
Immediately.
downtime here.
No hesitation.
And now all we have left is Twilight, Shipwreck, and Great Hall. And I guess they're inputting these calculations. We're going to Great Hall?
Great.
I don't think we've really
Oh.
seen this map come out in the tournament at all. Maybe
It hasn't
once.
been all that great, but right now, this is what I guess both of these players are sort of looking at. Sedo
Right
gets
now.
the unarmed Sair, but Addy Mestic gets the first weapon. He's got Sedo unarmed against his gauntlets, but he can't quite find the options he needs. Sedo's recovery goes right through, melts Addy Mestic's ground pound, and gets Sedo his weapon, which are, of course, the gauntlets, the double gauntlets coming out in the beginning of the game. Addy Mestic makes it back on stage just fine. Sedo goes for that gravity cancel neutral stick. Would have been very dangerous if it connected, but of course, Addy Mestic makes it back on stage, makes it work. He tries to find that side air option on Sedo, but Sedo is just barely out of range. The slide charge down sig on stage hits Addy Mestic. Got some nice tech from Great Hall. Wouldn't have been able to do that on other maps. And now
You can do it on other maps. You can do it on
you can.
Twilight. You can do it on Mammoth. You can do it on a lot of other maps. So it's not necessarily Great Hall specific, but it's easier to do here because of all the platforms.
Yep.
You know what I haven't seen in a long time though, which is kind of disappointing. because
Downlight
that's
Sair?
actually- No.
Stop
ladder
Sair is not something
ladder
I've seen in a
combos.
long time. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Ladder combos. I haven't seen ladder combos in a long time because this map
Well,
was actually
DI
made.
exists.
Well, that's true, but this map was made for that specific purpose for when ledge cancels were put into the game, that people could actually get ledge cancels off and it would be really hype. That's why this map was made.
I'm gonna blame DI for not being able to see any more of those ledge cancel combos. It's just not efficient. Once you get 2 of them, that third's never gonna connect because they know to DI.
Sedo?
Sedo going for that ground pound and a dare combo that you see so often unarmed.
He almost had a Stevenator, like a Stevenator unarmed gimp. That would have been
Nice.
crazy.
But of course, Addy Mestic, he's very familiar with that, and he knows which way to go to avoid getting hit by that extra dare. Ooh, nice side sig, hitting Sedo. The ground pound isn't gonna connect. 2 ground pounds aren't gonna connect. Sedo comes in with his own ground pound. Side air, ground pound, not gonna connect.
It's so close. Addy, Mestic, and Sedo, every time they go off stage, it's these intense gimp battles to the death. And
Double weapon throws, both connect.
Sedo,
going
Addy,
for
Mestic,
that
they're
very
both
risky
going for it.
dare. Recovery is gonna send him up, still not gonna kill. Thanks to Great Hall's enormous
it.
ceiling.
Forgot they made that weaker, but the side air coming out. Sedo's hammer. 2-1 right now. Sedo, getting the damage. That's so huge.
Ooh, there's a sidelight into recovery. Addy Mestic takes the stock, and both players down to their last stocks. It's so close here between the core and the Wushang. It was really close in the first game, and it's really close right now. Both of these players are so evenly matched.
This is about as close as you can ask for a game. Both of these players are playing fantastically right now. And all of this offstage play is just exactly what you want to see out of a good game of Brawlhalla. Maybe it's just a side effect of the gauntlet meta.
It might be.
Although
Where's the
I don't know, did we see a lot of offstage play in the Qatar meta when it was like really prevalent?
There was offstage play.
Not to this extent.
No, not to this extent. I agree. Ooh, Sedo looking for that neutral sig. I wanted to see a reverse neutral sig. The side sig! Sedo is gonna dodge right into it as Addy Mestic reads the dodge back.
He read the move perfectly. However, that last hitbox that came out just barely caught him. That's crazy.
Now Addy's going to Val. And I like that skin. I don't remember what it's called, but
it's
I like
the
skin.
Dragon Slayer one, isn't it?
That sounds right.
I think it's Dragon Slayer.
Well, he's not slaying a dragon, he's slaying an ice monster, so
An
it's not
ice
quite gonna be the
monster?
same.
A snowman?
I called him
Excuse
an
me?
ice monster. Because it sounds cooler than snowman. I'm just saying. Addy Mestic hits the recovery, sends Sedo upward, but can't quite get a follow-up after that. Lands and still manages to get that neutral light out. Sedo's hammer seems to be struggling a little bit against Addy Mestic's sword. Nice down low.
Addy Mestic is doing very well with the sword right now.
Oh, absolutely. The recovery sends him upward, almost gets that second recovery. And the side sig's going to send Sedo outward, but Sedo's got a lot of defense in the form of core. Can't quite get the full kill. Addy Mestic looks for another option, but the edge guarding is just not going to work out for him. Sedo with the slide charge neutral sig, and there's the downlight stare.
He had the anti-edge guard throw on point, but the second time around, Addy Mestic expected it and properly punished Sedo for his lack of weapon. This time around, he's just moving him off. This is gauntlet displacement at work.
Sedo looks like he's just struggling to do anything. Oh, never mind. There's a down sig.
That's something you don't usually see either.
It absolutely isn't.
Oh,
and there's
nice
a reverse
speed
side
dodge.
air.
To get that reverse side air, that's exactly what he needed to bring this back. He's not quite in the red. Sedo still has a little bit left to go before he's in that danger zone, but he can still...
That's Sedo's opportunity to try to rack up this damage on Addy Mestic while he still can.
I kind of want to see... There's so much offstage play going on that I kind of want to see Sedo go for a risky gravity cancel neutral sig, because I feel like he can get a very strong turnaround against Addy Mestic, and if he was able to land one of those. I mean, the risk is pretty great, but... The really
important nair after the recoveries and punishing Sedo when he was coming back down with gravity cancel downlights. And now he's taken out Sedo's stock. He's up basically a full stock, and he's looking a lot stronger with this Val. Oh, Sedo! 3 hammer stairs in a row! Calm down!
No. There's
Another
4.
Stare, a weapon throw, high upward. He's gonna catch it back before it falls back downward.
He should have reset himself before doing that side light.
Oh no, he gets interrupted, the recovery. But he is able to make it back just fine, thanks to that weapon throw to basically stuff any of Addy Mestic's strong options. Ooh, Addy with the chain dodge downward.
Got him. And
Gets
that's
caught by the recovery,
Take
and
it
he
back.
doesn't have a recovery. He knows he's dead.
already-
He goes for the ground pound, comes back up. He's got another stock to work with. He's going to pick it up, try to take out Sedo as soon as possible.
He did use all his options there. Now Addy Mestic, he's got the game in hand. He just has to find the finisher. Sedo, and there it is with the recovery. That's 3 and out, isn't it? No. Sedo won one of the games, so it's 2-1 right now.
Yep, it's 2-1 in the favor of Addy Mestic. Did Sedo make a
That's
change?
my bad.
He's playing Cassidy. Sedo was playing Cassidy. What?
I've actually seen him pull Cassidy out in previous tournaments as a pocket pick. So it is surprising to see it now. But overall, this is something that he's actually done in the past. So I'm not too surprised at it, although I don't know how effective it will be. Because I don't know how long it's been since he's actually pulled it out and really practiced with it.
I mean, it's now or never because we're here, and if he loses this, it's going to be the set. He's going to end up going into the lower bracket. We'll see how Addy Mestic feels about this change. Goes down and gets a nice recovery, sending Sedo back up. So just coming in with some of these hammer plays.
You know,
Basically, I think he likes the hammer, but he needs more decks, right? Like Core just wasn't doing it, and the gauntlets weren't feeling all that great.
well, I mean, if you're looking for extra
Oh
decks,
my God.
this is about as much as you can get, right? So what
That
else can you
neutral
ask
sig.
for? However,
Very nice.
Sedo, I don't think he can get back. Nope.
Nope.
There he gets his recovery stuffed, and that's it. Now Addy Mestic, he's going to be covering the weapon, but Sedo finds guns, and this is going to make or break Sedo's game right now. If he can use guns in a way where they're effective, he wins. That
Ooh, good
hands
neutral
down.
signature, punishing Addy for even attempting a ground pound. Addy Mestic comes around. He knows he took out Sedo's recovery, but doesn't really matter. Sedo's got the options to make it back on stage just fine. The sider is going to push Addy Mestic out. I don't know what option he's going to be looking for the edge guard here, but he does some ground moves on stage. Addy Mestic goes all the way under. Oh, Addy Mestic sidelights right into the side sig. Sedo's looking for the kill here. The recovery's not quite going to do it.
I think the kill would have been found in a side air bouncing off the side of the wall, but
Sedo's guns are looking good, but he still hasn't found his kill on Addy Mestic, and at the end of the day, that's really what counts.
well, the thing about guns is that the side air doesn't have a lot of force behind it compared to other weapons. So looking
Side
for
zig.
the kill with that is not optimal, I suppose. That's gonna work, but when you go for gun kills, especially on Cassidy, her signatures come out especially fast. You have to go for those signatures. Down sig if they dodge in. Side sig if they're just there, I suppose, but oh, he can't get back.
Oh,
that's
no,
that's really
Sedo
unfortunate.
does not have the options.
He never tagged. What can you say? It happens to the best of us.
And now Addy Mestic's got a full stock lead on Sedo. To be fair, Sedo was in the red. A good signature from Addy Mestic would have killed him anyway. And Sedo knows he has to basically be really aggressive and risky if he wants any chance of taking out Addy Mestic's stock real quick and evening this game back up to survive in the upper bracket and go to grand finals.
Well, let's see what happens here. Addy Mestic goes for the second sidelight, misses the recovery, but gets a side air into a weapon throw. Sedo just searching for something. This pick isn't really working out as much as we might have hoped. It's not bad by any means, but it just didn't work out. And Sedo's going to be dropped down to the lower bracket. At the very least, he got to get that out of the way to see if it was a pick that he could feel comfortable with. Because now he can go down to the lower bracket, do it all again. He has to put in a little bit more work than Addy Mestic is going to, but aside from that, he's also got a really tough game up ahead against Multimumpitz. But at least he knows that the Cassidy pick
won't
might
work,
not
right.
be one he wants to use.
No, absolutely. And so we're going to go into this game, Sedo versus Multimumpitz. I'm going to check if this game has happened. It has happened. Sedo won 2-0 last time he faced off against Multimumpitz using Core, but at the time, Multimumpitz wasn't playing guitars. He played Wushang, he played Cross, so what's going to happen now? Hard to say. But Multimumpitz is going to take out the Asuri. We'll see if this goes against Sedo's Core, or if Sedo decides, I'm not feeling Core, Cassie didn't work. Maybe I'll try another hammer character. No, he's gonna play Cross. Cross?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
Well,
8 attack Cross. That's a force to be reckoned with.
Okay, well, we know that's how I play Cross. That's, I think,
That's pretty fair.
completely biased, the best way to play Cross. But after watching him play Cassidy, he can play guns to an extent. I don't know if it's ideally how you want to play guns. It's not optimal, but it works for him. And the fact that he can also play gauntlets it doesn't hurt as well. So playing Cross, it seems kind of like a good marriage between the two.
Oh my god.
Oh, I for a second I thought that was gonna work, and he went for the down stick, but it didn't connect.
Absolutely didn't connect. Multiple. He's just using sword dares for days. He's gonna go around. Sedo's gonna make it back this time, but he's got a neutralize in store. Multiple with the perfect sword dares. And Sedo he's out of options. Can he make it back on stage? No.
Nope.
Multimump's gonna be there with the side air. Holy Multimump.
So looking at Multimump's health, he's only taken about 30 to 40 damage.
Yeah.
That's barely anything, and that's the first stock. I hope that's not an omen for how this whole set's gonna go, because if Sedo can't turn this around,
Sedo is making some of these gun plays work. He landed that down quite successfully. Multiple with a neutral signature and side airing the recovery, but Sedo has a dodge. He makes it back. He does another side air. Multimump's edge guards on Katars are on point right now, and picks up the sword, gets a side air, goes for grab cancel, neutral sig. Pretty dangerous, especially after missing the dare as Sedo's recovery interrupts. It sends Multimump upward, but Multimump has a dare, and Sedo's dead.
not yet. Now he's dead. He actually did tag right there in the corner.
No, but
It
he's
was
dead.
very close, and if he went under the map, maybe, just maybe, he could have gotten back, but in this situation, no. Sedo is just being eaten alive. Asuri is a carnivore. Not a cannibal. A carnivore.
Excuse me? Okay, calm down there. Nice recovery, Multimump
stop
into
there.
the weapon throw.
I don't know why I almost said cannibal, because that's not even relatively close to what I was going for.
Put your cannibals in chat. Downlight recovery is gonna put down some damage on Sedo. I almost thought he was gonna go for a downlight dare, just because how good he's been with the dare so far. Moves backward, and Sedo punishes the lack of response from Multimump.
Sedo's trying really hard to get back, but Multimump's edge guard is just too much. You can almost say 99 top diamond % EU edge guards. Multimump.
The neutral heavy.
But that would have to be confirmed by our NA top 99 diamond edge guarder.
It's definitely up there. I won't give him the title yet. It's definitely up there.
Would you give him the top 1%?
We'll find out. In the meantime, Multimump's gonna hit the sig on Sedo, takes game 1. It was really dominant, and I think Sedo's gonna he switched to core. He has switched to core.
Well, this is at least something that we're more familiar with seeing. And Sedo on core, he's been pretty damn successful in the past with it. Now, if he can deal with Multimump's Katars, that's a completely different ball game, because I don't think he's had to face off against Katars at all this entire tournament. I could be wrong, but I don't think he's warmed up in the matchup against Katars.
I mean, even disregarding Katars, I feel like Multimump's sword is the thing that's really doing work right now.
Well, it's the first weapon he picked up.
I mean,
so it's only natural.
I'm saying, we're talking about the last set. Like, the dares, the downlight recoveries, very successful. Even the signatures he's been using. The side sigs have been connecting. The down sigs, I haven't seen as much of, but like neutral sigs, even when he doesn't connect, it's a good zoning tool. The downlight whiffs, drop from BMG, hello. But that's okay, he's got a recovery, he's gonna send Sedo upward, he's gonna be looking for this kill now. The second recovery almost does it. Downlight recovery is gonna do it. Multimump takes the kill.
You know what I was kind of hoping Sedo would do right there is Multimump was coming down with no jumps or anything. Sedo just backs up a little bit, throws out a gauntlet side sig and gets the kill because Multimump's already at that damage threshold. At the very least, he's going to be thrown off stage. What he can do is just force him into an edge guard and then secure the kill afterwards. But
Sedo with those stomps. Oh my god. Looks for the weapon throw on Multimum, but that's not gonna connect. Well, Sedo almost kills Multimum with a ground pound from the top of the stage.
that's how you know his damage is getting high, is when a bounce
God.
off the bottom of a stage almost kills off the top. That's
Sedo the side air is sending him flying, but Multimum's still not dead. He's got Sedo in the orange. In the meantime, it's really good damage so far. The chase dodge side is gonna do a gravity cancel neutral sig,
and
Sedo is out of options.
That Multimum still on his first stock. This is still sort of a mirror from what we saw last game. Multimum made it to his third stock. Sedo took a tiny bit of damage, and then this is exactly what happened last game. If this continues, Multimum's going back to Grands.
Nice sidelight reset. Sedo looking a lot stronger with those gauntlets, but couldn't quite get the kill despite everything. Multimum in the meantime, downlight recoveries on Sedo. I kind of want to see Sedo figure out a way to punish Multimum after the downlight recoveries, right? Because he's got those gauntlet sidelights. Use those, get the recovery afterward. But unfortunately, it's not going to work out for him. Multimum takes game 2. And we're looking at a 3-0 right now if Multimum keeps up this crazy momentum.
It could definitely happen. I mean, Sedo is really struggling against Multimum's edge guarding, and for him to even get put in that situation to begin with is not terrible. We've seen what he can do off on the ledge, but against Multimum right now, he's just struggling too much. He's got to figure out what's going wrong, either with him or what's going right with Multimum's play. And not just like, oh, he's getting the edge guard. He's got to look at the nuances, what Sedo is doing specifically that's causing this to happen. And if it just means that, oh, Multimum is just outplaying Sedo, maybe there's just, I mean, maybe there's nothing he can do about it, but he's got to try at this point.
I mean, he's got the Val this time, and I feel like that's a lot to do with just the sword. He's like, Multimum keeps hitting me with these sword attacks. I got a sword too. I'm just going to use that to my advantage and see how it goes. It's not going all that well so far. Multimum almost
Wow,
gets,
that was
sig.
unexpected. I did not think that would be able to interrupt the neutral sig, but hey, more power to him.
Maybe if Sedo starts using those gauntlet side sigs.
Sedo is taking so many risks now. And I love it because a lot of these risks are working.
I mean, he did die. So...
He died, yes, but getting back on stage, he went full, he all-in and managed to get back on by interrupting the neutral sig.
I mean, the thing is, he's got to do risks
sig.
Because nothing's working so far, right? He's losing these games to Multimum.
You've got to go for the risks, though.
Multimum is finally going to get back on stage and get punished immediately with the downlight side air. And that's why he was taking his time.
I mean, people don't always understand how it works. They see these competitive games. Someone goes off on a ledge and just kind of sits there while the other person watches. And they go, why are they just wall camping? Well, that's not exactly what's happening. There's so many mind games and edge guard, like, predictions that you have to make that you can't always just get back on the stage. And that's kind of just what happened there. It's kind of what's been happening all tournament. But another kill off the top from Multimum. That sword recovery is just, it's a piece of work.
And Multimum, almost gets that downlight. Instead it clashes. Sedo is trying to find options with this sword right now. It's not working. Finally lands a nice neutral light, double neutral light. Oh, I thought it was going to go for another neutral light. I think Multimum did 2, hits a side sig instead. Gets the dare on Multimum. There's another dare, and much better from Sedo, making that sword work.
Well, he's slowly making that damage difference back up. So right now, he's got Multimum at more damage.
Sedo.
With that one string, with that one gauntlet string, he's got Multimum under his thumb, so to speak. Not necessarily, he hasn't secured the game, but
Oh my god!
All right,
Federo is making this work. He's pulling out the gauntlets, and they're actually getting the strings on Multimum, finding the follow-ups, and pushing Multimum outward. However, Multimum's got sword recovery, and the Nair's gonna close it out. Multimum takes a set 3-0, denying Federo the run
I
back.
feel so bad for Sedo right there because he looked so good right at the end, getting all of that, almost taking Multimum off the top. That's exactly what he needed in order to get that win for that round, and it didn't work out. That's so unfortunate. You hate
it really
to see that
is.
kind of thing fall through.
I mean,
But-
basically, Multimum knew that he was getting pressured, right? He had the advantage, and suddenly Sedo started popping off. He's got the sword, he's got the gauntlets, he's making it work. And as soon as he recognized what was happening, he was like, all right, I just got to take my sword and say, what can I take advantage of? What can I abuse? And the answer was recovery. He's setting me upward. I will come back down, get under him, and start using those recoveries. And it worked really well.
And recovery as a kill option now is very strong. If you can connect the whole thing, that's a lot of damage and a lot of force, even more so. So just going for those and then being able to follow up with the neutral air, especially way up on the top of the map, that's all he's going to need, right? So
Right, but-
that's all it takes.
We're going to go right into grand finals. No hesitation, no wait. Multimum versus Addy Mestic. And we're seeing a Suri versus Val yet again. This time it's Addy Mestic's Val. A substantially different Val. Addy Mestic. I'm surprised he's going with Val. I thought he was going to go back to Wushang. I thought his spear felt really good, right? You know, we're seeing all these players use sword. But Addy Mestic's spear definitely looks like it can hold up against the sword. But, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Well, let's see. They're probably going to go to Mammoth. They could go. I don't know. I don't think they'll go to Great Hall. I've seen it. It has been picked a few times, but I guess they are going to go there. Never mind. I'm wrong. I can take it. I can take the hit. But here we go. It's the start of grand finals. See some hype in the chat. Who do you want to win this game? We got Addy Mestic and Multimum facing off in this best of 5.
Send them your energy. Multimum right off the bat, taking some momentum against Addy Mestic. Addy Mestic responds in full force. The double sword from both of these players.
Addy Mestic getting pushed all over from Multimum, but if he can get this weapon, it's going to go both ways. He gets the gauntlets, and he goes after the edge guard, but he keep it going. Multimum pushing him off to the side, trying to get the edge guard with the neutral sig is not going to connect either. Both of these players are just moving between aggression and safety by just backing up, going in, a little bit of stick and move almost, which kind of makes sense in terms of gauntlet play, but either way, Multimum going for another recovery.
That downlight recovery.
Very strong combo.
Addy Mestic with the Val. Gauntlet side sigs. Can't quite connect them though.
Oh, Addy Mestic didn't have any jumps there, and going off stage, moving even farther away was pretty scary to watch. I didn't want to just watch him Z off the side, but it is something that happens. But Multimum lands that recovery for the first kill of this grand final set, setting the pace. Addy Mestic with the slide kick in the... That punch needs a name, so I can call that something a lot
Multimum
flashier
looking for
than
those
just
dares again.
unarmed
Would have been very
sidelight.
dangerous, but Addy Mestic lands the downlight. Multimum dare, tries to find a dare. It's not as easy for him against Addy Mestic as it was against Sedo, but Addy Mestic finds the ground pound on the sword, gets the kill, gets the finisher, and we're both down to our second stocks.
Well, Addy Mestic
I don't know why I
easily
said
build
we.
up.
I'm not playing.
Yeah, you and me, we're 2v2ing right now. It's just we're not in the game. We're there spiritually.
Uh-huh.
And Addy Mestic with the side sig. Multimum looking for that edge guard. All he needs, what? It looked like he had grabbed them and then turned around, but it was actually Addy Mestic landing the neutral air. That was
Not only landing the neutral air, there was a chase dodge in there, but the chase dodge animation didn't come out, which tells me he put in the, oh! go, Val Sighting! Let's go, Addy Mestic!
I'm sad.
He charges the Val Sighting and Multimumpitz runs behind it.
It's like how Hattori spear downsig used to be back in the day, where it just felt like a magnet because whenever you charged it up or just took it out to begin with, you felt compelled to walk into it. And I guess that's just what people are experiencing with this side sig. It's just graduated from one thing to another.
Tries to get a follow-up after that gauntlet dare. Can't quite find it. Multimumpitz with those neutral lights. Addy Mestic hits a neutral light on the gauntlets. Looks for the recovery and Multimumpitz can't quite find it. Multimumpitz, gravity cancel down light. The side lights from Multimumpitz, the neutral lights from Multimumpitz. Very good grounded play, but Addy Mestic's got his own grounded play. The side light into recovery. Looks for another side light. Finds a side air. He's got to be careful off stage. He knows Multimumpitz is powerful with those Sairs.
Oh, he lost his weapon.
He did lose his
Oh,
weapon.
but he gets the side air, and
side
that
air.
doesn't finish. Oh, he goes too low, but if he... Oh!
Oh. Both
So
players
close.
very close. Addy Mestic with a Sair. Recovery from Multimumpitz sends Addy Mestic upward, but not nearly enough to kill. The
Oh, that's
recovery
it.
from Addy Mestic's going to do it. He takes game one.
Addy Mestic, Daddy Mestic, gonna slurp him up. He takes it and goes right into the second round. It's getting exciting. Addy Mestic is showing his teeth.
Yeah, Multimumpitz
I would
still
say
has to
it's
get the
fangs,
bracket
but he's not
reset
the
on
one
Addy
playing his
Mestic, but
story
Addy
right now.
Mestic, he's making it hard to even get a bracket reset to begin with. And we're seeing more Val. We're going to see more Side Sig.
And remember, if Addy Mestic wins this grand finals, he takes it. If Multimumpitz loses, that's it. Because he's coming from losers. Addy Mestic has nothing but momentum coming into this. He's got all of the stuff. I couldn't think of anything to say right there.
Stuff. That's
Yeah.
that's the best descriptive word. Addy Mestic interrupts Malt's recovery, but Malt is able to get back on stage. Multimumpitz coming with that dare, but can't quite find the sidelight follow-up. Addy Mestic. Ooh, Multimumpitz hits a side air out of hit stun. Really nicely done. Addy Mestic finds the neutral sig. Looks for a follow-up, a very aggressive follow-up, but Multimumpitz there with the nair. Dodges right through the ground pound. Looks for a dodge in or an attack in, but can't quite find it. Addy Mestic with the sidelight in the nair. No dodge read. Multimumpitz ground pounds all the way back on stage. Hits a recovery, sending Addy Mestic upward. I wanted to see another recovery. There it is. Can't quite land the downlight. Addy Mestic's looking for his own recoveries against Malta's recoveries. Both of these players looking for Addy Mestic with the side sig, but Malta can't interrupt because, or can't punish because Addy Mestic immediately turns around and gets that neutral light.
I think Addy Mestic went a little too deep on the wall, but he managed to recover and get that turnaround side air onto Multimumpitz. He tried to get back, punishing the recovery. So we have a little bit of a lead on Addy Mestic's part. He's approaching red. He's not in a damaged, too high of a damaging threshold right now in terms of
Oh my
what
god,
Multimumpitz can
what
do with
recovery
guitars, but-
frames!
Exactly. I mean, you're talking about gauntlets, right?
The down sig missed, and then immediately he got that
Ooh!
neutral light.
Multimumpitz with a spot dodge. That was clean. But the real question is...
Along with the dares. Those
Answered,
dares are clean
actually.
too.
I was going to say, the real question is, can Multimumpitz get the edge guard? And he answered it before I could even finish.
Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes.
I can tell you what both of these guys are hungry for right now. You know what that is?
Recovery?
Creed meat.
You know, I'm not sure they got to experience that.
Exactly. That's why they're hungry for it. And I'm hungry for it too, because I haven't had really anything to eat all day except the Nutri-Grain bar. But we're not going to talk about that. We can talk about that later. Anyway, we got Addy Mestic
Recoveries
getting
coming out from both players
smacked
constantly.
Addy Mestic is just getting smacked by Multimumpitz. But Multimumpitz eats the downlight recovery. Ooh, Multimumpitz just gets out of the way of that weapon throw, but it is not going to do him any good. The downlight recovery coming out from Addy Mestic again to secure that kill.
Someone count those recoveries, man. There was just so much. Addy Mestic looks for that Sair, can't quite find it. Multimumpitz, nice down sig, pushes Addy Mestic out. He needs to confirm this and still can't. Addy Mestic hits the recovery. Multimumpitz hits another down sig, still can't confirm it. Addy's able to get back on stage, hits the side air, goes for the ground pound, can't get it. Recoveries instead, goes for the down sig, hits Multimum, goes for the recovery, and whiffs that instead. Multimum almost runs into that side sig, instead gets the downlight recovery, finally killing Addy Mestic, but he's in the orange already.
You know what downlight recovery is kind of reminding me of?
Any
downlight, sidelight recovery for gauntlets. It's just like, it's so optimal. And the fact that
I'd say it's far more optimal because downlight, sidelight, after the sidelight, you can just dodge anything after that.
No, but you remember when it was true, right?
Oh, when it was true, then yeah.
That's
absolutely.
what it's reminding me.
Okay, when it was true.
Where it's just kind
when that's all Dobrain did for an entire tournament?
Yeah. And it spawned a giant beam. Use trading mode.
Of course. But I'm sure Multimum's used plenty of trading mode. Actually, I don't think he's used very much trading mode.
Multimum?
He is making this work right now, but Addy Mestic, downlight recovery, can't kill Multimum. Downlight recovery is gonna do it! Multimum ground pounds right into range of that downlight. Addy Mestic takes game 2. Are we gonna see another 3-0 from Addy Mestic? Is Addy the dominant EU force right now?
You know, it might just be the case. Addy Mestic might be the man to beat in EU. If he takes this down.
If Addy takes this game, he will have lost one game in the entire tournament.
You mean one round or one single game?
One single game. If he can take it right now and win grand finals, he will have lost only one game. Only one.
That's a hell of an accomplishment.
It is indeed. Multimum switching to 9 decks Koji. He wants the 9 decks. He wants to use that sword, but he does pick up the bow first, and we'll see how that goes for him. Cannot get that downlight after the sidelight. Not a true combo. Actually, it is a true combo.
We were wondering if
combo.
we were wondering if guitars were still a dead weapon after Multimum went crazy with them. And after he couldn't make them work at all.
Did they resurrect and then die again? Is that what happened?
I mean, well, the thing about zombies.
Sighting!
The thing about zombies is that they're incredibly fragile and they'll fall apart, just like the way guitars did in that. In that set. So I'm just saying. Anyway, maybe Multimum was correct about dead guitars.
Maybe, maybe not. Hard to tell. But either way, Addy Mestic is certainly showing the power of gauntlets right now. And if we were ever doubting the gauntlet meta, Addy Mestic is here to show you you're wrong. Except, of course, Multimum coming in with that down sig to kill Addy Mestic as I'm saying that.
Right now, Addy Mestic getting that edge guard. Multimum finds a way back on stage, throws out a sidelight. Something I haven't seen a lot of is just sidelights. I know a lot of people in NA like using it for damage building, but I haven't really seen a lot of EU use it yet. Maybe they're just going for more optimal
Oh my god,
play.
nair. Another downlight recovery sends Multimum flying. Multimum is still on the bow.
Maybe there's something to be said here. If Addy Mestic made it to CEO Dreamland, how would things be different?
I have to imagine it'd be very different, considering the power of Addy Mestic right now. I still have to say I'm confused. I was confused, I should say, about Multimum's pick on the bow. He picked up the sword again, though, and it still didn't work out. Addy Mestic has a full stock lead. Is this going to be it? Is this going to be the Spring Fling tournament going to Addy Mestic, beating out Multimum? I think I said at the beginning of this tournament, Multimum was a very strong contender for #1, but look at Addy Mestic right now.
Addy Mestic is just playing so well right now against Multimum. Hasn't dropped a game against him so far. And Multimum is... gets a hot read with the Koji neutral stick, firing straight up into the air. And
that's a full stock. He completely turned that around.
Can't count him out just yet. He's right on the edge. Gets Addy Mestic right on that top kill box, and now Multimum goes for a recovery. Both of these players playing so carefully, but Multimum is really putting work out.
Addy Mestic with the side airs. Does a weapon throw. I'm not sure if that's what he really wanted. The side sig's not going to make the connection. The side air to hit Multimum is going to work that time after the air. Throws the weapon yet again. He has
Multimumpitz is on
the sword this
edge.
time. He's going to be looking for that down line. He has
Oh,
a down stick of all things. Looks for the dare, can't quite find it. Multimum able to make it back on stage. Multimum hits it with a nair. He's got the bow. He's going to look for that recovery. Addy Mestic
This
punishes
could be it.
with the
All
nair.
he needs is the recovery. Recovery or neutral air.
Can't find the recovery. He does find the
Side
side
leg from
air.
Fair. And that's it. The 3-0 happens. The 3-0 from Addy Mestic onto Multimum. And
Addy
that
Mestic,
concludes
your champion here in Spring Fling, beats out Multimum, only takes one game in the course of the entire tournament.
Addy Mestic is the new EU man to beat. How do you feel about that? The whole top tier meta has player meta has shifted.
I was hanging out with Addy Mestic PCX. Great guy. Good to see.
He is awesome.
He's making
He's an
the
awesome
comeback.
dude.
Yeah.
I'm happy to say I had him in my pool.
I'm happy to say that I got to introduce him to tacos. He had never had a taco before.
He didn't have any creed meat though. That's something we have to change. A lot of people went in on creed meat.
But
And
whatever the case, Addy Mestic takes it for a reason, takes the tournament. This has been Spring Fling. Any other tournaments coming up in the future, Frohned?
Oh, do you wouldn't happen to be talking about the Brawl Ball tournament on May 5th?
Brawl tournament?
The 3v3. Let me just say that again. The 3v3 Brawl Ball tournament coming up March 5th or May 5th, next Friday.
Yeah, March 5th
Not
is a little bit in the past.
Not well, also possibly March, but not this year, next year. You never know.
What can
May
we
5th,
expect from Brawl
Brawl
Ball?
Ball. What can we expect from Brawl Ball?
Yes. What crazy, insane things happen in a Brawl Ball
Brawl
tournament?
Ball is an entirely different beast of a game. We just watched a 1v1 tournament where there's a lot of tech going down, a lot of big plays, a lot of just straight up attacking your opponent and reading them out. Brawl Ball, there's no time to do anything like that. It's all about team play, team synergy with passing the ball, about throwing a weapon away, knowing when to hold on to it, how to defend in your goal. There's so much that you have to know that is so different from normal Brawlhalla play that it is an entirely different game altogether. Sure, you can use 1v1 and 2v2 skills to bring things in and play well, but you can't just rush the goal every time because you'll just get beaten out. Teams, there are sort of secret Brawl Ball communities, entire communities that are just dedicated to Brawl Ball, and there are teams like NBS and Pirateers, which are two of the top Brawl Ball teams in the world. And if you think that sounds ridiculous, it in no way is. Last time when we had a Brawl Ball tournament on Brawl League, we had a whole bunch. It was a $200 prize pool.
Crazy. It was an amazing tournament. It was so good. Look,
Like-
if you have not seen Brawl Ball play and you think, hey, it's just a casual game mode, check it out because they do some
how about this?
incredible things.
Long story short, every single pro team pro player team that had 1v1 or 2v2 pros in their team ended up losing to a team that is only a Brawl Ball team in the Brawl League Brawl Ball tournament last year. So if that tells you anything, there is Brawl Ball tech that needs to be found and used as well as just crazy passing plays.
So be there May 5th, 7 p.m. Eastern, I think. And it's going to be great. But
it's going to be hype.
With that, thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here in Spring Fling. Thank you so much to Toast and Stevenator for being our pools casters. Thank you so much to SodaKite and DjTechLive for being our hosts. Thank you so much to you, Frohned, for casting with me.
And
thank
you
to Sparky.
to you, Creed. And well, I was gonna hit the Sparky thanks, but we could both hit it, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank you, Sparky,
for the hot.
Thank you to everyone who is behind the scenes right now, making it all work. I'm listing off people I see in the tournament team: Tavi, Ice Pengu, Antipop, Batonic, Jackson Strimes, and Sloshula. Thank you so much to Expired for messing up Frohned's camera. And
hey, I'm still on the screen. Don't worry.
Is that all the things?
I think that's all the things. Thanks to everybody else again.
And
You
we'll see
guys are
next
the
time.
best, And these tournaments would not be as great as they are without all of you watching today. So thank you guys. We'll see you next time. This is Brawl League Spring Fling EU 1v1. We'll see you next week.
Bye.